A photo was spreading like wildfire across the seas. In the center stood John Keyenes, cloaked in black, face motionless amidst a backdrop of smoke and ruin. But beside him, no, above him, was a flash of pure destruction, a bolt of lightning, frozen in time, striking directly at Keyenes as though the heavens themselves sought to erase him. But he stood untouched. Some who saw the photo whispered in awe. Others, ignorant of what they were seeing, gasped in horror. That lightning, was he attacked by the gods? No, that lightning was the god. Those who understood knew exactly what it meant. The figure of light wasn't divine punishment. It was Enel, the lightning man himself. A living god of Skypiea, now reduced to a living weapon under Kane's command. That lightning bolt hadn't struck Keyenes. It had been unleashed by him. And the message was clear. John Keyenes wasn't just powerful. He was a nation-crushing force. A storm in the New World. News of the fall of the Bal Kingdom. Its royal palace reduced to cinders, its armies scattered, its flag replaced by the unicorn banner of the Caro Empire, shook the world. One man, one day, one kingdom, erased. Panic spread like wildfire. Pirates operating near the Caro Empire fled in droves. Trade ships rerouted. Allied kings in neighboring territories couldn't sleep, plagued by visions of Kane's black coat appearing on their shores. Every ruler near the Caro Empire now saw him not just as a foreign king, but as an imminent threat. The world had taken notice. So had the Marines. Marine Ford, Emergency Strategy Conference. The conference room within Marine headquarters was packed. Admirals, vice admirals, and strategists filled the long war table, faces grim. Fleet Admiral Sengoku stood at the head, his expression stormy. You've all seen the reports. The Kingdom of Caro went to war with the Bal Kingdom. Keyenes didn't just win, he annihilated them. He threw a thick file onto the table. Black and white photos scattered across the wood. Ruins, corpses, craters where fortresses once stood. Scorched cities still burning. Balk no longer exists. That flag flying over its ruins? It's not Balk's. It's the unicorn standard of Caro. The implication was unmistakable. Keyenes wasn't just a king. He was a conqueror. Admiral Akainu glanced at the photos and scoffed. So what? This happens all the time in the New World. Nations rise and fall. It's not our concern. His cold gaze betrayed no emotion. To him, unless pirates were involved, war between kingdoms wasn't worth his time. But Sengoku cut in sharply. That's where you're wrong. This isn't just war. This is consolidation of power. In just one day, Keyenes has expanded his territory and planted his flag as a warning to the world. And it gets worse. He tossed another stack of papers onto the table, wanted posters. In the past 6 months, Keyenes has taken 5 notorious pirate crews under his banner. All captains with bounties over 200 million berries. He pointed them out one by one. New Giants pirates, Mercury pirates, low-temperature pirates, corruption pirates, sonic pirates. Each captain a terror in their own right. Some are giants, others Logia users. All were dangerous, and now they serve Keyenes. He's formed a fleet that rivals the strength of the 4 emperors. A silence fell over the room. Even Akainu narrowed his eyes. If Keyenes ever turned his back on his crown and declared himself a pirate, he would instantly become one of the most powerful forces in the world. This is why we're here, Sengoku continued. The balance of the world is at risk. Lines are being drawn. Akainu leaned forward, jaw clenched. A king recruiting pirates as subordinates. That alone is grounds for military action. If necessary, we launch a buster call and reduce the Caro Empire to ash. The room remained tense. Vice Admiral Tsuru finally spoke, calm but stern. It's not unprecedented for kings to ally with pirates. The Flower Kingdom has the 8 Treasures Navy, led by Chinjo, who once had a 500 million bounty. But Keyenes is different. The scale, the strategy, the speed. He's not just surviving in the New World. He's dominating it. Vice Admiral Crane opened a dossier labeled Keyenes Devil Fruit Analysis. We've reviewed all battle reports and footage. The conclusion is consistent. Keyenes possesses a paramecia-type fruit, capable of generating gravitational singularities. A black hole fruit, she added, with absorption, compression, and explosive properties. It's far more destructive than anything we've cataloged, possibly even rivaling the Gura no Mi. The room went silent again. If that was true, Keyenes wasn't just another warlord. He was a walking natural disaster. The question of action. Sengoku stood still at the head of the table. We cannot act recklessly. If we provoke him and he retaliates, thousands will die. But if we do nothing, the next kingdom to fall could be one of our allies. The world government would not sit idle for long. Eyes across the globe were watching, calculating. John Keyenes had stepped onto the stage once ruled by legends. And now, the world had no choice but to prepare for the rise of a fifth force in the New World. Inside the tense conference chamber at Marineford, Vice Admiral Tsuru unfolded a dossier, her eyes calm but voice grim. Based on battlefield reports and recent analysis, Keyenes has consumed a never-before-seen devil fruit, classified for now as the black hole fruit. We tentatively label it paramecia, though its properties exceed the boundaries of known categories. She glanced around the table, letting her words sink in before continuing. His black hole ability exhibits extreme gravitational absorption. All matter, even light, could be pulled into his grasp. Any attack that comes close to him risks complete erasure before even making contact. A murmur passed through the room. Some officers leaned forward, flipping through the intelligence reports with tightened jaws. Worse yet, Tsuru added, his development of the fruit is dangerously advanced. During the Balk assault, Keyenes pulled a meteorite from orbit and used it as a weapon of mass destruction. Few in this world can counter such a move. She paused, and there's more. According to our reconnaissance, Keyenes also possesses the ability to levitate landmasses. He's already shown signs of manipulating terrain, not unlike the infamous Golden Lion. A heavy silence fell. The comparison was immediate and terrifying. Everyone in the room remembered Shiki, the Golden Lion, a man who, with the power of the float fruit, once raised islands into the sky and used them as weapons. A man who defied Marineford and left scars on history. If Keyenes escapes into the skies with his forces and his kingdom, Tsuru said, it will be nearly impossible to pursue him. Even vice admirals hardened by decades of war looked uneasy. Marine influence reached every ocean, but not the sky. Back then, they had barely contained Shiki. It took his own madness, charging into Marineford for a suicidal final stand, for them to bring him down. And after his escape from Impel Down, not a single trace for 20 years. The sky made him a ghost. Now, a new tyrant threatened to surpass him. Shiki dropped islands, Tsuru said. Keyenes drops meteorites. Her final words sent a visible chill through the room. A dangerous balance. So, you're saying, Admiral Akina growled, eyes narrowing, Marines shouldn't act unless we're absolutely sure of the kill? He turned to Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Sengoku nodded slowly. Yes, that's the will of the five elders as well. Keyenes must be contained, not provoked, at least not yet. Akainu clenched his fists. We should just buster call the Caro Empire. Wipe out the pirates under him and tear down his power base. Sengoku didn't flinch. We will target his pirate subordinates, ruthlessly. The goal is to cut off his expanding influence. Without a fleet, Keyenes cannot challenge the world government alone. He still values his position as a recognized king. If we isolate him and squeeze his empire, he'll be forced to maintain order to keep that title. Sengoku's voice grew sharp. But make no mistake, this is no longer about crime or law. This is about maintaining the balance of the world. The unspoken truth hung in the air. The world government wasn't interested in justice. It was interested in stability. So long as the world remained in equilibrium, their rule endured. And John Keyenes? He was a force capable of tipping that balance. The Sky Garden, far away from the storm in Marineford, in the floating palace known as Hentang Sky Garden, Keyenes reclined on a sun-drenched balcony. A crystal glass of red wine swirled lazily in his fingers. A warm breeze whispered across the floating estate. Below, the wreckage of the once mighty Bal Kingdom was already being reshaped in the image of the Caro Empire. It had been 1 week since that nation was wiped from the map. Your Majesty. Chancellor Randall approached with a respectful bow, a thick report in hand. What is it? Keyenes asked without looking, still swirling the wine. The casualties and war acquisitions have been compiled. Speak. I don't need the paperwork. Randall nodded and read aloud. Our kingdom guards suffered 512 fatalities, with just over 1,100 wounded. Enemy forces saw 30,000 dead, with total annihilation of the Balk military command. In terms of spoils, we've seized an estimated 25 billion berries in gold, assets, and treasury stock. All of it has been safely deposited into the National Reserve. Additionally, we've confiscated weaponry and equipment sufficient to outfit 20,000 new troops. Keyenes took a slow sip of wine and nodded. The gain is acceptable, but expanding the army is meaningless if they're weak. His voice remained calm, but resolute. Only soldiers who survive war after war are worth calling elite. Randall bowed again. Your Majesty, shall I prepare the military for expansion? Kane shook his head slightly. Not yet. Let them celebrate. Hold a grand banquet. Every soldier is invited. Let them feast in the glory of survival. Understood. The preparations will begin immediately. As Randall departed, Keyenes looked out toward the endless clouds beyond the balcony. The world's watching me now, he murmured. Let them. They'll learn that even the sky can fall, if I will it.
Hey, everyone. If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Calo Palace, Hentang Sky Garden. Kane sat on the balcony with deep eyes, always looking at the sea in the distance. Through the endless void, Kane seemed to see the nations of the New World and the naval headquarters. Of course, this is impossible, but it is only a psychological effect. In this national war, Kane showed some of his strengths. Of course, that's not all. The true strength of Keyenes is far more than that. But just what they showed was enough to make countries fear and make naval headquarters take precautions and even respond. Keyenes can probably guess what these forces will do next. However, these were all within his expectations. Just like Marine will definitely take action against his pirate group, Keyenes had anticipated it before destroying the Balk Kingdom. That's not necessarily a bad thing for Keyenes, though. Only a crisis of life and death can make a person grow rapidly. Under the pursuit of Marine, the pirate group under Keyenes can only be tempered and strengthened. Blue, 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 blue. Suddenly, the phone bug on the dining table rang. Keyenes answered the phone bug, and there was hearty laughter from across the line. Your Majesty, I am Helding, we are back. It has been almost 2 months since the new giant pirates went abroad to perform missions. I know. You and Randall hand over and wait for me at the old place. Yes, Your Majesty the King. Hayarding responded respectfully, and then hung up the phone bug. Keyenes put down his red wine glass, walked to the edge of the balcony, jumped into the sky, and flew towards the western part of the kingdom. In the western region of the Caro Empire, there is a virgin forest with few people. After Keyenes succeeded, he separated the virgin forest from the national residential area and used it as a secret site. Call out. A streamer streaked across the sky. Keyenes came to the west blue shore, and the pirate ship of the new giant pirates had been waiting for a long time. The pirate ship used by the giant is so big that it can be seen at a glance, even if it is far away. Keyenes fell from the sky and landed on the mast of the pirate ship. Your Majesty the King. Halding and the other 4 giants saluted at the same time. No more politeness. Keyenes waved his hand, then looked at Helding and asked, Helding, do you want to eat devil fruit? Devil fruit? Can you? Helding was surprised. As Keyenes expected, Helding wasn't averse to eating devil fruit. In the original book, Helding participated in the competitive fighting held by Doflamingo for Marimara fruit. I got a new devil fruit, but the ability is unknown. Saying that, a small black hole appeared in Keyenes' palm, and a devil fruit flew out of the black hole and flew towards Helding. If you want, You can take a gamble and you won't be disappointed. Helding reached for devil fruit. In the palm of his hand, devil fruit was as small as a sesame seed, almost invisible. Without hesitation, Helding directly threw devil fruit into his mouth. When giants eat devil fruit, they don't even need to chew it, they swallow it directly. So they should not taste the unpleasant taste of devil fruit. The other 4 giants looked at Helding nervously, all hoping that Helding could get a powerful ability. After a few minutes, electric light suddenly appeared on the surface of Helding's body. Lightning bolts swam around him like electric snakes. "How, what ability?" asked the giantess Gerd eagerly. "I'm not too sure. It should be the ability to control electricity." Helding didn't know how to describe it, but he saw that he stretched out his palm to aim at the sea, and electric light appeared in his palm, blazing out. The lightning speed was so fast that it hit the sea and caused a violent explosion. A large amount of sea water was blown away, setting off a mist of water in the sky. Then Hayarding flashed, turned into an electric light, and disappeared, directly appearing on the island 100 meters away. "Call out!" With a flash of lightning, Hayarding disappeared again and returned to the pirate ship. Giants move slowly, and there should be only Helding who can teleport. "I can control electricity and move as fast as lightning, but not elemental, so not Logia." Hayarding said in a deep voice, "This fruit should be called electricity control fruit, or electricity fruit. The new devil fruit is named after the first person with the ability. Any name is fine, as long as the ability is suitable." Kane said, "How do you feel? Does this ability work for you?" In fact, even if he didn't ask, just by looking at Helding's expression, Kane's already knew the answer. "Useful. This ability suits me very well." Hayarding was overjoyed. "Thank you, Your Majesty the King. It's good to be useful." Kane's nodded. "For a while, you'll get used to your new abilities. How far you can develop it depends on your own abilities." "Yes, I understand." Hayarding was eager to try, obviously eager to try his newfound ability. Kane shook his head and smiled, leaping into the sky, heading straight for the palace. The system didn't let him down, and the devil fruit given to him this time was definitely a top-level ability. Electric fruit, similar to Enel's thunder fruit, except that one is paramecia and the other is logia. Electric fruit, similar to Enel's thunder fruit, except that one is paramecia and the other is logia. As Kane said before, the giants move slowly, and in many cases, they're living targets, allowing the enemy to attack, but unable to counterattack. But Helding, who ate the fruit of electricity, was different. He can control electricity and carry out long-range attacks. It can also move as fast as lightning, enough to dodge enemy attacks, and then strike back instantly. This fruit not only enhanced Hayarding's combat power, but also made up for his greatest weakness. After obtaining this ability, Helding's future combat power will not disappoint him. Kanes flew back to the palace from the coast, and on the walls of the Sky Garden hung a huge sea map. This is a detailed map of the seas surrounding the Caro Empire, with a total of 27 islands. Only 7 of the 27 islands have a country, and the Kingdom of Caro is one of the 7. Now that the Bal Kingdom has been destroyed, only 6 of the 7 kingdoms remain. And these 6 countries are Kane's next target. New World says big is big, and small is also very small. Sometimes in a sea area, the kingdom does not need too many. Only one is enough. "Wait, the time will come soon." Kanes muttered to himself, a flash of coldness in his eyes that was fleeting. It's not yet time to start the war, and Kane still needs to make some preparations, and his strength needs to be improved. Advertisement. At least, to learn emission hockey, to be able to use hockey internal destruction. Only then can the consequences of disrupting the balance be faced. Destroying the kingdom is very simple. The key is to face the consequences of destroying the kingdom. That is the biggest challenge. There is one last indicator left before the task is completed. At Kane's pace, the mission is now definitely complete, only to be delayed by that idiot Hoffman for a few weeks. At this moment, footsteps sounded, and Badgers walked into the Hentang Sky Garden. "Wahaha! Captain, I found out the whereabouts of that guy." Badgers let out his trademark giggles. Where? Keynes didn't look back, still looking at the chart in front of him. In the kingdom of Morik, that guy is a complete beast, and he knocked out another town. Badgers handed Keynes a newspaper documenting the latest events in the New World. The title reads, Edward Weevil, Whitebeard 2, destroying a small town in the kingdom of Morik, causing 500 marine casualties and thousands of civilian deaths. Captain, is it really reliable to find that kind of beast as a companion? Badgers was a little worried. Rest assured, I have the reins of the beast. Kane smiled indifferently. No matter how ferocious the beast is when put on the reins, it will be obedient and become a pet. Wah-ha-ha-ha-ha. Then I'll be at ease. Do you want me to go with you? Captain Keynes. Badgers was eager to try. No, you stay in the kingdom. Keynes shook his head. The war has just ended. I guess the surrounding countries will not be safe, and there will be small moves next. You pay attention to them, and step up the training of the escort soldiers. The Second National War will break out soon. Yes, Captain Keynes, I see. Keynes jumped out of the balcony, soaring into the sky, flying from the sky to the sea in the distance. Except for Badgers, no one knew that he had left the Caro Empire. The Kingdom of Morik is a country in the middle of the New World and one of the Allied countries. There's a marine base in the country, which is responsible for expelling pirates and protecting the safety of the kingdom. It's a pity that he encountered Edward Weevil, a beast, a soldier from a marine base, and it was not enough for him to stick his teeth between his teeth. Although Edward Weevil has a bad brain, his physique, strength, and hockey are all top-notch, and he can be called a monster among monsters. Even the former Admiral Zephyr had an arm cut off by him. Now Edward Weevil's bounty has reached 480 million Bailey. It took Keynes 4 days to travel from the kingdom of Caro to the kingdom of Morik. From the ruins of the town, you can still see the situation of the previous battle, and you can also see the terrible destructive power of Edward Weevil. It's a pity that Edward Weevil seems to have left. Keynes swept the country with observation hockey and found no breath of him. Are you a step late? Keynes was expressionless and turned to look at the ocean in the distance. Edward Weevil is not like an ordinary pirate. His every move is controlled by his so-called dwarf mother, Miss Bakin, so he can't speculate with common sense. Asterisk, 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 Miss Bakin. This is an extremely ruthless woman who worships money and has great ambitions. She claims to be the woman of Whitebeard, but no one knows the truth. Although Miss Bakin was once in the same boat as Whitebeard, Keynes felt that it was impossible for Whitebeard to like such a woman. So this claim is probably false. Miss Bakin made up this lie just to make a name and take advantage of Edward Weevil. Greed, money worship, ruthlessness, ambition, this dwarf really gathers all the filth in the world. Keynes gave a bloodthirsty smile, disappearing into the air. By analyzing Miss Bakin's characteristics, Keynes can roughly infer his next destination. A person's greed is never-ending. For Miss Bakin, no amount of money can satisfy her. So she will definitely take Edward Weevil to loot again. Wherever the country has the money, they will go there. For Miss Bakin, no amount of money can satisfy her. So she will definitely take Edward Weevil to loot again. Wherever the country has the money, they will go there. A day later, Keynes came to the kingdom of Mecca. This is a country adjacent to the kingdom of Morik, and it is also one of the alliance countries. The country's economy is prosperous and wealth is abundant, and it is the country that many pirates like to loot. Boom, 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 boom. By the time Keynes arrived, there was already a fierce battle within the kingdom. Keynes fell from the sky and landed on a clock tower. The battlefield is in the town at his feet. The two sides in the fierce battle were Edward Weevil and Marine soldiers. But facing the monster like Edward Weevil, Marine was losing ground. Keynes saw that Marine Rear Admiral, who was the base commander, was slashed into the air by Edward Weevil, and even his own saber was cut off. Edward Weevil's power is as terrifying as rumored, and every knife can slash out a powerful blade, knocking a large number of Marine soldiers into the air. With a knife, the high-rise buildings were smashed like tofu. Keynes watched from the sidelines, not immediately intervening, but unleashed observation hockey to sweep around the battlefield. The key to dealing with Edward Weevil is not himself, but Miss Bakin hiding behind him. As long as she was in control, Edward Weevil was fine. Found it. Kane's investigation didn't last long, and he quickly locked on one of the many auras. Observation Hawkeye has a variety of functions, such as perceiving attacks, predicting the opponent's next steps, perceiving the strength of the creature, perceiving the emotion and thinking of the creature, perceiving the position and number of objects outside the field of vision, and so on. Kane's observation Hawkeye can strongly perceive a person's emotions, so Miss Bakin, who is greedy for money, is particularly obvious in his perception. In a flash, Kane's disappeared. The next moment, I came to the interior of a luxurious high-rise building. Just looking at the architectural style, it is known that the owner of this luxurious high-rise is either rich or expensive. Here Kane saw corpses all over the floor, richly dressed, apparently the owner of this luxurious high-rise. Miss Bakin is also a pirate. Although she looks like a dwarf on the outside, she must be powerful, otherwise it is impossible to stay in the same boat as Whitebeard when she is young. It seems that your harvest today is very good. Kane's appeared behind Miss Bakin out of thin air and said coldly. Miss Bakin froze and turned around quickly. After recognizing Kane's, his face changed greatly. John Kanes, why are you here? The name of Kane's has spread throughout the New World since the Battle of the Bal Kingdom. Miss Bakin looked around. Edward Weevil was not by her side. She panicked. Edward Weevil is a very useful monster, and it's a pity that the reins that hold him should not be in the hands of a fool. I want him to change his owner. Kane said coldly. Is it for my son? Miss Bakin suddenly laughed. You're right. Weevil is really useful, but he's my son and will only follow my orders. Even if you kill me, you can't control him. Also, you don't dare to kill me. Miss Bakin suddenly laughed wildly. I am the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard's woman. If you kill me, he will never let you go. Boom! Before Bakin finished speaking, a black light suddenly hit Bakin. The powerful impact knocked Bakin out and smashed his head against the wall, causing his head to bleed. You talk too much, Kane said indifferently. It's just a silly lie. You're taking it seriously. Whitebeard doesn't like a dwarf like you. With that, Kane snapped his fingers. Bakin, who was lying on the ground, screamed suddenly, rolled all over the floor, and twitched, as if he was enduring unspeakable pain. In fact, when attacking Bakin just now, Kane shot a small black hole into Bakin's body like a bullet. Without Kane's control, black holes are no different from ordinary bullets. Bakin only felt the pain at the moment when the black hole entered the body, and it disappeared after the end. But as long as Kane's drives the black hole in Bakin seems to have life. It will swim in Bakin's body and release a powerful black hole gravity, devour Bakin's flesh and blood, and make Bakin suffer from extreme pain all the time. Stop! Stop! I beg for mercy, what do you want? Without even holding on for a minute, Bakin began to beg for mercy. But this is also normal. Bakin is not a hard bone. Her bones are softer than anyone else's. It is impossible to resist the pain caused by the black hole swallowing the blood hole. Snapped. Kanes snapped his fingers again, and the screaming Bakin felt the pain disappear. But the black hole still remained in her body. It's simple. Just put the reins of Weevil into my hands. Kane said coldly. It doesn't matter how the process is. How you tell him is up to you. I just want the result. If the results don't make me happy, you know the consequences. With that, Kane snapped his fingers again. The pain struck, and Bakin screamed again. This time, after torturing Bakin for 5 minutes, Kane's released his ability. After torturing Bakin for 5 minutes, Kane's was released. Go. I'll wait for your good news. After speaking, Kane's disappeared directly into the room. The exhausted Bakin struggled to get up from the ground. His face was ugly, and he gritted his teeth. Weevil is the tool she found through hard work. She is loyal to her, and it is also her reliance on New World. If he could, Bakin would say nothing to hand Weevil over. But the methods Kane's showed her terrified her, and she never wanted to try that kind of torture. Hey, you are too slow. Just as Bakin hesitated, Kane's voice exploded in her ear, followed by unprovoked, excruciating pain. Stop, stop, I'll go right away. Bakin screamed and begged for mercy, giving up the last fluke in his heart. She had wanted Weevil to take down Keyenes to disarm him. But now, Keyenes could torture her secretly. In other words, Keyenes could kill her even if she didn't show up. Bakin is afraid of death. She has not lived enough. Forget it. If the tool is lost, you can find it again. My life is my own. Bakin quickly ran out of the room and ran towards the street battlefield. At this moment, the battle is over. Weevil took out all Marine alone, and the town was almost destroyed by him. Weevil, come to me soon. Bakin shouted loudly. Facing Weevil, Bakin instantly changed his face, bossy, and his mother was full of majesty. Mom, I'll be right here. Weevil heard the sound and hurriedly ran towards Bakin. Mom, have you found the treasure? Every time Weevil fought the enemy, Bakin took the opportunity to loot the treasure, which was already a practice. I found it, but it doesn't matter. I have something to tell you. Bakin said with an ugly face. I suddenly have something urgent to do. You wait here. Someone will come and pick you up. From now on, you will follow that person and wait for me to come back to find you. Do you understand? Yes, I understand, Mom. I'll be obedient. Weevil's brain was not good, so he didn't notice the panic and fear on Bakin's face. Bakin said what he did. Okay, that's it. I'm leaving right now. After that, Bakin turned and ran away before Weevil could react. Keyenes had already activated the ability of the black hole fruit, and Bakin didn't want to delay for a second. All she wanted right now was to find Keyenes and pray that he would disarm her so that she wouldn't be tortured again. Kane stood on top of a clock tower, keeping watch over Bakin with observation hockey. Although they couldn't hear their conversation, Keyenes could tell the content of their conversation from the mood changes, making sure that Bakin didn't plan to trick him. In fact, with Kane's ability, defeating Weevil is not a problem. But it is impossible to conquer him. Weevil has a bad mind, or is a fool. In this world, he will only be loyal to Bakin. Without Bakin, even if Keyenes killed him and tortured him day and night, Weevil would not give in. There are two kinds of people in the sea that can't be conquered. One is unwilling to be inferior to someone like Luffy, and the other is a dead brain like Weevil. Kane's observation hockey has been locking Bakin, and when she is far away, he immediately activates the fruit ability. The ultra-small black hole lurking in Bakin's body suddenly disintegrated, and the powerful gravitational force of the black hole erupted, swallowing Bakin instantly. Boom! A fireball exploded, and Bakin disappeared into the fireball, completely dissipated, and no trace remained. Using black hole abilities as a means of torture was a whim of Kane's. Before using it, he was worried that it would not work. After all, black holes are too deadly. Injecting a black hole into the human body can also keep the enemy from dying, which requires a strong fruit control ability. But after one attempt, the process was successful. This means that Kane's development of the black hole fruit is very mature, and it can perfectly control the power released by the fruit. But this trick has a disadvantage. After the black hole enters the human body, it will not exist for too long, and it will disintegrate and explode in at most an hour. And the farther away, the weaker Kane's grip on the black hole becomes. In other words, Kane's can't use this trick to control a person for a long time or a long distance. After dealing with Bakin, Kane's jumped off the clock tower and flew to the center of the street. Hey, are you Weevil? Come with me, Kane said, hovering in front of Weevil. Weevil is 6.8 meters tall, and Kane's is only 3.1 meters. On the ground, Weevil was more than half his height. Are you the one my mother said to come pick me up? Weevil had no doubts and believed in what Bakin said. Yes, come with me. Kane's laughed. Your mother, you found your father, and will come to pick you up in the future. Good. In this way, Kane successfully got the reins to control the monster and conquered the Weevil monster. As for Bakin, she could never come back to pick him up. A huge rock levitated into the sky, carried Kane's and Weevil into the sky, flew into the sky, and left the country. Since everyone around has fled, there are no witnesses. No one knows that the famous Whitebeard 2 in the New World has been captured by Keyenes. Among the clouds in the sky, Keyenes and Weevil stand on the boulder and fly fast. Suddenly, the electronic sound of the system played in Kane's mind. Ding! It is detected that the host has conquered 5 powerful pirate groups or forces as his subordinates, and has completed the task of expanding the army. Do you want to receive the reward? Receive. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission of expanding the army and obtaining a mission Hawkeye, internal destruction, and 2 top devil fruits. A force poured into Keyenes, and it swept through his limbs. Keyenes felt his armament Hawkeye improved again. Keyenes naturally learned emission Hawkeye and reached the highest level of emission Hawkeye, internal destruction. Keyenes stretched out his palms, his fingers clenched into fists, and the Hawkeye inside his body gushed out like water. First black-hardened, and then the outer space of the fist was also covered with a layer of Hawkeye. If the ordinary armament color hardening is covered with a layer of skin, then emission Hawkeye is wearing a Hawkeye armor. Keyenes uses the same amount of armament Hawkeye, but has far more attack and defense than before. After learning emission Hawkeye, internal destruction, Keyenes' strength has been increased by another level. At the same time, 2 devil fruits appeared in Keyenes' hands. Looking at the shape, one is paramecia and the other is zoan. But like the devil fruit he got before, these 2 devil fruits are also something Keyenes has never seen in the devil fruit Pokédex, which is an unknown ability. Looks like it's about luck again. Keyenes smiled slightly, and a small black hole appeared in his palm, swallowing devil fruit into it. The system will definitely give you top-level abilities, so even if you gamble on luck, it is better than other pirate groups. This is also a benefit of taking refuge in Keyenes. As long as you're loyal to him, you won't have to worry about getting a good devil fruit. Hey, Captain Keyenes, I'm hungry. Above the clouds in the sky, Weevil said suddenly. Exactly, I'm hungry too. Keyenes controlled the boulders to fall from the sky, but below was the endless sea. The observation Hawkeye of Kane spread out, finding an island only a dozen kilometers away. Go ahead and have a look. Keyenes controlled the boulder to fly to the island, and the distance of more than 10 kilometers was only a few minutes away. It appears that there are no signs of human presence on the island. Keyenes' observation, Hawkeye didn't sense the scent of humans on the island, but there were quite a few beasts. From the inside of the island forest, the roar of wild beasts can be heard from time to time, and the strength of these beasts can be judged only by listening to the sound. It seems that we have come to the beast's lair. With a nonchalant smile, Keyenes landed the boulder on a clearing on the island. As soon as the two of them stood firm, the roar of a beast came from the forest behind them. Boom, 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 boom. A series of dull knocks sounded, and the big trees in the forest kept falling. Then, a huge tiger with a body length of more than 20 meters rushed out of the forest. Tiger came up to Keyenes and Weevil, grinning and drooling. Hey, Weevil, the food has arrived. Kane said coldly. I know the captain. Tiger meat is delicious. Weevil grinned, saliva dripping from his mouth. Roar! The big tiger let out a roar, kicked its claws, and opened its mouth to bite at Keyenes. Seeing this, Weevil jumped up to 10 meters high, picked up his naginata, and slashed down. A huge katana shot out from a naginata and slashed at the giant tiger. In an instant, blood splattered and the giant tiger roared. The powerful sword Chi shot out with the giant tiger, and I don't know how many trees it broke. Weevil's power is really terrifying. Without Hawkeye's physical strength, even Keyenes, whose physique has evolved 10 times, can't compare to Weevil. It's no wonder that in the original book, Kizuru said that Weevil had the power of Whitebeard's youth. This is the physique that a monster in the New World should have. Kane's physique needs to evolve again to be comparable to Weevil or Big Mom and Kaido. After the giant tiger was hit with a knife, he never stood up again and was obviously killed directly by Weevil. After just a few minutes, the giant tiger was disemboweled and roasted on a bonfire. The aroma of barbecued meat spreads in all directions, attracting more beasts. It's just that both Keyenes and Weevil exude a more terrifying beast aura, which makes the beasts in the forest dare not approach. On an uninhabited desert island, In the middle of a forest clearing lies a tiger skeleton more than 10 meters long. The tiger, which is more than 20 meters long, has now entered the belly of Keyenes and Weevil, leaving only the skeleton. Weevil is a monster with an amazing appetite. Keyenes' physique has evolved 10 times and is also a monster, and his food intake is also amazing. After eating this giant tiger with a body length of more than 20 meters, the two were barely full. Powerful digestion and absorption power quickly converts the food you eat into energy. The swollen stomachs of the two quickly returned to their original state. Boom! Suddenly, the island shook. A flaming magma boulder rose into the sky and exploded at an altitude of several hundred meters. Noticing the movement, Keyenes jumped to his feet, suspended in midair, and looked toward the center of the island. It turned out that the volcano in the center of the island had erupted, and in the heart of Fire Yamanaka, there is an unusual breath. The volcano in the center of the island erupted. A large amount of magma erupted from the crater, igniting the forest around the volcano, setting off a monstrous fire. Countless beasts began to flee, and giant birds several meters in length also fled to the sky. This island is really similar to a prehistoric island. Kane saw not only tigers, lions, and elephants, but also dinosaurs among the fleeing beasts. And the size of the dinosaurs here is very large. It is like an upgraded species. Roar! Suddenly, a deafening roar came from inside the volcano. With the roar, the volcano erupted again, and a large amount of volcanic lava erupted from the crater. The beasts on the island seemed to have seen something more terrifying than the volcano, and their escape speed increased again. That's interesting. Kane's eyes were fixed on the volcano beneath him. Under his observation Hawkeye perception, there's actually the breath of a beast inside the volcano. And the breath is very strong, almost comparable to the big pirates of New World who offer a reward of 300 million to 400 million. Kane's observation Hawkeye was firmly on the scent of the beast as it approached the crater. Finally, with a magma eruption, the beast flew out from the crater. That's a fire dragon. The dragon's body is more than 20 meters long, its wingspan is more than 30 meters, and its whole body is burning with flames. The hot magma flowed on it, but it couldn't hurt it in the slightest, as if it were bath water. Roar! The fire dragon let out a roar, and a pillar of fire spit out from its mouth, extending more than 100 meters. Large tracts of virgin forest were burned, and countless beasts were burned to ashes on the spot. The fire dragon hovered over the island, as if to declare that this was its territory, that it was the overlord of the island. There shouldn't be any fire dragons in the One Piece world, right? Kane's frowned. He knew that there were many races in the One Piece world and all kinds of strange creatures. But fire dragons should be creatures that exist in fantasy, especially like this fire dragon with flames burning all over its body, which is more terrifying and domineering than the fire dragon imagined by Keyenes. Roar! Suddenly, the dragon noticed the existence of Keyenes. The huge wings shook and flew towards Keyenes. Interesting. Do you want to fight with me? Keyenes knew that beasts were territorial. This fire dragon is obviously the overlord of this island. And when Keyenes broke into the island, he invaded its territory and acted as a provocation to it. Weevil, play around on the island by yourself. I'll be right back. After he finished speaking, Keyenes turned into a black streamer and shot towards the fire dragon. The distance of thousands of meters was approaching in an instant, and Keyenes appeared on the top of the fire dragon's head, suddenly drew his sword, and slashed down. A huge flying slash burst out of the air and hit the back of the fire dragon. I saw that the flames on the fire dragon were split by the slash, but the slash was blocked by the scales of the fire dragon. What a strong defense! Keyenes was secretly surprised. This sword, he did not use armament Hawkeye, is an attack released only by physical strength and swordsmanship. But with his swordsmanship at the level of a great swordsman and monster-level power, the power of this sword is enough to split a hill or a meteorite. Even if it is a pirate with a reward of 200 to 300 million, as long as there is no armament Hawkeye, it will be killed in seconds. But this fire dragon was unscathed, and its defensive power was evident. Roar! The fire dragon roared, and the huge eyes exuded the fierceness of humanity, and its wisdom was not low. The dragon's mouth opened wide, and a huge pillar of fire spewed at Keyenes. The terrifying heat had dried the air around Keyenes before the flames could come. Clang! Keyenes slashed diagonally with the knife, and the flying slash burst out of the air, tearing the flames apart. Then the figure flickered, disappeared directly, and appeared on the back of the fire dragon. I want to see how hard her dragon scales are. Keyenes held the black knife in his hand, and armament Hawkeye stretched out, covering the blade. Clang! The sword light flashed, faster than lightning. At the moment when the flying slash appeared, it had already traveled through space and slashed on the back of the fire dragon. Puff! The dragon's scales shattered and blood splattered. The fire dragon let out a wailing and fell from the sky. However, it didn't hit the ground. When there was still more than 10 meters from the ground, the fire dragon stopped the downward trend. The dragon wings waved violently and rose into the sky again. Kane saw that the huge wound on the dragon's back was healing fast, and new scales were growing quickly. This fire dragon is not only terrifying in terms of destructive power, but also extremely powerful in defense, and even has a very strong self-healing ability. Very well, that's how it is. Keyenes was delighted to see the hunter, and he wanted to take the fire dragon as a mount. First, this fire dragon is extremely powerful, and if it can be subdued, it will be a very good one. Second, with a fire dragon as a mount, he doesn't need to fly by himself every time he travels. Determined to pay attention, Keyenes' eyes flashed coldly, and a bloodthirsty smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Call out! The black light flashed, and Keyenes disappeared instantly, appearing in front of the huge head of the fire dragon. Keyenes' eyes met fire dragon's, his pupils shrank, and Conqueror's Hawkeye exploded in an instant. Boom! An invisible momentum swept out with Keyenes as the center, and the fire dragon bore the brunt of the momentum. Conqueror's Hawkeye is the best way to conquer the beast. The beasts have no resistance to Conqueror's Hawkeye and are inherently weak. Although this fire dragon is strong, it is also a first-class beast, and it also has this disadvantage. The fire dragon was attacked by Conquerors, with humanoid fear in its pupils, and it fluttered back unconsciously. Keyenes chased after the victory, appeared high above the dragon's head, and slashed down. The fire dragon was attacked by Conquerors, with humanoid fear in its pupils, and it fluttered back unconsciously. Keyenes chased after the victory, appeared high above the dragon's head, and slashed down. A half-moon-shaped black slash roared out, slashing precisely on the back shoulder of the fire dragon. The black hole's swallowing ability exploded, slashing tore through the defenses of the flames and dragon scales, and tore apart the flesh and blood of the fire dragon, bringing out a large amount of blood. The blood of the fire dragon is also extremely hot, spraying in the air like fireballs. Roar! The fire dragon was hit hard and wailed. The huge body was unable to fall and smashed heavily on the ground of the island. After being hit hard by this, the flames on the fire dragon began to weaken. Keyenes descended from the sky, suspended above the dragon's head, looking down, his eyes indifferent. The fire dragon roared at Keyenes a few times at first, but this time the roar was no longer as domineering as before, but more like a sternness. Afterwards, the fire dragon's eyes showed humanoid fear and lowered its huge head. I saw that its huge body began to slowly shrink. The dragon scales on its body shrank, the flames subsided, and finally it turned into a pterosaur that was only half the size of the previous one. There was a huge wound on the shoulder of the pterosaur, but the wound was intertwined with granulation, apparently healing itself quickly. It turned out to be a pterosaur. It should have eaten devil fruit. Kane saw the abnormality of this fire dragon at a glance. Is it in you demons? Well, lucky guy. Even Keyenes couldn't help but lament the guy's chance. A pterosaur can transform into a fire dragon, except for eating devil fruit. There is no second possibility. It is not uncommon for the beasts of nature to eat devil fruit. Just like the chopper in the original book, the Mount of Sky, Island gone fall. It's just that this pterosaur is the first ferocious beast that has eaten the fruit of the fire dragon. Every Eudemon's devil fruit is the top ability in Zoan and can create a top powerhouse. It is a waste to be eaten by a beast. If the situation of this pterosaur were known to the world, I don't know how many people would envy, and hate it. There are countless pirates in the Grand Line who yearn for a devil fruit, but can't get it. But now the chance of a pterosaur far exceeds them. How can it not make people jealous? Kane stared at the pterosaur and snorted coldly. Become a fire dragon. The pterosaur understood what Kane said, opened its mouth and let out a roar, spewing flames from its entire body, and rapidly grew in size. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a fire dragon again. Kane's leaped and jumped onto the dragon's back. Without issuing an order, the dragon understood what Kane's meant. The two dragon wings unfolded, and they spread their wings vigorously. Kane stood on the back of the fire dragon and roamed the sky. In order to adapt to the existence of Kane's, the fire dragon honestly dissipated the flames on his back. Although the temperature on the back of the dragon is still extremely high, this temperature is nothing to Kane's. This trip out, while subduing Weevil, he can also subdue a fire dragon as a mount. For Kane's, it was a surprise. Leviathan, go to the center of the island. On the back of the sky fire dragon, Kane's gave the order. Leviathan, the name given by Kane's for the fire dragon, followed the name of the dragon of chaos in the previous life. According to the Bible, the dragon of chaos, Leviathan, is extremely large, and it can crush the whole world with a slight turn. It is a monster among monsters. The fire dragon received the order, roared wildly, flapped its wings, and flew towards the center of the island, where Weevil had been waiting for a long time. The fire dragon swooped down, and Kane's grabbed his 5 fingers and used the gravity of the black hole to grab Weevil in the open space to the sky and landed on the fire dragon's back. Captain Kane's, is this the food you caught? Weevil cried out, drooling. In Weevil's eyes, all beasts are food, but there is no concept of mounts. This is the pet I caught. Don't move. Kane said, Yes, I see, Captain Kane's. Because of Bakin's orders, Weevil now obeys Kane's. Whatever Kane said, Weevil would execute it without compromise. Call! Leviathan, carrying Kane's and Weevil, fluttered his wings and set off a hurricane. In an instant, it has already flown to an altitude of 1,000 meters. Finally, it rushed into the clouds and disappeared. 2 days later, over the imperial palace of Caro, a huge fire dragon descended from the sky and finally hovered above the Hentang Sky Garden. Enel, who was responsible for guarding the kingdom, was the first to discover the breath of the fire dragon, and a flash of lightning appeared in the Hentang Sky Garden. The attack was not immediately launched after the presence of Kane's was detected with observation Hawkeye. Kane's jumped off the Leviathan's back with Weevil and landed in the Hentang Sky Garden. Leviathan, who received the order, also retreated from the body of the fire dragon, turned into a pterosaur, and flew into the garden. The Hentang Sky Garden was specially built by Kane's. It is huge, with a length and width of hundreds of meters. Even if Leviathan uses the body of fire dragon, he can still land here. It seems that you have gained a lot from going out this time. Enel looked at the huge pterosaur and said in surprise. Obviously, Enel also saw that Leviathan was the pterosaur that ate the magical beast devil fruit. After entering New World, Enel also learned the common sense of this world. Zoan Eudemon's fruit, a rarer ability than his Logia. Yes, it is indeed a good harvest. Kane smiled too. Leviathan's combat power is not to be underestimated, even comparable to Marine Vice Admiral. Where's Badgers? Has he come yet? Kane's had informed Badgers over the phone bug before he returned. As soon as he finished speaking, Badgers walked in from the door. Following behind Badgers, there was also a group of escort soldiers. Together, they carried a sea kings over 30 meters in size, which Kane's asked Badgers to prepare in the phone bug. Wehaha, Captain Kane's, is this the dragon you caught? Badgers came to Leviathan and took a closer look. Leviathan snorted coldly and spit out 2 flames, obviously disdain for Badgers. Leviathan is arrogant by nature disdainful of anyone but Kane's. The escort soldiers saw that Leviathan was a little scared and did not dare to approach at all. Kane's raised his hand and threw sea kings at Leviathan's feet. From today onwards, the Carlo Empire Kingdom has another big stomach king, and it is a big stomach king who eats one sea kings at every meal. While I'm away, how are the surrounding countries doing? Kane sat on the throne and looked at Badgers and Enel. Behind Kane's, the maid stepped forward and filled him with red wine. All countries have sent caravans to conduct business transactions with the Carlo Empire, but the real purpose should be to investigate the movements of the Carlo Empire. Enel sneered disdainfully. I got rid of all the spies they secretly left behind, and there's nothing worth paying attention to. Advertisement. After Kane's left, Enel was in charge of overseeing the kingdom of Caro. His observation Hawkeye can also cover the entire kingdom. Any spy showing malicious intent will be discovered by Enel. These idiots can only use these little tricks. What's up with Marine? Kane's didn't care about the surrounding 6 countries at first. Only Marine could make him fear. As Kane's influence grows stronger, Marine will certainly not sit idly by. According to the reports of the soldiers in the sea area, the patrols of warships around the waters of the Carlo Empire have become 10 times more frequent than before, and Marines are also seen in the sea areas of other countries, especially Balk Island, where Vice Admiral Doberman personally led the warship to patrol off the island. It's just that they didn't show any intention of attacking. Badgers responded. Marine wouldn't attack the Caro Empire directly, as Kane's knew for a long time. No matter what he did, now that he was the king of the world allies, Marine would not take the initiative to tear him apart. But for the pirates under his command, Marine would not be merciful. Marine's pursuit of pirates is only natural, and even with Kane's asylum, his pirate group has no immunity. Only the 7 warlords of the sea have this privilege. Sometimes, the privilege of 7 warlords of the sea is truly enviable. The bounty is stopped. The pirates under the subordinate will not be hunted down, and they can be plundered legally, which is simply a justifiable evil. Keep an eye on Marine's actions, and if they do, we don't need to show mercy. Kane's gave the order indifferently. Once the war begins, we must cut the grass and roots. Advertisement. Yes, Captain Kane's. The crowd responded in unison. Although Kane's feared the power of Marine and the Holy Land, he would not be beaten. With Kane's current strength, even if it can't match naval headquarters, it is enough to protect itself. If Marine sends a fleet to attack the kingdom of Caro Empire, he can also use the power of the black hole fruit to move all the islands to the sky to ensure the safety of the kingdom. In a word, today's Kane's has enough strength, and no longer has to be afraid of Marine and the world's conquest. Blue, 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 blue. Just then, the voice of the phone bug rang suddenly. Kane's took the phone out of his pocket and connected, and Sacco's voice came from the opposite side. Your Majesty, Marine has landed on Balk Island. Kane's narrowed his eyes. Did Doberman lead the team? Yes, that's him, and about 2,000 Marines. You block them first, and I'll come right away. After that, Kane's hung up the phone before Sacco responded. It's coming so fast. Kane's eyes were cold, and bloodthirsty red light flashed away. Badgers. Kane's snorted coldly. Wah! Here I am, Captain Kane's. Badgers waved his fist, eager to try. Advertisement. You immediately lead the escort to capture the Marine base in the kingdom, and I will notify Cavendish and let him act with you. All Marine soldiers in the Caro Empire, not a single one, will be executed. Do it, and after this time, Kane's will officially oppose Marine. Therefore, the Marine base installed in the kingdom naturally does not need to exist. Yes, Captain Kane's. Badgers took the lead and immediately exited the Hentang Sky Garden. Afterwards, Kane's looked at Enel and said coldly, Enel, come with me to Balk Island. I see. Enel grinned wildly. This is the first time I've come to Qinghai to do anything to Marine. I hope they won't be too weak and let this god have more fun. At this moment, Leviathan let out a roar, and his wings jumped into the sky. The already huge body quickly grew larger, and flames spewed from the whole body. In the blink of an eye, It has become a fire dragon with a wingspan of over 30 meters. Keyenes jumped over Leviathan's head, and Leviathan soared into the sky. At the same time, Enel also turned into a thunderbolt and flew into the sky, keeping pace with Leviathan. Ding! Host triggers the mission of destroying the enemy. Above the clouds in the sky, the fire dragon Leviathan was flying rapidly, and the electronic sound of the system sounded in Kane's mind. It has been detected that Marine Vice Admiral Doberman is invading the host territory. He is chasing and killing the host subordinates. Please kill the incoming enemy and destroy the Marine soldiers. Quest reward: 1 ordinary devil fruit. As Keyenes becomes stronger and stronger, the system demands more and more from Keyenes. Now, the reward for killing a Marine Vice Admiral is only a normal devil fruit. If Keyenes wants to get better rewards, he must complete more difficult tasks. The fire dragon Leviathan flew extremely fast, but in just over 50 minutes, it had already arrived from the kingdom of Caro to the kingdom of Balki. Leviathan is suspended in the sky, and Keyenes unleashes the observation Hawkeye to sweep the kingdom, finding a battlefield at the heart of the kingdom. Enel, you can start. Keyenes looked over to Enel and said, "Understood." Enel grinned, and a dazzling electric light erupted from his body. Then the clouds rolled and boiled, and the white clouds instantly turned into dark clouds. The dark cloud expanded rapidly, and soon shrouded the entire area over the Bal Kingdom. Advertisement. If someone is carrying a recording pointer now, they will find that the magnetic field of the entire Bal Kingdom has been completely messed up. The electromagnetic waves, or the wireless signals used for calls in the entire Bal Kingdom were blocked, and people inside the kingdom could no longer communicate with the outside world. This is the ability that comes with the launch of Logia Thunder Fruit, which has cut off the island of Bal from the world and reduced it to an isolated island in the abyss of despair. Leviathan, go down. Keyenes gave the order. Leviathan let out a furious roar, setting off a hurricane, tearing apart the clouds, and swooping down. The huge dragon's roar resounded through the sky, and the Marines and pirates on the battlefield directly below could hear it clearly. In the center of the kingdom battlefield, Vice Admiral Doberman is fighting Sacco hard. Sacco is Paramecia's cold fruit ability, Grandmaster's knowledge and armament hockey, and his strength is not much weaker than Vice Admiral Doberman. The fierce battle between the two was evenly matched. It's just that the number of Marine soldiers is extremely large, far exceeding the pirates of the low-temperature pirates, so the low-temperature pirates have already been defeated. After sensing the changes in the clouds and the sky and Longines' roar, Doberman's expression changed, and he separated from Sacco. His eyes were fixed on the clouds and the sky, and observation Hawkeye felt that there was the breath of beasts inside the clouds, and there were more than one. Roar! With a roar, a huge fire dragon appeared in Doberman's eyes. The fire dragon swooped down, breathing flames, burning hundreds of Marine soldiers to ashes on the spot. In the end, the fire dragon came to Doberman and roared again when he landed. Advertisement. Keyenes, you're actually here. Are you trying to fight Marine? Doberman Vice Admiral looked at Keyenes above the dragon's head and roared in a low voice. We don't care if you hire pirates, but you hinder Marine from chasing pirates and slaughter Marine soldiers are absolutely unforgivable sins. Kane stood on the fire dragon's head, looking down at Doberman, his voice cold. War has broken out since you landed on this island. Doberman, it was Marine who stepped into my territory first. You shouldn't blame me. Doberman's face was ugly. Marine has the right to step into any country to hunt pirates. You should know this. If what you have done today is known to naval headquarters, the kingdom of Caro Empire will be conquered and despised by the world. At that time, Marine will launch a buster call, and the entire Caro Empire will be completely destroyed. Think about it, Keyenes, can you afford that? Doberman roared angrily. It's just buster call. Do you think I'll take it seriously? Kane said blankly, and now you should be worrying about yourself. You are alone and helpless, and you are already on the brink of death. The voice fell, and there was a sudden thunder in the clouds in the sky. As if to confirm Kane's words, several Marine soldiers suddenly exclaimed. Doberman Vice Admiral, something is bad. We can't get in touch with the outside world. All the phone bugs are dead. Marine soldiers try to call the nearest Marine base for support, but unfortunately, all the phone bugs could not get through. Advertisement. You did it. Doberman's face changed greatly. Yaha, this is God's means, weak mortals. Arrogant laughter came, and Enel fell from the sky, suspended above Doberman's head. Introduction to you, my subordinate, Enel. Kane said calmly. It's his little trick, and now you're all alone. A mere vice admiral dares to break into my territory. Should you say you are incompetent, or are you arrogant and look down on me? Doberman glanced left and right. Shako is leading the cryogenic pirates at war with Marine. Because no one can restrain the existence of Sako, the low-temperature pirates have turned from defeat to victory and turned from defense to attack. And he is surrounded by Kanes, Enel, and a fire dragon. Although I don't know how strong Enel and fire dragon are, just one Kanes is not something he can fight against. Doberman's heart gradually sank, and he knew that today he was out of luck. Doberman, you shouldn't be here. Kanes looked at Doberman and shook his head slightly. From the moment you landed on the island, death was doomed. Don't be too arrogant, Kanes. The battle hasn't started yet, and the outcome is uncertain. Doberman clenched the samurai sword in his hand and roared, Go ahead, let me see your strength. As a Hawk Marine, Doberman has experienced many battles and has been crossing the sea for decades, and naturally he is not afraid of death. Even in the face of desperation, he never showed the slightest fear. Boom! The clouds in the sky suddenly exploded, and a thunderstorm fell from the sky and slashed towards Doberman at an extremely fast speed. Boom! The ground was blasted open, and a huge pit appeared. Doberman appeared on the edge of the hole with a scorch mark on his body. Obviously, he did not completely escape the surprise attack of lightning. I don't need me to deal with you. Kanes was expressionless, and the Leviathan under his feet opened his mouth and spit out a dragon's breath at Doberman. Boom! Huge pillars of fire ran through the entire street, extending more than 100 meters, melting all the houses and rocks along the way into lava. Doberman appeared in the air, stepping on moonwalk, and half of his body was pitch black, apparently using armament hockey to defend against the dragon's breath attack. But at this moment, Enel appeared behind him out of thin air, and a roaring thunder dragon had taken shape. 60 million volts, thunder dragon. With a big wave of Enel's hand, the thunder dragon roared out, slammed into Doberman, and swallowed it into his body. Then the lightning exploded, forming a huge fireball. Doberman fell from the sky, his whole body charred. Before he could land, Leviathan had turned into a gust of wind and approached. The huge dragon claws were sharp and sharp. The flames burned on the dragon scales, and one claw slashed down. Clang! A sound of gold and iron symphony resounded through the sky. Doberman stood in front of him with a samurai sword, barely blocking Leviathan's dragon claw surprise attack. But Leviathan's enormous power could not subside. Doberman's chest was attacked by a huge force, and his body was knocked out like a cannonball, hitting the ground hard. A group of Marine soldiers were smashed to their knees. Doberman vomited blood and was bruised all over. Neither Enel nor Leviathan are weaker than Doberman. One person and one dragon joined forces to attack, and Doberman soon fell into a disadvantage. Boom! With a flash of lightning, Enel reappeared above Doberman's head. Lightning condensed on the huge golden rod, and a ferocious beast took shape. 100 million volts, Thunder Beast. Enel swung the golden stick and crashed down, and the Thunder Beast walked in the air, biting towards Doberman. Bastard, don't underestimate Marine's power. Doberman roared fiercely, holding the knife in both hands and slashing hard. A huge flying slash roared out, splitting the Thunder Beast in half in an instant. The slashes kept going, and they flew towards Enel's head. Enel smiled disdainfully, and his body turned into electric light, directly dodging the slash. The electric light was refracted in midair, leaving an unpredictable trajectory that appeared directly behind Doberman. Enel's speed was so fast that Doberman's observation Hawkeye managed to capture his breath, but his body didn't have time to react. Boom! Enel's thunder-covered fist hit Doberman's back, and the power of Thunder Fruit and Armament Hawkeye exploded in an instant. Only a click was heard, and Doberman's bones were broken. Doberman vomited blood, and his body penetrated 3 high-rise buildings like a cannonball and shot 100 meters away. At the same time, the Leviathan in the sky swooped down, the flames condensed in his mouth, and spit out a fireball with a diameter of tens of meters, which precisely hit Doberman's location. Boom! The fireball exploded, and the shock wave swept across hundreds of meters. High-rise buildings were destroyed to powder in an instant. When the smoke cleared and the dust fell to the ground, a huge pothole appeared in the eyes of everyone. Vice Admiral Doberman lay bloody at the bottom of the pothole, panting. His face was covered in blood, and his expression was horribly distorted, as if he had to endure great pain with every breath. Not only the surface of the body is scarred, but even internal organs have been seriously injured. Call! Leviathan fell on the edge of the pothole with a strong wind, and Enel also fell from the sky, suspended above the pothole. It's over, Doberman Vice Admiral. Kane's voice fell, and the fire dragon Leviathan under his feet spit out a dragon's breath again. In Doberman's ferocious eyes, the dragon's breath engulfed him. The scorching flames burned, the rocks melted into lava, and the samurai swords turned into molten iron. Marine Vice Admiral Doberman was burnt to ashes, no bones left. So far, Marine Vice Admiral Doberman dead. No, it's impossible. Doberman Vice Admiral is the elite Vice Admiral of the headquarters. How could it fail? Pirates of Dammit! How dare you do such a thing to Doberman Vice Admiral? Kill them and avenge Doberman Vice Admiral. Seeing that Doberman was killed, the surrounding Marine soldiers went into a frenzy. One by one, with red eyes, they came at Keyenes. Keyenes glanced at him coldly. The fire dragon Leviathan had a heart-to-heart with him, and the fire dragon's mouth was already open. Boom! A dragon's breath roared out, extending over several hundred meters and spanning more than 100 meters. Hundreds of Marine soldiers within the sweeping range of the dragon breath fan were burned to ashes in an instant, leaving no bones behind. Enel also grinned wildly, turning into an electric light that shot into the sky. The next moment, the clouds in the sky rioted, and thunder and lightning surged. Hundreds of electric snakes tore through the clouds in the sky and fell from the sky. The clouds rioted in the sky, and the thunder and lightning surged. Hundreds of electric snakes tore through the clouds in the sky and fell from the sky. Boom, 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 boom. Lightning strikes Marine soldiers, setting off a continuous chain of massive explosions. Countless Marine soldiers were blown away, and the Marine soldiers at the center of the explosion were directly chopped into coke. 2,000 Marines, that sounds like a lot. But after a few dragon breath from Leviathan and a few thunder blasts from Enel, he was almost dead. Shako led the pirates of the low-temperature pirates to kill the remaining Marine soldiers, and finally wiped out all 2,000 Marine soldiers. At this point, Vice Admiral Doberman and his 2,000 men are all buried here today. As Keyenes had originally ordered, not a single one survived. The fire dragon Leviathan flew Keyenes over the battlefield, with the low-temperature pirates led by Shako at his feet. Sako, you lead someone to clean the battlefield, collect weapons, and you will still handle the follow-up matters of the Bal Kingdom. Keyenes gave the order from above the dragon's head. Yes, Your Majesty the King. Sako respectfully took orders. After today's battle, Sako became more loyal to Keyenes. Enel, you patrol the surrounding waters to see if there are any monitoring ships set up by Marine. If there is, it will be destroyed together. I know. Enel took the lead. His figure flashed, and it turned into an electric light and shot overseas. When everything was over, Keyenes looked at the dragon beneath his feet and gave the order. Leviathan, go back. The fire dragon opened its mouth and roared, and its wings shook violently, setting off a gust of wind, which rushed into the sky clouds like a teleportation and then disappeared. Ding! It was detected that the host killed Marine Vice Admiral Doberman and killed all 2,000 Marine soldiers. The task of destroying the enemy has been completed. Do you want to receive the reward? The electronic sound of the system played in Kane's head. Receive. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of destroying the enemy and obtaining a normal devil fruit. The reward is being distributed, and the distribution is completed. A devil fruit appeared out of nowhere in Kane's palm, and it looked like paramecia. Because it is recorded in the devil fruit Pokédex, Kane's recognized the ability of this fruit at a glance. Paramecia smells the fruit, and the person who eats it has a strong sense of smell. Even a drop of blood drips into a swimming pool, and the capable person can smell the blood in it. If it is well developed, it can even smell thousands of meters or even more than 10 kilometers away. According to the taste, the able person can find out the hiding place of the master of the taste. Because of this feature, the ability user is biased towards support, similar to the staring fruit ability user under Doflamingo. Let's be SOSO. A small black hole appeared in Kane's palm, swallowing devil fruit. Although it is just an ordinary devil fruit, it is also an ability that can be used to reward subordinates who have made meritorious deeds. Sometimes, an auxiliary ability can also play a big role. Call! The fire dragon Leviathan tore through the clouds, whipped up a gust of wind, and carried Keyenes towards the kingdom of Caro. There seemed to be a meteor streaking across the sky, and it disappeared in the blink of an eye. An hour later, Keyenes returned to the Caro Empire, which had apparently just experienced a major battle. The original location of Marine Base is now in ruins. The walls were broken, smoke filled with gunpowder, and corpses were everywhere. Badgers and Cavendish are sweeping the battlefield with escort soldiers. Led by the base chief Brad Rear Admiral, the more than 1,000 Marine soldiers stationed in the Caro Empire Kingdom have all been killed, and there is no one alive. This is what Keyenes has always done, slaughtering and eradicating the roots. If Keyenes became a Marine, the hawkish Marine would have welcomed him, because Keyenes did exactly the same thing as them. It's just that when Keyenes uses this method on Marine, the scene is not so good. Kalo Palace, Henteing Sky Garden. Kane sits on the throne, flanked by his cadres. Badgers, Cavendish, Randall, and newcomer Edward Weevil. Today's battle, Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Doberman killed, thousands of Marine soldiers killed. Naval Headquarters will not let it go. As I expected, Marine's fleet is already on its way. Keyenes looked at his men and said, "Will it be Buster Call?" Randall asked nervously. "What is Buster Call?" Enel asked suspiciously. "Is this thing powerful?" He had heard Doberman say it once on Balk Island, but he never understood what Buster Call meant. Even Badgers and Cavendish looked puzzled. Buster Call has appeared too few times, and there are almost no survivors left after each launch, so outsiders know very little about it. Randall also knew some information about Buster Call as the Prime Minister of the Carlo Empire. Buster Call is Marine's highest military operation. 10 warships, led by 5 Marine Vice Admiral and tens of thousands of elite Marine soldiers, carry out indiscriminate and devastating attacks on target areas. This is a genocide method established by the Marine headquarters authorized by World Conquest to completely remove things and people from an area that threatens world conquest. Only the Admiral of Headquarters and Marshals have the right to initiate. The Buster Call is an extermination method established by the Marine headquarters authorized by World Conquest to completely remove things and people from an area that threatens world conquest. Only the Admiral of Headquarters and Marshals have the right to launch. Keyenes explained, if an ordinary pirate kills a Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral or destroys a Marine base, Naval Headquarters will not launch a Buster Call. But the one who killed Doberman this time was me, the king of the Carlo Empire. Killing the Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral and destroying the Marine base as the king of the Allied countries is equivalent to formally declaring war on the Naval Headquarters, and it is also equivalent to provoking the majesty of world conquest. This is something that neither Marine nor the Holy Land can tolerate. In addition, There are too many pirates under my command now, so Naval Headquarters is likely to dispatch a buster call this time to wipe out everything in the entire Carlo Empire. It is not only to eliminate the threat of me, but also to kill the chickens and warn the monkeys so that other allied countries will not dare to do it again. I see. After Kane's explained, Badgers and others all knew what buster call represented. But with our strength, even if Marine launches a buster call, there's no need to be afraid, right? Enel sneered disdainfully. I've already seen Doberman's strength, and a few more will be nothing. As for 10,000 Marine soldiers, they are just ants. No matter how many ants there are, they won't be able to bite the Shinigami. Yeah, ha ha. At the end, Enel let out an arrogant laughter. Waha! Enel is right. Captain Kane's buster call is nothing to be afraid of. Even Badgers agrees with Enel. I naturally ignored buster call. Kane's glanced at a few people and said with a blank face, I care about Marine Admiral. As I expected, not only 5 Marine Vice Admiral, but also 1 Marine Admiral led the team to carry out the buster call this time. He is our worst enemy. Admiral, as soon as these words came out, Badgers and Cavendish were stunned. They don't want to be afraid, but it's an instinctive fear of the body that they can't control themselves. Even though I've been through a lot, I've been in New World for a year. But facing Marine Admiral, the two still have a visceral fear. The word Admiral itself represents strength. In this sea, there is no fear of Admiral, except for the few people at the top of the pyramid. There are only ignorant fools, such as Enel and Weevil. Enel is ignorant, so fearless. As for Weevil, it's because he has no brains. A casual coincidence. 2 kinds of people who are ignorant and brainless. Kane's happens to have both here. I've seen Vice Admiral, and that's it. Admiral is only 1 level higher than Vice Admiral. Shouldn't it be much better? Enel doesn't understand why Badgers and Cavendish are so frightened. Idiot, what do you know? Cavendish cursed directly, revealing a mouth full of fangs. Admiral is the highest fighting force in the world's conquest. There are only 3 people in the entire Marine, which is not comparable to Vice Admiral. With your current strength, if you face Admiral, you will be instantly killed by him within 10 moves. Of course, you can fly fast enough to escape. Come on, Cavendish has left Enel the last bit of face. If Admiral is really that powerful, I'd like to see it with my own eyes. Enel grinned, eyes flickering, fighting intent high. Wait, there will be a chance. I've long wanted to see the strength of Marine Admiral. Kane's face was expressionless, and a red light flashed in his eyes, and then disappeared. I have long wanted to see the strength of Marine Admiral. Kane's was expressionless, and there was a flash of red light in his eyes, and they disappeared. To say it in advance today is to give you a mental preparation. Although Admiral is scary, I am not weak. Even if I lose with my ability, it's more than enough to take the entire Caro Empire to the sky. Badgers, Cavendish, prepare yourself. You don't need to take action in the next battle, as long as you make sure the rear is safe. I will transfer the Mercury pirates and the low-temperature pirates back to the Kingdom of Caro to assist you together. Yes, Captain Kanes. At the end of the command, Kanes looked at Enel. For the past 2 days, you and I have been staying on Balk Island, which is the only way for Naval Headquarters to lead to the Kingdom of Caro, where we will face the Marine fleet. Yes, I understand. Enel nodded. Whether it's a battle with Marine Admiral or a Marine buster call, the battle is bound to be intense, and it could even destroy the entire island. So Kanes will not put the battlefield in the Kingdom of Caro Empire. As Kanes guessed, the Naval Headquarters had learned of Doberman's death when he died. Naval Headquarters houses the life cards of every Marine Vice Admiral just to keep track of their life status. As long as the life card is damaged, it means that the owner of the life card is in danger, and Naval Headquarters can immediately dispatch troops to rescue. The same is true this time. The only difference is that Enel and the Fire Dragon Leviathan shot too fast. Naval Headquarters had just learned that Berman was in danger, and before he could organize reinforcements, his life card had burned out. Because Balk Island was blocked, Doberman did not return any useful information before he died, and Naval Headquarters did not know who the murderer was. But this matter needs no verification at all. Doberman has been patrolling the waters of the Balk Kingdom recently, and the only person capable of killing him is Keyenes. Shortly after Doberman's death, Brad Rear Admiral, who was stationed in the Caro Empire, was also killed immediately, which further proved that the murderer was the Keyenes group. Because of the threat posed by the ability of Keyenes' black hole fruit, Naval Headquarters originally did not want to break up with Keyenes. But Keyenes has now directly killed a Marine Vice Admiral and a Marine Rear Admiral, plus thousands of Marine soldiers, which the Naval Headquarters will not tolerate. If Marine did nothing, he would lose face and prestige. Doberman belonged to the Hawk Marine, who was a capable man of Admiral Akainu and an absolute supporter. This time, Doberman died in battle, and Admiral Akainu was the most angry, and he led his troops to Emperor Calo as soon as possible. Of course, the Holy Land was also annoyed by this, and, as Keyenes had expected, made Naval Headquarters launch a buster call. If you do it, you must do it, and the Holy Land behaves in exactly the same style as Keyenes. Although they knew it was impossible to kill Keyenes outright, since they decided to go to war, it was natural to do everything in their power. It's naturally best to kill Keyenes completely, and even if it can't, weaken Keyenes' power to the greatest extent possible. In a sea area of the New World, on the Endless Sea, 10 Marine warships of the highest specification are sailing fast. The pirate ships that occasionally appeared on the sea, when they saw the warships appear in the distance, have already fled. 10 Marine warships traveled at the same time, and few pirates dared to collide with such a Marine fleet. The port on the edge of the island of King Balk is now empty, and the citizens have been evacuated. Kane sat back on a throne and closed his eyes. The fire dragon Leviathan was at his feet, and as he breathed out flames from his nostrils, his wings occasionally stirred up gusts of wind. Enel sat on a tower behind him, whistling wildly with an apple. Suddenly, Keyenes opened his eyes suddenly, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Enel also turned into a thunderbolt, appearing beside Keyenes. Apparently, both of them sensed the arrival of the Marine fleet. "Let's go." Keyenes rose from the throne, twisting his neck. "Marine has arrived." The voice fell, and the fire dragon Leviathan roared wildly, soaring into the sky. Keyenes leaped and jumped onto the dragon's head. Enel turned into a thunderbolt and rushed to the sky, and the fire dragon Leviathan kept pace. A fire dragon and a thunderbolt soared rapidly in the sky, flying towards the endless sea. A few kilometers away from the port of Balk, the dragon Leviathan and Enel stopped at the same time. Kane stood on top of the dragon's head, his hands in his pockets, looking down at the sea ahead. I saw a few black spots suddenly appear above the sea. As time passed, the black spots gradually became larger, revealing their true appearance. They were 10 Marine battleships of the highest specification. Kane's observation Hawkeye swept 10 warships, and he locked tens of thousands of breaths. Among the tens of thousands of breaths, there are several extremely powerful and strongest ones, and the breath is full of endless killing intent and anger. Only one of Marine's 3 admirals possessed such an aura. As expected, it was Akainu. Kane's had guessed that it would be Admiral Akainu this time around. Among the 3 admirals in Marine, only Akainu was stationed in New World all the year round, and Doberman was his confidant, so it was only natural that he should be sent here. Ding! Host triggers the enemy retreat mission. Suddenly, the electronic sound of the system sounded. It was detected that Marine Admiral Akainu led the Buster Call fleet to invade the Calo Empire. Please host to repel the incoming enemy. Quest reward: Conqueror's Hawkeye Entanglement Attack. Like the armed color, Conqueror's Hawkeye can also be wrapped around weapons or flesh to attack. Wrapping Conqueror's Hawkeye to attack can substantially attack the enemy without touching it from a certain distance. During the battle, it emits a black-red substance similar to lightning, and its attack strength is far greater than that of the armament Hawkeye coil. If 2 people use Conquerors to collide at the same time, there will be a collision in the air. Just like the battle between Roger and Whitebeard, the weapons of both sides did not touch, but an extremely terrifying shock wave broke out. This is a very clever way to use Conqueror's Hawkeye, and very few people can really master this skill. The higher the difficulty of the system task, the richer the task reward. It has to be said that this mission is very rewarding. Enel, remember, don't go head-to-head with the Marine fleet. Keyenes looked at Enel beside him and said solemnly, 5 Marine Vice Admiral team up, you can't be an opponent. This time the purpose is to repel them, not to fight them to the death. You can fly, you have air dominance, you have an absolute advantage in fighting at sea, and you can repel them if you don't show up. Yes, I understand. Enel nodded. Okay, let's get started. Keyenes looked at the warships on the sea. His eyes were cold. Being preemptive can take the initiative. The voice fell, and Keyenes raised his palm to aim at the sky, and a jet-black beam of light shot up into the sky, tearing apart the sky and shooting out into the sky. Boom! A huge meteorite, burning with flames, fell from the sky and crashed toward the 10 warships below. The meteorites selected by Keyenes this time are extremely large, with a diameter of several hundred meters, and the area where it fell covers all 10 warships. As long as it hits, 10 Marine battleships will be destroyed in an instant, and everyone will be left without a trace. As soon as Keyenes makes a move, it is an earth-shattering absolute killer move. On the Marine battleship, tens of thousands of Marine soldiers saw the meteorite fall, and they were already scared out of their minds. Even the 5 Marine Vice Admiral looked solemn. Sure enough, it's not easy, and the personal experience is more terrifying than what you see in the photos. A Vice Admiral lamented. With a cigar in his mouth and a samurai sword in his hand, it was the Marine Vice Admiral Fire Mountain. Of course, that guy's a total monster. Don't be careless. Vice Admiral was sullen, and like Doberman, he was a hawkish Marine. This time Doberman was killed. Vice Admiral was as angry as a Kainu, and this time he came to avenge Doberman. He took the lead. Vice Admiral Stoloberry looked around, looking ugly. He can fly. It's not good for us to fight on the sea. The meteorite fell extremely fast, and with such a large-scale attack, the Marine warship had no way to hide. In front of this kind of move, the number of people has become a burden. Vice Admiral looked at the panicked Marine soldiers and sighed softly. If only a few of us came, we would have suffered heavy losses just by this move. Vice Admiral Dalmesia's face remained unchanged, and all his confidence came from the figure standing on the bow of the main ship. Boom! Suddenly, an extremely hot breath erupted from the bow of the main ship. One of Admiral Akainu's arms had turned into lava, and smoke billowed into the sky. Akainu roared, punching the meteorite in the sky. The lava fist grew rapidly in midair, forming a giant lava fist with a diameter of dozens of meters. Tens of meters and hundreds of meters. The difference is 10 times different. But this punch hit the meteorite, but blocked the fall of the meteorite. Boom! The next moment, the giant lava fist exploded, and the huge meteorite also exploded after the impact, breaking into countless meteorite fragments. The meteorite fragments were shot towards 10 warships, and although Akainu took away the main impact, the remaining force was not trivial, enough to destroy a Marine warship. But the meteorite fragments at this time, Marine Vice Admiral and Rear Admiral have been able to deal with it. I saw several flying slashes shot from the warship, and the 5 Vice Admirals shot at the same time, cutting the meteorite fragments into dust in an instant. Be careful, he's here. Admiral Akainu fell back to the bow, giving a warning. After the previous move, Admiral Akainu dare not underestimate the rising star of Keyenes. In the sea, age does not represent everything. Only strength is eternal. Keyenes already has the strength to take him seriously. 5 Marine Vice Admiral and tens of thousands of Marine soldiers looked up at the sky at the same time. I saw a huge fire dragon flying from the sky, and standing on the head of the fire dragon was the target they wanted to destroy this time, John Keyenes. Call! The fire dragon Leviathan's wings fluttered, setting off a hurricane that blew on the 10 warships. Keyenes drove the dragon to the sky ahead of 10 warships. Admiral Akainu. John Keyenes. Keyenes and Akainu looked at each other, and their eyes exploded in midair, as if sparks shot in and out. Boom! Keyenes' pupils shrank, and Conqueror's Haki had erupted. The majestic aura centered on him, like a tsunami hitting the 10 warships ahead. Tens of thousands of elite Marines are within reach of Conquerors. No, it's Conqueror's hockey. Damn it. The impact of the momentum is very strong. 5 Marine Vice Admiral blocked the Conqueror's onslaught, the Marine's coat rattling behind him. They were still awake, but the Marines behind them couldn't withstand the onslaught of Conquerors. Bang, 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 bang. Large swaths of Marine soldiers lost consciousness. Their eyes turned white, and they fell heavily on the deck. In the blink of an eye, the decks of 10 warships were littered with the corpses of Marine soldiers. Over 70% of the 10,000 Marines were killed, fainted, by Keyenes in just one Conqueror's attack. Akainu was furious. His lower body turned into lava, pushing his upper body into the sky like a volcanic eruption. The magma cut through the sky like a flying meteorite and came to Keyenes. Great eruption. Akainu raised a giant fist of lava and threw it at Keyenes. The hot magma directly burned the air to boiling, and the space was a little distorted by the high-temperature barbecue. Keyenes jumped, broke away from the fire dragon Leviathan, and slashed down with a black knife in his hand. The blade was pitch black, covered with armament hockey and the black hole aperture. A half-moon-shaped black slash burst out of the sky and met Akainu's giant lava fist. Boom! The lava exploded and the black hole disintegrated. An invisible shock wave burst out, sweeping the radius. The fire dragon Leviathan has left the battlefield. Facing Akainu, its existence has no effect, but is a burden. A black hole appeared at the center of the collision, consuming all the lava created by Akainu. Keyenes retreated with the help of the shock wave, suspended in midair. Akainu is also suspended in midair, but he uses moonwalk. Lava fruit can make him skyrocket like a rocket, but only briefly. After all, there is no way to fly like Keyenes. Above the sky, Keyenes looked at Admiral Akainu with indifference. Fighting in the sky, your chances of winning are slim. Akainu stepped on moonwalk. His face was expressionless, his fists turned into boiling lava, and thick smoke billowed. The high temperature of the lava, at this moment, is the temperature of the anger in his heart. The brutal slaughter of Marine soldiers. Your sins cannot be forgiven. John Keyenes, I now convey the order of world conquest, depriving the status and rights of the alliance of Emperor Caro. Sinners like you must be utterly destroyed. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Akainu punched out a big magma dog, which quickly bit at Keyenes. Before the magma could set in, the scorching heat had dried the air around Keyenes. Keyenes swung the knife, and the black slash roared out, about to split the magma dog in half. Then the magma exploded and turned into countless volcanic bombs falling from the sky. This is the nature of lava fruit. Each of Akainu's tricks, even if it is destroyed artificially, will still erupt numerous volcanic bombs after the split, causing big explosions and monstrous fires, and the destructive power is extremely terrifying. On a frontal battlefield, Akainu's lava fruit will inflict heavy casualties on enemy troops. 610. Of course, this feature is useless for Keyenes. Now, in the sky battlefield, at the foot is the Marine fleet. Instead of hurting Keyenes, Akainu's tricks became a burden on Marine's fleet. The direction of the volcanic bomb that fell from the sky was the Marine fleet. Pot, 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 pot. More than a dozen flying slashes flew out from the warship, crushing the volcanic bomb. After the volcanic bomb was defeated, the 5 Vice Admiral gave orders immediately. Don't stay here. Set sail immediately to the Kingdom of Caro. While Keyenes is being held by a Akainu Admiral, now is a good time to do a buster call. Although 7,000 Marine soldiers were killed by Conquerors, 5 Vice Admiral led the team and 3,000 Marine soldiers were assisted, and they were still able to launch a buster call. However, as soon as the voice fell, the clouds in the sky suddenly began to riot, and black clouds enveloped the sky. Rumbling, thunder exploded in the sky, and electric snakes roamed among the clouds. The next moment, thick lightning fell from the sky, hitting a warship at a speed that was undetectable to the naked eye. The deck of the warship burst open, killing dozens of Marines. Lightning also sparked a fire that started toward the cabin of Xi'an. The Marine soldier who fainted on the deck had no time to escape and was burned alive by the fire in a coma. Who? Be careful. There are still people in the sky. The whole army is on alert. The 5 vice admiral raised their heads and glared, but did not see anyone, but only saw a human-shaped lightning phantom in the depths of the clouds in the sky. Their observation Hawkeye could only vaguely perceive the breath, but the distance was too far to attack him. It's a capable one. It's the ability to fly again. Not only flying, he can also control lightning. It's the thunderbolt beside Kane's. After Enel followed Kane's, he only made a few shots. Naval headquarters didn't have much information about his existence, only that Kane's had someone who could control lightning. Be careful, a thunderstorm is coming. On the bow of a warship, the vice admiral roared in a low voice. As soon as the voice fell, countless thunder and lightning fell from the sky, like a torrential rain, hitting the 10 warships. Although the 5 vice admiral can block the lightning, the number of lightning is too large, and they can't completely block it at all. One after another thunder and lightning fell, hitting the deck, causing an explosion and igniting a fire. Marine soldiers fled in all directions. Some jumped into the sea to escape, and if they were lucky, they could save a small life. But the unconscious Marines on the deck were now like standing still targets, allowing Enel to slaughter. However, in just a few waves of thunderstorms, thousands of Marine soldiers were killed. Meanwhile, the battle between Kane's and Admiral Akainu has heated up. Boom, 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 boom. Above the sky, Kane's and Akainu collide again and again. The collision of black holes and magma will cause violent explosions every time. The shock waves scattered and impacted, setting off a strong hurricane, causing the sea to roll over and form a tsunami. Devour knife extinguishing dust. Kane's crossed the knife in front. The blade was pitch black, and the black hole formed and swept forward suddenly. I saw a huge slash with a length of 1 kilometer swept out, traversing hundreds of meters, and all the void within the fan-shaped range was swept away by the slash. Admiral Akainu is among them, bearing the brunt. The slash swept across and directly cut it off. Immediately afterwards, the space was twisted and exploded, and each black hole formed and then disintegrated, causing a chain of black hole explosions. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, the fan-shaped area of the slashing sweep turned into a sea of fire, and everything inside seemed to be completely destroyed into nothingness. The black hole is reborn after disintegrating, swallowing everything. This is the ultimate move that destroys the dust and destroys even the dust. Admiral Akainu was swallowed by the black hole explosion, and the figure has disappeared without a trace. Kane's was suspended in the sky, and observation Hawkeye locked onto the void of fire ahead. He knew that Admiral would not die so easily. Sure enough, the next moment, a roar came from the void sea of fire. Great eruption! A giant lava fist burst out of the sea of fire towards Kane's. Admiral Akainu showed his true face, and his body was slightly embarrassed. There was a stab wound on his abdomen that was bleeding, and there was also bloodline on his cheek and mouth. He was obviously injured. Boom! The lava fist exploded, and after it exploded, it turned into countless volcanic bombs and flew towards Kane's. These volcanic bombs are so powerful that each one can easily destroy a super large warship. However, such an attack is useless against Kane's. Black hole gravity. Kane swung his sword, and a large black hole appeared in the sky above him. The super strong gravitational force of the black hole erupted, pulling the volcanic bombs to change their direction, and finally the black hole swallowed all the flying volcanic bombs. Akainu, your tricks are useless to me. Kane's hovered in the sky, his voice booming. I've said it long ago in the sky battlefield, you have no chance of winning. As soon as the voice fell, Kane's raised his hand and aimed at the sea under his feet, and the black hole's gravity exploded instantly. Immediately afterwards, 2 marine warships broke away from the sea and flew towards Keyenes, hovering above the sky. Countless marine soldiers fell from warships like ants and fell into the sea without knowing their lives. Black hole gravity. Keyenes raised his hand and waved, and the 2 warships instantly turned into 2 meteorites, smashing towards Admiral Akainu. Although the soldiers on the warships dropped a lot, there were still marine soldiers on the 2 ships. Damn it, kid, you damn it. Admiral Akainu was even more angry when he saw Keyenes using a warship as a weapon. But the next moment, he shot without mercy. Big Red Lotus. Akainu stepped on Moonwalk, his right arm turned into lava, and the huge magma turned into a huge dog's head, which smashed hard on the 2 warships. The lava dog opened its mouth to bite, and immediately bit the 2 warships into pieces, and all the marine soldiers were burned to ashes. Admiral Akainu, the leader of the hawkish marines, is tough, ruthless, brutal, and merciless. In order to complete the task, colleagues and ordinary people can be targeted and annihilated without hesitation. With just a few hundred marines, Akainu didn't care. In his opinion, as long as he can kill Keyenes, it is worth the price. After the lava dog smashed the warship, it came at Keyenes at a very fast speed, and the hot breath made the air instantly boil. Sure enough, the means are cruel. With a bloodthirsty smile, Kane slashed down with a black knife in his hand. The huge black slash hit the lava dog, about to split it in half. Akainu's attack contains an extremely high level of armament hockey, and it is impossible to split it with a normal slash. But Kane's armament hockey is also high level and uses the internal sabotage technique. The moment the slash fell, the big lava dog did not start to shatter from the outside, but began to disintegrate from the inside. Destroying Akainu's ultimate move, Keyenes flashed and disappeared, appearing 100 meters away. The moment he disappeared, Akainu suddenly appeared there and launched a surprise attack. Little devil, you can't escape. Admiral Akainu locked Keyenes firmly, and his body suddenly swelled sharply, and a large amount of lava erupted, turning into a wave of magma tsunami that rushed towards Keyenes. It's a wide-area attack, and it's incredibly fast. Keyenes looked serious, and armament hockey erupted like a stream of water, covering the arm and the black blade. Then the ability of the black hole fruit was also pushed to the limit, covering the black knife autumn water as soon as possible. Devouring the vacuum world of the knife, Kane swung the knife, and the slash roared out from the blade, forming a huge sphere with a diameter of over 100 meters. The sphere was black and extremely deep, as if it could devour everything. Even looking at the sphere with your eyes can feel tingling in your eyes. It looks like a black hole on the outside, but it is not a black hole in essence, but a combination of slash and black hole fruit ability. The speed of the black ball is extremely fast, and the space where it passes is distorted and burst, carrying endless black hole explosions. The black ball slash collided with a magma tsunami transformed by Akainu. Boom! After the poles collide, a shock wave erupts. The black ball slashed the magma tsunami, splitting the magma tsunami in two from the middle. A part of the magma in the middle seems to be swallowed by the black ball. After the black ball slashed and tore apart the magma, it hit the endless, the King's Sea. For a time, a dazzling light bloomed from the black ball, followed by an extreme explosion beyond words. Heaven and earth seemed to have lost all sound at this moment. It's not that the sound is too small to be heard, but because the sound is too loud, everyone's ears have become deaf and can no longer hear any sound. Boom! After the explosion, a large concave hole with a diameter of several thousand meters appeared out of thin air in the endless sea. Seawater cannot fill the cavity because the temperature inside the cavity is too high. As soon as the seawater gets close, it evaporates directly. The boundless tsunami erupted with the concave hole as the center and spread to a radius of more than 10 kilometers. The 8 warships in the center of the sea, unable to resist even for a moment, were engulfed by the tsunami. Above the sky, The magma tsunami that was split into two halves squirmed together, and Admiral Akainu appeared from it, spitting out a mouthful of blood. On his chest, there was a huge wound that was bleeding non-stop, and the bones were faintly visible. But the wound was soon covered with magma, and the blood was stopped. The injury this time was not like before. It was only a minor injury before, and Akainu didn't care at all. But this time, it was definitely a serious injury. In Kane's observation hockey perception, Akainu's breath was noticeably weaker. "Damn it, kid!" Akainu looked at Kane's with an ugly face, the killing intent on his body almost condensed into reality. Whoa, 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 whoa. Suddenly, several roaring winds sounded. 5 Marine Vice Admirals stepped on the moonwalk and came behind Admiral Akainu. The 5 were soaking wet and apparently just crawled out of the sea. The ghost spider glanced at Kane's fearfully and said solemnly, "Your Excellency, Akainu, retreat first. Today's mission failed." Vice Admiral also said solemnly, "Kane's is more powerful than the intelligence records, and the air combat is not good for us." Below them, Marine soldiers continued to surface in the sea, but almost all of them were dead, and only a few were still alive. 10,000 Marine soldiers, except 5 Marine Vice Admiral, 5 Rear Admiral, and a dozen colonels. The rest have all been buried in the sea. Marines' loss this time was extremely heavy. Rumble. At this moment, the sky exploded with thunder. 610 lightning flashes, and Enel appears behind Kane's. Seeing Enel's appearance, Akainu and the 5 Vice Admirals' pupils shrank. They can see that Enel is the Logia Thunderfruit ability. So obviously, he was the one who controlled thunderstorms in the sky before. A black hole fruit. The combat power is comparable to Admiral's Kane's, plus a Logia Thunderfruit ability. Both have air dominance. In this sky battlefield, they have no chance of winning at all. Go! Admiral Akainu was reluctant to look at Kane's and issued an order to retreat. Afterwards, Akainu and 5 Vice Admirals stepped on Moonwalk and evacuated towards the distance. Hey, just let them go. Enel was a little dissatisfied. Now we have a better chance of winning. Should we be able to kill them? Enel didn't understand why Kane's wanted to let Akainu go. It's not that simple. Kane's retracted his knife, shook his head, and said, "It's not easy to kill a Marine Admiral. Don't look at the fact that Akainu is now seriously injured, but his combat power has not weakened much. And do you think that the tricks that can seriously injure Admiral can be used casually? Kane's just did that trick Vacuum World, which consumed a lot of physical strength with hockey. Continuing to fight, at most, will only make Akainu's injury worse. When it comes to life and death, Akainu will naturally run away. If an Admiral wanted to escape, Kane's couldn't keep him with his current abilities. Defeating Buster Call and seriously wounding Akainu was enough to do this. Kane's eyes watched Akainu and the others flee, then to the sea beneath his feet. Marine soldiers were still alive there, and a large number of Marine soldiers screamed for help holding the wreckage of the warship. 5 Marine Rear Admirals are organizing rescues, but with little success. Admiral, if Vice Admiral and Vice Admiral can go, these people will be gone. When the voice fell, Kane's raised his hand and shot the black hole beam into the sky. Afterwards, a fiery meteorite ripped apart the sky and fell from the sky, hitting precisely where the wreckage of the warship was. Boom! The sea was torn apart, and a huge tsunami shock wave erupted, sweeping all directions. The 5 Marine Rear Admiral and the surviving Marine soldiers were all killed, leaving no survivors. Akainu and the 5 Vice Admiral obviously knew that it was impossible to leave with these people, so they turned around and left. At this point, the war is over. The Buster Call fleet headed by Admiral Akainu and 5 Vice Admirals. All the soldiers below Vice Admiral were killed, and Admiral Akainu and 5 Vice Admiral fled in embarrassment. Marines' attempt to destroy the Caro Empire was a complete failure. Yes, it is detected that the host repelled Admiral Akainu, defeated the Marine Buster Call, and completed the task of repelling the enemy. Do you want to receive the reward? Suddenly, the electronic sound of the system sounded in my mind. Receive. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of retreating the enemy and getting the Conqueror's hockey entanglement attack. The reward is being distributed, and the distribution is complete. The electronic sound fell, and a force appeared out of nowhere in Keyenes. After Keyenes absorbed this power, he naturally learned how to use Conqueror's Hawkeye in his attacks. With this skill, Keyenes' combat power has been raised by 1 level. With this power, it would be easier for Keyenes to defeat a Kainu. After all, the attack from Conqueror's Hawkeye is stronger than Armament Hawkeye. Roar! Above the sky, a dragon roar sounded. The dragon Leviathan flew from a distance with his wings waving and hovered around Keyenes, knowing that he was very happy to hear the roar. Keyenes leaped and landed on the Leviathan head. Let's go back. Leviathan understood Keyenes' words. His wings fluttered, and he carried Keyenes to the kingdom of Caro. As for Enel, it turned into an electric light and followed closely. The battle in the Balk Sea was destined to shake the whole world. Marine Admiral, as the world's highest conquest force, is almost synonymous with invincibility. But in this battle, Admiral Akainu was defeated by John Keyenes. Marine's top military operation, Buster Call, was also destroyed, killing 10,000 elite Marine soldiers. Such a big news cannot be concealed at all, and soon it will spread all over the world. At that time, John Keyenes, the king of the Carlo Empire, will be the 5th force in the New World. Just like the 4 emperors, it is an existence that cannot be provoked. Above the Carlo Palace, Hentang Sky Garden, Keyenes descended from the sky on a fire dragon and landed in the palace gardens. His cadres and the pirate captain were all waiting here, and when they saw Keyenes returning, they quickly got up to greet him. Your Majesty the King, Captain Keyenes. Seeing that Keyenes was unscathed, everyone had speculation about the outcome of the battle. But no one spoke until Keyenes had a firm answer. Keyenes stood on the head of the fire dragon Leviathan, looked around the crowd, and said loudly, "The Marine Buster Call has been destroyed, and Admiral Akainu has also reseated with serious injuries. The war is over." As soon as the voice fell, the palace garden was quiet for a while, and then there was a burst of enthusiastic cheers. To actually beat Marine Admiral is unbelievable. Alpha, the captain of the Mercury Pirates, widened his eyes and looked stunned. He was shocked by the news, and his mind went blank, as if he was in a dream for a while. How powerful is Admiral? He knows it best. Since the beginning of the Great Pirate Age, there has never been any news of Admiral being defeated in the sea. Wow! Isn't that, of course, Captain Keyenes is the strongest? Badger shook his fist and grinned. As someone who originally followed Keyenes, Badgers never saw Keyenes fail. So this war, Badgers also believes that Keyenes will win the final victory. Cavendish and Captain Sacco of the low-temperature pirates were also excited at the moment. If they can follow a strong man like Keyenes, their future is destined to be extraordinary. Everyone, it's a banquet. In the Hentang Sky Garden, Keyenes looked at the crowd and said loudly, "Randall, prepare the food. This banquet must be lively, very lively." "Yes, Your Majesty Keyenes." Randall was excited, and his shoulders were shaking all the time. As the most loyal person to the Carlo Emperor family, he can be said to have watched Keyenes grow up from a young age, just like Keyenes' fathers. There is nothing more satisfying than watching Keyenes grow. A king who can defeat Marine Admiral is destined to lead the kingdom of Caro to glory. Even if it offends the conquest of the world, it loses the status and rights of the allied countries. But those are nothing compared to Keyenes itself. The banquet at the palace continued, and during this time the Marine Buster Call was destroyed, and the news of the defeat of Marine Admiral Akainu had spread throughout the world. In order to expose the news, Morgans can be said to be willing to pay any price, even to offend world conquest. John, Keyenes defeats Marine Admiral. Admiral Akainu escapes badly injured. The Marine Buster Call was destroyed, and John Keyenes slaughtered 10,000 Marine soldiers. The strength of the killing tyrant John Keyenes has become a mystery, and King's Landing New World has become the 5th emperor. The kingdom of Caro lost its affiliation status and will become a country of pirates. John, Keyenes will challenge the throne of the 4 emperors, who is the first target. One after another, sensational headlines appeared on the front page of a newspaper. This event was too big to record on the front page of a newspaper. Morgans wrote several headlines at once, each with a different title. For days, Kane's was the hottest talking point in the world. New World, the first half of the Grand Line, almost everyone, every faction is talking about John Kane's. Even the Four Emperors pirates can no longer underestimate the existence of John Kane's. Just as Kane's became famous all over the world, Marine issued a bounty for Kane's and his men in time. Although he's not a pirate, Marine still issued his bounty, and the bounty amount is terrifyingly high. Not only the pirates will be rewarded, but the pirates, killers, revolutionary army, all who pose a threat to Marine and world conquest, Marine will issue a bounty. Killing Tyrant John Kane's, with a bounty of 2.064 billion Bailey. Fighting Champion Giza's Badgers, with a bounty of 230 million Bailey. White Horse Cavendish, with a bounty of 280 million Bailey. Thor Enel, with a bounty of 350 million Bailey. Badgers Annie and Lou finally became bounties, and the first bounty amounted to over 100 million. Cavendish already had a bounty, and this time Marine increased his bounty by 100 million Baileys. In addition to the smaller territory and fewer troops under his command, the gap between Kane's and the Four Emperors pirates is already very small. However, Kane still did not announce that the Kingdom of Calo became the country of pirates. He is still a king, not a pirate. As king of the Caro Empire, Kane's doesn't need world conquest to acknowledge his identity. In a sea area of New World, a huge killer whale pirate ship is drifting with the current. This is the Moby Dick, the main ship of the Whitebeard pirates. On board was the strongest man in the world, one of the Four Emperors, Whitebeard Edward Newgate. At this moment, there is a banquet on the ship, thousands of pirates drinking and having fun, laughing and laughing. The scene is very harmonious. Unlike the serious atmosphere in the Beast Pirates or the Big Mom Pirates, the atmosphere inside the Whitebeard Pirates is very harmonious. The captain and the crew are like a family, and there's a banquet almost all the time. Dad, something has happened. Admiral Akainu has been defeated. Marco fell from the sky, folded his wings, and came to Whitebeard, handing a newspaper to Whitebeard. The rest of the pirates also got the newspaper, and everyone was watching the news that made the world boil. John Kane's, king of the Caro Empire, defeats Marine Admiral, and Admiral Akainu escapes with serious injuries. How is this possible? To beat Marine Admiral? Looking at the headlines in the newspaper, many members of the Whitebeard pirates were shocked. What Admiral means they know best. That is the highest combat power of world conquest, and it has never failed. John Kane's, the kid who broke into the New World last year. Whitebeard is also a little impressed with Kane's. That's right, it's him, the king of the Caro Empire. This time, I don't know why it started a war with Marine. Not only did Buster Call be destroyed, 10,000 elite Marine soldiers were killed, but even Admiral Akainu was severely injured by him. Marco shook his head and sighed, obviously very shocked. This is his reward order, and the first reward exceeded 2 billion. With that said, Marco handed Kane's bounty to Whitebeard, and the number of 2.064 billion Bailey on it is very dazzling. Although less than half his size, it was more than all his sons. Goo-la-la-la-la-la. These little devils are really arrogant. So young, what's the hurry? Asking for flowers. Whitebeard laughed, picked up a large bowl, and gulped the wine inside. At present, although he is not a pirate, his power is expanding rapidly. Some people speculate that his next goal is to challenge the Four Emperors. Marco said in a low voice. Goo-la-la-la-la. Don't worry. Marco, lousy is Whitebeard. Whitebeard laughed arrogantly. Challengers or something have been sunk by lousy long ago. Ah, Daddy is right. Marco, just a little kid, nothing to worry about. Dad is the strongest man in the world. How many times a kid like this is courting death? Don't worry, have a banquet, have a banquet. Many pirates grinned, and at the same time forgot about Kane's and continued drinking and having fun. With the world's strongest Whitebeard as their backer, they never care about any challenger. Because of all the previous challengers, all of them lost in the hands of Whitebeard in the end. In the end, he was either killed or became a member of the Whitebeard pirates. Just like the current second team captain Ace, it was the same back then. Only Blackbeard, who was sitting in the corner, showed a strange smile that no one noticed. The strongest in the world? Not necessarily. Dad, you are old and you're no longer the strongest man in the world. Blackbeard looked at Keyenes in the newspaper, his eyes flashing coldly. Wait, the time will come. Why get that fruit? There is nothing to fear from such a kid. On the other side, the New World waters. The aunt of one of the 4 emperors was staring at the newspaper and drooling. Her saliva is strongly corrosive, and it directly corrodes the marble floor when it drips on the ground. The front page of the newspaper is John Kane's, but the focus of Ant's attention is not Kane's, but his new giant pirate group. Morgan's not only recorded Kane's deeds in the newspaper, but also recorded the power of the pirate group under his command. Among the 5 affiliated pirates, the new giant pirates are very prominent. Well, this damn kid actually got the giant I wanted most. There are a lot of races in Ant's world, but the giants are not included, which is a pity for Ant. The giant that Keyenes has is what she has always wanted. Hey, Katakuri, at the next tea party, send someone an invitation to this kid. The ant looked at the son in front of her and said, I'm also very interested in a kid who can defeat Admiral and conquer the giant. Well, well. Yes, Mom. Katakuri said respectfully. He is the second figure of the Big Mom pirates, the highest masterpiece of the Big Mom pirates, Charlotte Katakuri, the strongest son of the 4 emperors. The only 4 emperors who really care about Keyenes are Whitebeard and Big Mom. The Whitebeard pirates paid attention to Keyenes because they were the closest to the Whitebeard pirates' territory after the expansion of the Callow Empire waters. Moreover, the 4 emperors that newcomers of all dynasties like to challenge the most is the strongest man, Whitebeard. As for Big Mom, it's just because of the giants. Although the ant is strong, her heart is like a child. Keyenes got the new giant pirates, which, in Big Mom's opinion, was like stealing her most wanted toy. The last beast pirates Kaido and red hair pirate Shanks were only slightly surprised, remembering the existence of Keyenes, and did not do much. Kaido's turf Wanakuni is too far from the Caro Empire, and so is the 4 emperors' redhead's turf. Even if the kingdom of Carlos expands several times, it will not be able to touch their territory. When the news of Marine Admiral's defeat came out, the whole world boiled over. The actions of Keyenes to defeat Marine Admiral deal a heavy blow to Marine's majesty. In the first half of the Grand Line, New World, the sea was surging for a while, and countless pirates became more ferocious. Therefore, naval headquarters had to send more troops to suppress those rioting pirates. Let them know that Marine is still strong enough to crush the world. Some pirates who dare to make trouble will be hunted endlessly. And as time went on, Keyenes' name got louder and louder. Countless Haichungs set sail to the sea, wanting to enter the New World to join his command. Carlo Empire, Hentang Sky Garden. It has been a week since the Battle of Balk, but the banquet is still not over. In the garden, Keyenes lay on the edge of the pool, a wine glass in hand, sunbathing. In the swimming pool in front, more than a dozen beautiful maids were playing in the water, and the scene was very lively. Badgers Cavendish, Enel, Weevil, and Alpha and Sacco all indulge in banquets, drinking and laughing. At this moment, Chancellor Randall came behind Keyenes and reported respectfully, Your Majesty, Captain Ron and Captain Cullen are here. Oh, is it finally here? Kane smiled lightly. Call them in. Yes, Your Majesty. Randall saluted respectfully and exited Sky Hentang Garden. After a while, Randall walked in with 2 pirates, a man and a woman. The man's name is Pullman Ron, the captain of the Corruption Pirates, and the woman's name is Katie Cullen, the captain of the Sonic Pirates. Both of them are supernovas in the year 1518 of the Wahara calendar, and they are also the captains of 2 pirate groups captured by Keyenes. Captain Keyenes, long time no see. Both Ron and Katrin said respectfully. Yeah, long time no see. Keyenes clapped his palms, and everyone looked at him. Everyone, let me introduce you. Pointing to the 2, Keyenes said, Pullman Ron, Katie Cullen, last year's supernova pirate captain, and now my crew. Keyenes introduced the 2 to everyone. As for them, you 2 should know each other, right? Keynes looked at Ron and laughed. Naturally, they're all famous people in New World. Ron glanced around at everyone and grinned. Before entering New World, I thought I had a chance to challenge you, but now I'm in the same camp, it's really good luck. Ha ha ha, if you want to fight, there is a chance. Sacco smiled playfully, his body was cold, and a layer of frost instantly condensed. Keynes glanced at everyone and said indifferently, all the cadres under my command, except for the new giant soldiers pirates, have already arrived. This time, calling you here is only for one thing, to expand the territory. As soon as the voice fell, the sea chart that had been hanging on the wall flew over automatically, suspended in front of everyone. Randall also came behind Keynes with a video phone bug, and the opposite of the phone bug was holding the captain of the new giant pirates. The giant is too big to come to the Sky Hentang Garden for a meeting, so he can only communicate with the video phone bug. Anyway, the video phone bug will project the meeting screen to the opposite side, and Herding can participate in the meeting without coming. This is the sea area around Carlo D. There are a total of 27 islands and 7 countries. Keynes looked at the chart and said, after the kingdom of Balk is destroyed, there are 6 countries left, and the kingdom of Caro occupies 3 islands. My goal is to bring all these 27 islands into the territory of the Caro Empire and unify this entire sea area. Now, there are 5 countries on the 27 islands. Keynes looked at Enel and said in a deep voice, Enel, you are the leader of this operation, and a quick solution will be made. Except for the Carlo Empire, not a single one of the other countries will be left behind. Yaha, don't worry, leave it to me. They will soon know the power of God. Enel burst out laughing, confident. Weevil, you go with him and have fun. Keynes looked at Weevil next to him and said, Yes, Captain Keynes. Weevil was obedient and obeyed Keynes. Afterwards, Keynes looked at the chart again. The other islands are unclaimed areas, so I'll leave them to you 5 pirate groups. You can choose your own targets. After you lay down a territory in the future, your station will be one of these islands. Do you understand everything? Yes, Captain Keynes. The crowd responded in unison. Okay, let's go down. Keynes waved his hand and said, the operation will start in 3 days. At the end of the meeting, everyone left the Sky Hentang Garden and went down to prepare. In particular, the 5 pirate groups under Keynes' command are all trying their best to take this opportunity to make a bigger name. In the Hentang Sky Garden, Keynes was sitting on the garden throne, and the electronic sound of the system sounded at this moment. Ding! Host starts the only Empire mission. Please host the 27 islands around the Carodi Sea, unify the surrounding waters of the Caro Emperor Kingdom, and establish the only Empire. Mission reward: armament hockey outside. Like a mission hockey, armament hockey is a special use skill of armament hockey. Emission hockey has cultivated to ultimate and can do internal destruction. Armament hockey, on the other hand, is to gather the armed colors on the hands or weapons and release them, which directly evolves into substantial offensive or defensive power. This is armament hockey's out-of-body attack. During the battle with Akainu also used this move, but it was a pity that Keynes was agile and fast, so he avoided it every time. Speaking of which, Keynes was able to defeat Admiral Akainu this time, but he also took advantage of the geographical advantage. In the decisive battle in the sky, Akainu's speed and agility were suppressed, and in the face of Keynes, who could fly freely and move extremely fast, he was naturally at a disadvantage. 3 days later, the 5 pirate groups, under Keynes, went to sea at the same time. Enel also headed towards the target kingdom with Weevil and the Caro Empire escort. New World, Morsa Kingdom. Of the 5 kingdoms that Keynes will attack this time, 2 worlds conquer the allied nations. Morsa Kingdom is one of them. Rumbling, the sky thundered. As long as the citizens of the Morsa Kingdom looked up, they could see that the sky that was originally white clouds suddenly became densely covered with dark clouds. Lightning flashes and thunders in the dark clouds, and the electric snake roams away, exuding a terrifying aura. The first person to notice the difference was Marine Base, who was stationed in the Morsa Kingdom. Like Brad, who was stationed in the Caro Empire, The base commander was also a Marine Rear Admiral. "No, that monster is here." Rear Admiral's face changed greatly, and he quickly picked up the phone and attempted to connect to Naval Headquarters. However, no matter how he dialed, the phone bug did not respond. When Enel activated the Thunderfruit ability to change the cloud climate in the sky, he had blocked all electromagnetic waves and signals within the kingdom. The Morsu Kingdom has become an isolated island. "Lucas, Rear Admiral, what should we do?" Lieutenant Colonel Marine asked nervously. 15 these days. The most famous is John Keynes and his subordinate Thor Enel. The Morsu Kingdom and the Caro Kingdom are adjacent to each other. So Marine in this base naturally knows Enel, the god of thunder. Just by looking at the change in the weather in the sky, they knew it was the Enel monster. Facing this monster who dared to face Marine Buster Call, all Marine soldiers in the base fell into despair. "Retreat. Everyone retreat immediately." Lucas Rear Admiral immediately gave the order to retreat. They have no reinforcements, and they will definitely lose in the face of Enel. Staying here is just a death sentence. Lucas Rear Admiral was not afraid of death, but there were still 1,000 Marines in the base. As the head of the base, he must consider the lives of his subordinates. Emergency evacuation signal sounded at Marine base. All Marine soldiers took only the most basic sidearms and evacuated Marine base as quickly as possible. However, the next moment, an extremely thick lightning beam fell from the sky and hit the Marine base with precision. Boom! The Marine base instantly turned into a huge fireball, and the buildings were destroyed in an instant. Hundreds of soldiers who were too late to evacuate all died in an instant, and their bodies were burned in the fire. "Damn its asshole!" Lucas Rear Admiral watched this scene. Trembling with anger, his eyes were red, but he could do nothing. Enel suspended in the sky is like a real god. Even if he just stands there, he can't attack him, let alone defeat him. Boom, 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 boom. The sky thundered again, and at the same time, dozens of thick thunderbolts slashed down, covering the area where Marine base was located. For a while, the explosions continued. The Marine base was razed to the ground, and the entire area was reduced to a sea of fire. Lucas Rear Admiral tried his best to block a few lightning bolts, but he could barely protect himself. All the Marine soldiers under his command have all died under the thunder and lightning. "Damn its asshole!" Lucas Rear Admiral was distraught. However, at this moment, a figure descended from the sky and landed in front of Lucas. The figure was over 6 meters tall, while Lucas was only a little over 2 meters tall, standing in front of him like a child. Fuck! Lucas naturally recognized Edward Weibel's identity. He never expected to see this monster here. And by the looks of it, even King Whitebeard too was already a subordinate of Kane's. Fush! Before Lucas could react, a sharp knife light had already lit up. Weibel grabbed the Naginata and slashed down. After cutting off Lucas's samurai sword, he slashed on his chest. Spurt! Blood spurted out, flying into the sky. Lucas shot backwards and crashed into the sea of fire. With just one move, Marine Rear Admiral Lucas was instantly killed. Enel, who was above the sky, noticed that Lucas's breath disappeared, turning into an electric light and shooting in the direction of the royal palace of Morsu. At the same time, the soldiers of the Karodi escort also began to land from the coastal port. Originally, there was a Marine base guarding here, responsible for expelling the Sea City and guarding the Kingdom of Morsu. But now that Marine base has been razed to the ground, the door has been left open, allowing the captain of the Karodi Guard to drive straight in. Enel came to the sky above the royal palace Morsu. A lot of lightning appeared on the surface of his body, and the deep dark clouds in the sky above his head became more violent. Countless lightning fell and finally condensed together to form a huge sphere. The shape of this sphere is similar to ball lightning, and its interior is filled with amazing airflow and electric current. Enel smiled coldly, waved his palm lightly, and the lightning sphere crashed down, hitting the Morsu palace. Boom! The power of the thunder and lightning erupted in an instant, and the Morsu palace instantly turned into a pile of dust. A huge fireball soared into the sky and endless shock waves and hurricanes rushed to all directions like a tsunami. This is a small laying. The power can easily destroy a palace. If Enel casts Thunderfruit with all his strength, the super-large thunderbolt he creates can easily destroy an island. In this way, the king of Morsu Kingdom and his children were completely destroyed. The escort army of Morsu Kingdom was also defeated by Weevil, and the Morsu Kingdom declared its demise. The Caro Empire guards entered the Morsu Kingdom, took down the flag of the Morsu Kingdom, and planted the unicorn flag of the Caro Empire. The regime changed, and the kingdom changed its owner. It took only one day to destroy the Morsu Kingdom, just like the destruction of the Balk Kingdom at the beginning. When Lucas Rear Admiral was killed, Naval Headquarters naturally got the news immediately. Marshal Sengoku immediately called a Marine meeting. Marine Ford, Marine Meeting Room. Many high-level Marines gathered, and the atmosphere in the conference room was solemn and stagnant. Everyone just confirmed the news that Lucas Rear Admiral, stationed in Morsu Kingdom, has been killed. Marshal Sengoku looked at the many Marine executives and said in a deep voice, "As before, Lucas Rear Admiral didn't return any news before he died, probably because the phone bug was blocked. There's only one person in 610 who can do this, John Kane's subordinate, Thor Enel." As soon as these words came out, many Marine executives suddenly turned gloomy, especially Admiral Akainu. When he heard Kane's name, the wound on his chest was aching, and his arms and cheeks simultaneously heated and turned into lava. Sengoku looked around the crowd and said solemnly, "Our previous guess has come true. Kane's has now begun to expand his territory. The countries and islands around the Carlo Empire are the targets he will conquer next." Did Marine just watch and do nothing? A radical Hawk Marine Vice Admiral shouted angrily. "Yeah, the Morsu Kingdom is a member of the World Conquest, and Marine is obliged to ensure its safety. Lucas Rear Admiral can't die in vain. Marine should send troops to crusade. John Kane's cannot stay and must be eliminated as soon as possible." Many of the Marine executives couldn't tolerate such a reckless killing of Marine soldiers by Kane's. "It's useless. It's too late to do anything now," Crane Vice Admiral said with a sigh. "Admiral personally leading Buster Call can't shake Kane's rule, and Marine's addition of troops will not help. It's useless. It's too late to do anything now," Crane Vice Admiral said with a sigh. Admiral himself led the Buster Call and could not shake Kane's dominance, and Marine's further troops would have no effect. After Vice Admiral of Crane finished speaking, the conference room fell into a dead silence, and many senior Marine executives were speechless at Vice Admiral's words. Admiral led the forces of Buster Call, Marine's highest military operation, except for Summit War. This kind of force can't defeat Kane's. What else can be done against Kane's? Is it possible to get 3 admirals to go together? This is impossible. Marine has 3 admirals, one guards the New World, one guards the Naval Headquarters, and one guards the Holy Land, Mariewa. Unless there are special circumstances, the 3 admiral are divided to perform tasks. It is absolutely impossible for 3 admirals to go out against one person at the same time. If Marine's 3 admirals come out, the Naval Headquarters and Mariewa power will be empty, which is absolutely not allowed. That's what the people above mean. Kane's is already full of wings, and it's not appropriate for Marine to have a head-on confrontation with him now. We can only express regret for what happened to the New World countries." Sengoku shook his head. "Marine doesn't do anything. Is he going to watch as Kane's power grows stronger?" Vice Admiral Ghost Spider said unwillingly. "No, it is to wait for the opportunity," Crane Vice Admiral said calmly. Saying that, an adjutant behind her posted a chart on the blackboard in the conference room. "This is the Kingdom of Caro and the surrounding waters." The adjutant looked at the chart and introduced, "There are only 26 islands that are close to the Kingdom of Kane's and easy to rule. Kane's has 27 on his chart because he moved an island of Greenia, which is not recorded on Marine's chart. After Kane's rules these 26 islands and the surrounding waters, his territory will be close to that of the New World Whitebeard pirates." In the Marine conference room, the adjutant pointed to the chart and said, "If Kane's wants to go further, there will be friction with the Whitebeard pirates." The meaning of the Holy Land is to pit Keyenes against the Whitebeard pirates of a new world, and use the power of the four emperors to get rid of Keyenes. The Whitebeard pirates and Keyenes fight, no matter who wins or loses, and what the outcome is, both sides are bound to lose both sides. At that time, Marine's chance will come. Many Marine executives nodded secretly. If things can really develop as it is now said, it is naturally the best. Between evil forces, dog bites dog, Marine is the best choice to take advantage of the fishermen. Let Marine, who is stationed in the Parthian kingdom, withdraw. At this moment, Sengoku spoke suddenly. At this point, there is no point in being there anymore. Marine's recent losses have been so great that there is no need to increase casualties. Yes, I'll do it right away. Tsuru Vice Admiral nodded, agreeing with Sengoku. The Parthian kingdom, like the Morsa kingdom, is a world-conquering country. Marine's withdrawal at this time meant giving up the allied country and showing their helplessness towards Keyenes. The distant New World, the island where the Parthian kingdom is located. Marine at the base immediately withdrew from the kingdom after receiving the order from the headquarters. On the second day, Enel arrived with Weevil, such as the Morsa kingdom that was destroyed before. In just one day, the Parthian kingdom fell. The king, royal family, and nobles of the Parthian kingdom were all killed, and the kingdom guard lost more than half. The heroic unicorn flag fluttered in the wind, announcing the arrival of the new master of the kingdom. After the collapse of the two world members, Enel turned his attention to the three non-world members. First the kingdom of Trodas, then the kingdom of Jadril, and the kingdom of Abia. In a total of 10 days, Enel wiped out 5 countries around the Caro Empire. Because his speed was too fast, it also caused the subsequent Karoti guards to have no time to receive the newly captured territory. After all, not everyone can fly from the sky like Enel. The soldiers of the escort had to travel to various countries on warships, ranging from 1 or 2 days to 3 or 4 days, and their physical strength was not as strong as that of Enel, so they could not persist in continuous cross-border battles. When Enel destroyed the 5 kingdoms, the 5 pirate groups under Keyenes also began to split up and seize the remaining 20 islands without national sovereignty. There are only ordinary civilian towns on some islands, and there's no need to start a war at all. Just go to the island and plant the Carlo D unicorn flag. Some islands are occupied by pirates or killers. After a great war, 5 captains including Helding Alpha ruled the island by force. Those who did not surrender were mercilessly killed. Those who are willing to surrender will be annexed and subdued. In the blink of an eye, 2 months later, the 27 islands around the Carlo Kingdom have all been planted with the unicorn flag of the Carlo Kingdom. The 27 islands are connected into a huge sea, and now there's only one owner, the killing tyrant John Keyenes. Carlo Palace, Hentang Sky Garden. Keyenes was seated on the throne, and 2 beautiful maids were waiting for him. One poured wine for him, the other massaged him. Suddenly, the electronic sound of the system sounded. Ding! It is detected that the host has captured 27 islands around the Karoti Sea, unified all the sea areas around the Caro Emperor Kingdom, and has completed the only empire task. Do you want to receive the reward? Keyenes remained calm, waved his hand, and said, "You guys step back first." "Yes, your majesty." The maid obeyed the order, saluted respectfully, and exited the Hentang Sky Garden. System, receive rewards. Congratulations to the host for completing the only Empire mission and getting the armament hockey release. The reward is being distributed, and the distribution is complete. The electronic sound of the system ended, and a force appeared out of nowhere in Keyenes and traveled throughout his body. After absorbing this power, Keyenes felt that his armament hockey had evolved again, and he naturally mastered the armament hockey external skills. Keyenes raised his palm, and armament hockey poured out like water, covering the entire palm and the outside of the handhall. Boom! Keyenes slapped the palm of his hand, and the invisible armament hockey burst out like a wall, smashing a huge barbell in front of him into powder. The huge barbell was used by Enel and others for exercise. The whole body was made of fine iron and was very hard. However, under the attack of Keyenes, it was beaten into powder like tofu. Armament Hockey's attack power far exceeds that of ordinary winding and hardening. With this skill, Kane's strength has been increased. His attack methods can also be more bizarre. Just then, Chancellor Randall walked into the garden and came to Kane's to salute. Consult the kings, plus His Majesty the King. Get up. Thank you, Your Majesty. Randall got up and said respectfully, Your Majesty, the 27 islands have been fully subdued, but the troops left behind on each island are already insufficient. Do you want to expand the army? I have asked Badgers and Cavendish to handle this matter. The kingdom is recruiting troops, and the enthusiasm of the people to join the army is very high. Kane said calmly, There are also the original guards of the 5 kingdoms. If there are surrenders, they can also be used. In addition, with the pirates who recently joined the Caro Empire, and with them, there should be enough troops. Yes, Your Majesty, Randall said respectfully, admiring Kane's vision. It's just that the army's weapons are a little too weak, and the defenses of the outer islands are also insufficient. If you want to be foolproof, you must build a stronger war fortress. Kane's is still somewhat dissatisfied with the current status quo. Do you need me to contact the arms dealer? Randall asked. No, I have a more suitable candidate. You go down first. Yes, I will retire. Randall bowed respectfully and exited the Hentang Sky Garden. On the throne, Kane's thought for a moment, raised his hand and waved, and a small black hole was born out of thin air. The black hole spun slowly, as if it could swallow everything, but a small note flew out and landed in Kane's palm. This is the number that Doflamingo gave him when he was at the World Summit. When Doflamingo expressed his intention to cooperate, Kane's also felt that he would be useful in the future, so he kept the phone number. Speaking of weapons dealers, the first thing Kane's thinks of is Doflamingo. As the most powerful of the 7 warlords of the sea, Doflamingo can be said to be black and white. He is engaged in the arms business in the underground world, and his influence spreads all over the world. There are countless countries that do business with him to buy weapons, and even the 4 emperors Kaido secretly have deals with him. I just don't know if his artificial devil fruit has been made. After all, the scientist Caesar defected from world conquest in 1518 when a conflict broke out with world conquest. It is now 1519, just 1 year, and maybe the artificial devil fruit has not been built yet. The artificial devil fruit is very risky, and only 1 out of 10 people gets the power. But those costs are nothing compared to the gains it brings. Nowadays, there are many pirate groups under Kane's calm command. For Kane's, these pirates are just cannon fodder, not core cadres. Kane's doesn't mind letting them eat artificial devil fruits, as long as they gain strength. Inside the Carlo Emperor's palace, Kane's took out his phone and dialed Doflamingo's number. After waiting for a while, the other side connected, the phone worm grew glasses, and a pink coat appeared on the back, turning into the appearance of Doflamingo. What about the number you don't know? Who is the incredible guy on the opposite side? Doflamingo's wild laughter came from the opposite side. Those who can directly call a private phone number are those with extraordinary identities in various fields. It's me, Kane said coldly. Oh, isn't that John Kane's? Doflamingo clearly heard Kane's voice. He would contact me. Does the famous killing tyrant have anything to do with me? Stop talking nonsense, Joker. I want a batch of weapons. Kane's directly stated his intention. Enough to equip 100,000 troops, Fodge. All weapons must be the latest and most powerful. At the same time, for war fortresses will be ordered, as well as heavy artillery equipped with the fortresses. This is a big business. Doflamingo grinned wildly and said, Do you want to fight the 4 emperors by ordering so many weapons? What? Do you want to join us? Kane said nonchalantly. Do. There is no need to participate together. I will prepare the weapons, but it will take time. Such a large weapon can't be assembled in a short time. Doflamingo said, As soon as possible, just give it to me, and I will send someone to give you the money to buy weapons. Okay, nice deal. And just like that, Kane's and Doflamingo's first deal was done. The process was short and very clean. On the other side, Doflamingo also hangs up on the phone bug. I saw the blue veins surging on his forehead, and he laughed even more wildly. It's getting more and more interesting. Ever since Doflamingo was banished from the Holy Land by the celestial dragons, he wished the world was as chaotic as possible. Keyenes is now rushing to order weapons, suspected of going to war with the four emperors, in the arms of Doflamingo. Dover, is that John Keyenes across from him? Toripole asked. Toripole is one of the top cadres of the Don Quixote family. Paramecia, sticky fruit ability, very disgusting, with a snot hanging on his face all the time. He also likes to be close to others when he talks, and as soon as he gets close, Doflamingo backs away in a cold sweat. Ah, that's the guy I was in touch with when I was at the World Summit before. Doflamingo gritted his teeth and smiled. I guessed right, that guy is not a quiet person. After securing the turf, that guy is going to act again. Go and prepare, and gather the weapons of 100,000 troops as soon as possible, as well as 4 war fortresses and 400 heavy artillery pieces. I have a hunch that a war that will affect the whole world and shake the conquest of the world is about to break out. Doflamingo's wildly smiling face looked extremely terrifying at this moment. The war that lasted for more than 2 months in the waters around the Caro Empire came to an end. The 27 islands were unified and all became the domain of the murderous tyrant John Keyenes. And Keyenes has officially become the 5th major force in the New World, only under the 4 Emperors pirates, and is respected as the 5 Emperors by the world. Not only that, but Naval Headquarters has also released the latest bounties for John Keyenes and all of his cadres. Killing Tyrant John Keyenes with a bounty of 2.5385 billion Baileys. Thor Enel, bounty 675 million Bailey. Edward Weevil, Whitebeard 2, with a bounty of 630 million Baileys. Tyrant Mount Fire Dragon Leviathan, with a bounty of 327 million Bailey. Fighting Champion Giza's Badgers, with a bounty of 330 million Bailey. White Horse Cavendish, with a bounty of 380 million Bailey. Helding, the captain of the new giant pirates, has a bounty of 31,500 Bailey. The captain of the Mercury Pirates, Jackie Alpha, has a bounty of 538 million Baileys. Cryogenic Pirates, Captain J.K. Sacco, with a bounty of 428 million Baileys. The captain of the Corruption Pirates, Pullman Ron, has a bounty of 396 million Baileys. Katie Cullen, captain of the Sonic Pirates, has a bounty of 357 million Bailey. In addition to the culprit Kane's bounty skyrocketing, Enel and Weevil's bounty also ushered in a skyrocketing bounty, both of which exceeded 600 million at the same time. Marine makes a bounty. The strength of the target is only one of the criteria, and the degree of harm the target may cause to the world. Because Enel and Weevil were the main force in this war, destroying 5 countries, causing huge casualties, and the impact is too bad, so the bounty will soar. As for the others, the bounty for each person is only a symbolic increase of 100 million, which is neither high nor low. It's just that the Dragon Leviathan is also wanted by Marine, which surprises Keyenes. The Leviathan's condition was also discovered and revealed by Marine. A pterosaur that ate the fruit of the Zoan phantom species, the dragon, made pirates all over the world stunned. Over the Caro Empire, Keyenes was suspended in the air. Under his pulling, the island of Greenia, which was on the edge of the Caro Kingdom, was pulled above the kingdom. Countless citizens watched this scene and were shocked in their hearts, but they did not cause panic. Today, the name of John Keyenes has spread all over the world, and the Kingdom of Caro is one of the safest countries in the world. As long as Keyenes remains the king of the Caro Empire, the country will be fine. Citizens know that this is His Majesty, the King, unleashing power. With him there, the island couldn't have fallen. Keyenes controlled the island of Greenlia with one hand, and aimed at the sky directly above the palace with the other, and a powerful black hole gravitational force erupted. I saw the sky, and clouds were torn apart, and the wind howled. A golden city tore through the clouds and fell from the sky, slowly landing on the island of Greenlia. How big is a city made of gold? It cannot be described in words. Under the sunlight, the golden city exudes a dazzling light, enough to make people unable to open their eyes. At this moment, countless citizens who saw the golden city were stunned, as if they were living in a dream. Even some pirate officers under Keyenes watched this scene in disbelief. The original purpose of pirates going out to sea is to find the so-called big secret treasure that is for money. They don't know how much the big secret treasure actually has, but the golden city that appears in front of them has broken their cognition of treasure. Such a golden city can support the lives of millions of people. If a pirate gets it, it will be impossible to use it up for more than 10 lifetimes. In the eyes of many pirates, the so-called one-piece great secret treasure is nothing more than that. With the current strength and name of Keyenes, he can finally present the golden city in front of the world. Even if he is not in the country, no one can invade the kingdom of Caro to plunder the gold. Keyenes used his black whole fruit ability to suspend the golden city 1,000 meters above the kingdom. The dazzling light emitted by the gold enveloped the entire kingdom, as strong as the sun's rays. Even if it is separated by more than 10 kilometers, the splendor of the golden city can be seen from a distance. From now on, the golden city will be the symbol of the Carlo Empire and the status symbol of John Keyenes. Call out. A huge golden bell fell from the sky and landed on the central square of the Carlo Empire, smashing the original royal bell tower to pieces. From this moment, the golden bell replaced the original royal bell and became the new landmark of the Carlo Empire. Countless people screamed and cheered, and countless people poured into the central square just to take a close look at the beautiful golden bell. When the Carlo Empire was boiling, Keyenes came to the virgin forest on the west blue shore of the Carlo Empire. This is the home of the new Giants pirates. Boom, 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 boom. Before Keyenes reached the west blue shore, there was a deafening bang from the forest. From the sky, a huge Tyrannosaurus Rex was rampaging through the forest. Just a turn around and a flick of the tail can smash more than a dozen trees in the sky. This Tyrannosaurus Rex is more than 30 meters high and 50 meters long, and it is more than 5 times larger than the ordinary Tyrannosaurus Rex on prehistoric island. It looks like a super monster. Of course, this size is not comparable to the ancient giant. The ancient giant Oz was 67 meters tall. Looks like your abilities are adapting well, Bagger. Keyenes landed on the head of the Tyrannosaurus Rex and said lightly. The Tyrannosaurus Rex opened its mouth and let out a roar, and then said, "All thanks to Captain Keyenes for giving me the devil fruit." The voice fell, and the huge Tyrannosaurus Rex began to deform, and finally turned into a giant with a height of more than 20 meters. His name is Goldo Bagger, and his name is a bit like Roger, the Pirate King. He is the chef of the new giant pirate group. The giants may be bound by their huge bodies, which makes their perception not as strong as humans. They can't learn Marine's 6 styles, and even hockey is slow to practice. Keyenes wants the giants to exert their powerful strength, and can only use devil fruit to strengthen them. When Keyenes conquered 5 factions before, he got 2 top devil fruits, one of which was given a bag. The fruit given by the system is naturally a good thing. This fruit is in the form of Zoan ancient species, dragon fruit, and Tyrannosaurus Rex. After Bagger ate devil fruit, his attack and defense increased rapidly. After the fruit ability is activated, it can still have the speed of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, which makes up for the shortcomings of the slow movement of the giants. Moreover, with the original size of the giant clan, the Tyrannosaurus Rex that Bag turned into is definitely the largest in the One-Piece world. With Hayarding, who ate the fruit of electricity, and Bog, who ate the fruit of Tyrannosaurus Rex, the combat power of the new giant pirates skyrocketed. In this way, the new giant soldiers pirates can hope to resurrect the giant soldiers pirates that once shocked the world and regain the glory of the giants. Quarrel. In a flash of lightning, a giant appeared beside Keyenes. It was the captain of the new giant pirates, the electric giant Helding. After eating the fruit of electricity for a period of time, Hayarding became more and more proficient in using the fruit of electricity. "Captain Keyenes, do you have any instructions for us?" Helding looked at Keyenes standing on Bag's shoulders and asked respectfully. "There is one thing for you to do." Keyenes calmly said, "I ordered a batch of weapons from Doflamingo, and the quantity is very large. This time, your new giant pirates will be responsible for bringing the weapons back. As he spoke, a small black hole appeared behind Keyenes, and a large amount of gold spewed out of the black hole and fell into Helding's hands, forming a small mountain of gold. This is the money to buy weapons, and you send it to Doflamingo. The weapons enough to equip 100,000 soldiers and the heavy artillery of the four war fortresses would be too troublesome and inefficient if they were transported by ordinary warships. Only the giant ship of the new Giants pirates can transport all the weapons and cannons back to the Caro Empire Kingdom in the shortest time. Moreover, the new giant soldiers pirates were originally in charge of the business of the Caro Empire Kingdom. They had experience in doing these things and were the most suitable candidates. Yes, we'll do it right away. Helding is now loyal to Keyenes and has always strictly followed his orders. Just then, the phone bug in Keyenes' arms suddenly rang. Blue, 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 blue. Keyenes took out the phone and connected, and Alpha's voice came from the opposite side. Captain Keyenes, the four Emperor's Big Mom pirates are here. Keyenes frowned, and Helding, who heard the conversation next to him, also changed his face. Helding has known Big Mom since childhood and lived with Big Mom in Elbaf, the Kingdom of Giants. When Big Mom was 5 years old, he fell into a madness because of an eating disorder and destroyed the giant village Elbaf, so he forged a deep hatred with Helding. Keyenes asked calmly, expressionless, "Who's here?" "It's a lion called Keyenes and a long-legged family called Baronet," Alpha said on the opposite side. They came on orders from Big Mom to see Captain Keyenes. Bring them to the palace. After Keyenes finished speaking, he hung up the phone bug. Glancing at Helding and Bag beside him, Keyenes quickly guessed why Big Mom had sent someone to contact him. Just because of the giants. When Big Mom was a child, he had a deep hatred with the giants, so that all the giants hated Big Mom very much. Therefore, in the sea of all nations established by Big Mom, there's been no giant clan for so many years. Captain Keyenes, Big Mom is a monster. You must be careful, Helding reminded in a deep voice. To say who was the first to witness the horror of Big Mom, it was definitely the giant family of Elbaf. As a child, 5-year-old Big Mom was abandoned by her biological parents in Elbaf, the Kingdom of Giants. The giants of Elbaf saw her pitiful, so they received her, but this behavior directly led to the destruction of the giant village. Although he was only 5 years old at the time, the mad Big Mom killed the giant hero in one move, destroyed the entire giant village by himself. Although she was only 5 years old at the time, the mad Big Mom killed the giant hero in one move, destroyed the entire giant village by herself. Helding and Gerd were in the village at the time, and they were good friends with Big Mom. But after seeing Big Mom go mad, both of them fled the village in fright. Since then, Helding and Big Mom have forged a deep hatred. Even today, decades later, Helding still has deep fear and dread about Big Mom. Don't worry. Although Big Mom is strong, I am not weak. Kane smiled indifferently. With his current strength, he was no longer afraid of the four emperors. You don't have to worry about it here. Go to Doflamingo first and bring the weapons back. Keyenes ordered. Yes, Captain Keyenes. Helding and Bag took orders, and the two returned to the ship and soon set sail. Keyenes returned to the palace, waiting for the arrival of Keyenes and Baronet. He knew both of them and had seen them in 610 in the original book. One is the Fur Clan, the other is the Longfoot Clan, and their combat power is not weak. It's just that it will take a few days before they reach the Kingdom of Caro. After Keyenes ruled the waters of the 27 islands, this area has been completely controlled by his subordinates. The four main roads entering and leaving the Kingdom of Caro are controlled by the four pirate groups under his command. If you want to enter the Caro Empire Kingdom, you must first pass the inspection of the pirates. Alpha led the Mercury pirates and stationed on the former site of the Kingdom of Zodas, and it took 2 days to reach the Kingdom of Caro by a pirate ship. 2 days later, Carlo Emperor Palace, Cloud Sky Garden. The classical gramophone played a peaceful tune, and Kane sat on the balcony with an ancient book, quietly flipping through it. Suddenly, Chancellor Randall walked up to Keyenes and said respectfully, "Your Majesty, The Baron Ball of Kermes is here. Keyenes didn't look up and said lightly, "Bring them up." "Yes." Randall saluted respectfully, and then exited Hentang Sky Garden. At this moment, outside the Carlo Emperor's palace, Baron Kermes was looking at the golden city above his head with a dull expression. "It looks very similar from a distance, but I didn't expect it to be a city made of gold. How much is Bailey worth to build a city out of gold? I can't believe that Keyenes has such a huge wealth in his hands." Even though the two of them were from the Four Emperors' pirates, it was rare to see such an amazing picture. The existence of the Golden City is enough to shock the whole world. "You too, His Majesty the King, has an invitation." Randall came to Keyenes and Baron Egg and said calmly. Randall is also a nobleman, and he is very polite when dealing with people. Keyenes and Baron Egg recovered from their sluggishness and followed Randall to Hentang Sky Garden. As soon as they stepped into the garden, a ferocious night swept across them, causing the two to stand upside down. It was the fire dragon Leviathan that released the breath, and the beast couldn't hide his breath as perfectly as humans. Seeing a stranger stepping into the Sky Hentang Garden, he immediately showed hostility. "Leviathan, sit down." Keyenes let out a cold drink, and Leviathan let out a low growl, sitting on the ground. Sensing that the aura of the beast receded, Keyenes and Baron Dandin breathed a sigh of relief. "Your Majesty Keyenes, it's the first time we meet. It's polite." Before coming to the throne, Baron Kermes said respectfully, "Keyenes' victory over Marine Admiral alone deserves the respect of the two barons of Kermes." Keyenes glanced at the two of them and said calmly, "The Sea of 10,000 Kingdoms is far from the kingdom of Caro. What is the matter with Big Mom asking you to come to my kingdom?" "Please rest assured, His Majesty Keyenes, that there is no hostility on our trip." Baron Eggy said repeatedly, "Mom is about to hold a tea party, so he specially asked us to send an invitation letter, asking His Majesty Keyenes to go to the world to attend Mother's tea party." Speaking of which, Baron Dandin took out an invitation letter from his arms and handed it respectfully. Keyenes clicked his finger, and the invitation automatically flew up and fell into his hands. It was written on the invitation that the tea party would be held in a month. Annie likes tea parties, and Keyenes knows that. After all, to that old woman, nothing is more important than eating. But not everyone can receive it. The people who can receive the invitation letter for the Ants' tea party are all famous people in the world, and each of them has a master's power. And after receiving the invitation letter, it cannot be refused. This is the invitation of the Four Emperors, and rejecting the invitation letter means rejecting the Four Emperors. Big Mom will send her subordinates to take bloody revenge on those who refuse the invitation. His relatives, friends, brothers, and all those who are related may lose their lives because of this. At this time, the Ant sent Keyenes an invitation to the tea party. In addition to acknowledging his status, she also wanted to test him. "I received the invitation, went back, and told Big Mom that in a month I would go." Keyenes put away the invitation and said calmly, "Yes, then we will be waiting for His Majesty Kane's chariot." At the same time, Baron Keyenes was relieved. They were really afraid that Keyenes would say don't go. According to past habits, after a person receives an invitation but says he rejects it, the person in charge of sending the invitation will immediately turn his back. But they're too different from Kane's strength. If they do it here, the two of them will never be able to get out of this garden alive. Keyenes looked at the two barons of Kermes and jokingly said, "The Carlo Empire is very big, and there are many amusement facilities after reconstruction. If you two are interested, you can stay here for a few more days. Anyway, there is still a month before the tea party starts, and there is still plenty of time." No. Thank you, His Majesty Keyenes, for his kindness." Baron Keyenes' Egg's face stiffened. "After completing the task, we will go back immediately. On the way back, I have to purchase dessert ingredients for the tea party, so I won't leave anymore. The Caro Empire is the home of Keyenes, where there are many powerful people and many dangers." In front of Keyenes, both Keyenes and Baron Egg were terrified and didn't want to stay for a moment. "In that case, Randall, see off for me," Keyenes ordered. "Yes, Your Majesty." Randall saluted Keyenes, then looked at Baron Pokemiseg, stretched out his hand, and said, "You too, please come with me." Afterwards, Randall took the two to leave the Sky Hentane Garden. After the two left, two electric lights lit up in the garden, a cyan lightning and a white lightning. After the cyan electric light dissipated, Enel appeared. And after the white lightning stopped, Cavendish appeared. Back then, Kane's got two top devil fruits. One was eaten by the giant bag, in the form of an ancient Tyrannosaurus Rex. The other one was eaten by Cavendish, the Paramecia speed fruit. Eat this devil fruit and get the speed of lightning. Cavendish's swordsmanship is already good at speed, and after incarnating as Hakuba, he kills people at the speed of a gust of wind. Now that he has eaten the speed fruit, his movement and sword skills are faster, and his strength is increased by several levels. P.S. Introduce Keyenes and the fruit ability of his cadres. John Keyenes, Paramecia black hole fruit. Giza's badgers, Zoan ancient generation species, cat fruit, saber-toothed tiger form. Cavendish, Paramecia speed fruit. Enel, Logia thunder fruit. New giant pirates, Captain Helding, Paramecia power fruit. Chef Goldo bag, Zoan, ancient species, dragon fruit, Tyrannosaurus Rex form. Mercury pirates, Captain Jackie Alpha, Logia mercury fruit. Co-Captain Tifano, Paramecia chestnut fruit. Low temperature pirates, Captain J.K. Sacco, Paramecia cold fruit. Corrupted pirates, Captain Pullman Ron, Paramecia corrupted fruit. Sonic pirates, Captain Katie Cullen, Paramecia sonic fruit. Really going to Big Mom's lair? Is that the Four Emperors' territory? Cavendish was a little uneasy. In the face of the Four Emperors, anyone would have this kind of pressure. It's okay, it's just a tea party. Keyenes threw the invitation to the tea party aside. Although there are many strong people in the world, I still don't take it seriously. Even if the old woman from Annie took the shot herself, I can leave at any time if I want. With the power of the black hole fruit, Keyenes has conquered the skies and is invincible. Although Big Mom has Zeus, it can also fly. But she can't fly as fast as Keyenes. Keyenes Ishin wanted to go. She couldn't even see the back of Keyenes' head. An old woman can actually become the Four Emperors of the New World. If you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have believed it at all. Enel shook his head, feeling a little vague. Don't underestimate that old woman. Keyenes said solemnly, when she was 5 years old, she was able to kill giant heroes and destroy giant villages. Now she has conquered the sky and climate, and her ability to use thunder and lightning is even stronger than you. The ant made Thundercloud Zeus with the soul fruit, which can freely use the power of thunder and lightning. After so many years, the power of Zeus has become extremely terrifying. Although Enel is a Logia thunder fruit capable person and has excellent qualifications, he is not as good as Big Mom after all. In the future, if thunder fruit is awakened, you can meet Zeus at 15. Don't worry, I will become stronger and stronger, and God will not lose to an old woman. Enel grinned. Keyenes ignored his middle two and said coldly, while I'm going to 10,000 kingdoms, the kingdom of Carlo will be handed over to you. It's still the old rule, pirates who invade and loot, not a single one. Those who take the initiative to take refuge in investigate and stay, and those who are incapable will be sent to the mines to serve as coolies. Huh? Will the captain not bring his subordinates with him? Cavendish's color suddenly changed, revealing a mouth full of fangs. No, it's enough for me to go alone. Besides, there's Leviathan to go with me. As if in response to Kane's words, the dragon Leviathan let out a low growl, and 2 flames shot out of its nostrils. 2 weeks later, above the endless clouds in the sky, the fire dragon Leviathan was shuttled through the clouds. Keyenes lay on the scales of the Leviathan's head and let it soar with Keyenes. It has been 2 weeks since he received the invitation letter from Big Mom, and Keyenes is on his way to the Sea of Nations. The Sea of 10,000 Kingdoms is far from the sea area of the Carlo Empire, and it takes 2 weeks just by boat. But Keyenes has the fire dragon Leviathan as his mount. If he flies at full speed, he can arrive in 3 days, so naturally he doesn't have to worry so much. The Leviathan's flight speed did not reach the fastest speed and was just flying at a normal speed at the moment. Call. Carrying the strong wind, the fire dragon Leviathan swooped down, fell vertically from the clouds in the sky, and came to the sea from an altitude of several thousand meters in an instant. A small sea kings jumped out of the sea at this time and was bitten by Leviathan. The sea kings with a body length of more than 10 meters were bitten by the Leviathan and flew into the sky. Kanes waved his hand and slashed, and a slash shot out, splitting sea kings in two from the middle. The severed half of the body flew to Kanes under the gravitational pull of the black hole. Afterwards, Leviathan sent flames out of his back and began to grill Sea King's bodies. After a while, the Sea Kings were roasted and had bursts of aroma. As for the other half of the body of Sea Kings, it was directly swallowed by the fire dragon Leviathan. This is how both Kanes and Leviathan eat and fuel when they're outside. Kanes don't even need to land. They can eat Sea Kings directly on the Leviathan's back. Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise came from the distant sea. Kanes frowned and unleashed observation Hawkeye towards the sound's origin. Soon, the human breath was sensed thousands of meters away. For Leviathan, the distance of thousands of meters can be reached with a flick of the wings. Above the sky, the fire dragon Leviathan descended from the sky. Kane saw some ship debris and wreckage floating on the surface. Among them were 6 large pieces of shipwreck, which were cut with knives. It's a bit of a coincidence. Kane saw a coffin boat in the midst of the wreckage. The Sea of New World is rough and the climate is fickle, and only one person dares to travel with a coffin boat. The world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye. As the world's largest swordsman, Hawkeye has 2 hobbies in his life. One is to search for powerful swordsmen around the world to compete with swords. The second is to sit in his coffin boat and go with the flow, and then sink the pirate group he meets into the sea to pass the time. As 7 warlords of the sea, you must help Marine fight pirates while enjoying a series of privileges. And Hawkeye's habit of killing time has led to countless pirates falling under his black knife every year. He eradicated more pirates alone than the other 6 Shichibukai combined. Eagle Eyes also obviously noticed the arrival of the fire dragon Leviathan, and a pair of eagle eyes locked onto the fire dragon Leviathan, causing Leviathan to let out a low roar. In other words, what Eagle Eye is targeting is not the Leviathan, but Kane's above Leviathan's head. But just the golden light of the eagles eye was enough to make Leviathan fear. The beast is very sensitive to the strong. When he saw Hawkeye, Leviathan knew that he was no match for the man in front of him. Pin. Without saying anything, Hawkeye drew his sword directly. The huge black knife fell gently, but it chopped off an incomparably huge flying slash. The sea was torn apart in an instant, and the slash roared, flying towards the fire dragon Leviathan. The slashing speed was too fast, and Leviathan had no time to dodge. Pot! At the critical moment, Kanes jumped from the top of Leviathan's head, and the black knife was already unsheathed. The same flying slash burst out of the sky, and the scale was not much smaller than Hawkeye's slash. The 2 slashes collided head-on on the sea, and an incomparably strong hurricane erupted, tearing apart the sea and rising into the sky, tearing apart the clouds and the sky again. Kanes fell from the sky and landed on the head of Leviathan, staring at the eagle eye at sea. What? Want to fight? Of course, it is rare to meet a great swordsman, so naturally you have to fight. Hawkeye's pupils clenched, locked firmly on Kane's. A fiery and high fighting spirit erupted from his body, as if a long-lost feeling had arrived at the blood of the swordsman. John Kanes, I've wanted to fight you for a long time, but never had the chance. Hawkeye knew that Kanes was a top swordsman when Kanes destroyed the kingdom of Balk. Hawkeye has been thinking about playing Kanes ever since. Ding! Host triggers the mission of defeating the enemy. The electronic sound of the system sounds. The world's largest swordsman, Hawkeye, is detected to challenge the host. Please defeat Hawkeye. Quest reward. Peak swordsman, swordsmanship. Kanes is now a great swordsman, but as a great swordsman, the gap between swordsmanship will be very large. Just like the comparison between Kanes and Hawkeye, Kanes' sword is definitely not as good as Hawkeye. In New World, there are still a few who could be called great swordsmen. But none of these people can match Hawkeye's swordsmanship. Hawkeye's swordsmanship has reached its peak, and he is a figure who truly stands at the peak of the swordsman. Keyenes turned his head and glanced into the distance. About a few kilometers away, there was an island looming. The battlefield is set there. If you want to compete with swords, keep up. The voice fell, and the fire dragon Leviathan's wings disappeared directly into a stream of light, leaving only a gust of wind in place. Keyenes glanced into the distance. About a few kilometers away, there was an island looming. The battlefield is set there. If you want to compete with swords, keep up. The voice fell, and the fire dragon Leviathan's wings disappeared directly into a stream of light, leaving only a gust of wind in place. Hawkeye smiled happily. His figure flashed, and he disappeared directly, leaving a trail of afterimages in the air, quickly approaching the island. Moonwalk, one of the Marine's 6 styles, is only a pediatrician for Hawkeye, and he naturally has already mastered it. Dragon Leviathan took a quick, eagle-eyed step and came to the sky above the island. Keyenes leaped and landed on the plain in the center of the island. After a few breaths, Hawkeye also arrived in time. On the desert island, there are ferocious beasts. But at this moment, the entire island was dead silent. Not even the slightest sound of beasts could be heard. Only because of this confrontation at the moment are Keyenes and Hawkeye, 2 of the world's top powerhouses. Call! A breeze blew past, and a few leaves fell gently. Suddenly, Keyenes and Hawkeye drew their knives and slashed at the same time, without any prelude. 2 gigantic flying slashes burst out of the air, brushing past Keyenes and Hawkeye's cheeks. I saw that the ground of the island was torn apart, and the traces left by the slash extended thousands of meters away, extending all the way to the sea. The calm sea was also cut open, setting off a turbulent tsunami. Above the battlefield, Keyenes and Hawkeye disappeared at the same time. Between the flashes of the 2 sword lights, they have already met. Hei Dao Yi and Hei Dao Xiao Shui collided, and the hot Mars scattered in and out. Both knives are black knives. One is a supremely fast knife, and the other is just a large knife. But for high-end hockey users, there is not much difference between the supreme knife and the knife. Both have used the upper hockey cover knife, which is unparalleled in power. Kane swung his sword like electricity, slashing wildly, and the black slash roared out, knocking Hawkeye back dozens of meters. The eagle-eyed horizontal sword was in front, and, after blocking the slash, it suddenly slashed upwards. The same black blow, after tearing the void, flew towards Keyenes. Keyenes flickered, leaving several afterimages in a row, dodging the slash. The speed of the two's moves was as fast as ultimate, and the battle center was almost invisible. Only one after another sword light was seen flying, and the sword energy was vertical and horizontal. Huge cracks opened in the plains, and towering trees were cut off in the middle. From time to time, there are huge flying slashes that break through the forest and extend out, and the sword energy extends for thousands of meters. Pieces of rock burst, and the amazing momentum erupted in the center of the island, spreading to every corner of the island. The beasts on the island began to riot one after another, fleeing to the edge of the island at the fastest speed. The sea outside the island has begun to boil, setting off layers of waves. Pin, a jet-black knife light pierced through the void and hit a mountain on the periphery of the island. I saw that the rock wall slowly cracked, and then the entire mountain top broke away from the shackles of the rock and rose into the sky. When the top of the mountain flew away, another knife light tore the coast and completely cut off a corner of the coast. The chopped coastline plunged into the sea, setting off huge waves. Hawkeye and Keyenes, who were in the center of the battlefield, stood back to back, and the two stopped attacking at the same time, still maintaining their knife-wielding posture. The knife that split the mountain was cut by Eagle Eye. The one that cut the coastline was cut by Keyenes. Puff! Suddenly, a tiny bloodstain split open on Keyenes' cheek, and the crimson blood spurted out. The clothes on Hawkeye's chest also cracked with a sword mark, but his body was not injured. It seems that I am not your opponent in light fighting swordsmanship. Kane's turned to look at Hawkeye and said in a deep voice. In the previous fierce battle, Kane's only used the power of swordsmanship and hockey, and never used the ability of devil fruit. Of course, he didn't use Conqueror's hockey entanglement either. Kane just wanted to see how far he was from the peak of the real great swordsman. Your swordsmanship is very good, and you are a good opponent. Hawkeye turned and looked at Kane and said, I'm going to use my abilities, be careful. After Kane's finished speaking, he suddenly slashed down with his knife. I saw a half-moon-shaped black slash roaring out, as if traveling through space, directly in front of Hawkeye. The swordsmanship moves have not changed, and hockey has not changed either, just covering the power of the black hole fruit. But the power is completely different. Wherever the slash passed, the space distorted and died. When Hawkeye saw the slash, it was too late to dodge, so he could only attack head-on. Hawkeye swept out with his sword in both hands, accurately hitting Kane's slash, and they met. A knife fell, and the half-moon-shaped slash was cut in half and flew behind Hawkeye. I saw that the moment the slash touched the ground, a small black hole was instantly formed, swallowing part of the rocks of the ground. Subsequently, the black hole rapidly shrank and disintegrated, and a violent explosion occurred. 2 huge fireballs were born, and the shock wave generated by the explosion shattered the coastline and set off a powerful hurricane. At this moment, Kane's ultimate move comes up again. I saw him with the horizontal knife in front, the black knife wrapped around hockey in the autumn water, and it was pitch black. Among them, black holes are born and annihilated, and the endless power is condensed into one point. Devouring knife, lifeless destruction. Kane slashed out, and the space was directly twisted and exploded. A half-moon-shaped slash roared out, consuming everything that came into contact along the way. The void seemed to be cut off, leaving only the purest black, and even the light was swallowed up. Hawkeye's pupils shrunk, as if facing an enemy. Before the slash came, he already felt the skin tingling all over his body, as if countless knife chi were tearing his skin. I saw Hawkeye holding the knife in both hands, and the pure armament hockey rushed out, all condensing on the black knife. One-shot slash. Rounds of black light circles swept out, which were the ripples left by Hawkeye's slash across the void. The pair of tricks of the two collided, and the center of the collision produced a very dazzling white light, and then was instantly swallowed by the black hole. What followed was a violent explosion that could not be described in words. A giant great fireball with a diameter of several hundred meters appeared out of thin air and directly engulfed the central plain of the island. The battlefield between Kane's and Hawkeye was naturally engulfed by the fireball, and the two disappeared at the same time. Endless shock waves erupted, causing the entire island to vibrate violently, and then cracked countless huge cracks, spreading all over the island like cobwebs. Boom! The island exploded and disintegrated, and the sea water poured back and began to engulf the island fragments. In the raging flames, the naked eye can no longer see the foreign objects. Kane's observation hockey firmly locked the eagle eye, and his figure flashed, and it turned into a black light and disappeared. Hawkeye apparently sensed Kane's approach, too, and slashed. But Kane's was extremely fast, as if he had traveled through space and teleported directly behind Hawkeye. A flash of light appeared and disappeared in a flash. Kane slowly retracted the knife and sheathed it. Behind him, Hawkeye maintained the posture of swinging the knife, but a huge wound suddenly opened on his chest. Blood spurted out and was instantly burned and evaporated by the surrounding flames. Kane's turned around and slashed the monstrous fire on the wreckage of the island with one knife, revealing the eagle-eyed figure. I saw him half kneeling on the ground, inserting the black knife into the ground to keep himself from falling down completely. You win. Hawkeye slowly stood up and said in a low voice, It's not that I won. Kane's shook his head slightly. Fighting swordsmanship with light, I'm not your opponent. The reason why Kane's sword move is powerful is mostly because of the ability of the black hole fruit. Hawkeye is not a capable person. He only uses swordsmanship, and naturally he is not an opponent of Kane's. Neither Kane's nor Hawkeye continue to fight. After the previous move, the outcome was already decided. A battle between top swordsmen ended with the sinking of an island. Kane's flew into the sky in the dragon Leviathan, and Hawkeye continued to float in his coffin boat. Although he was seriously injured, Hawkeye was in a good mood. The boring day after day tires Hawkeye, and only the fierce battle can make his blood boil. Above the sky, Kane's was lying on the head of the fire dragon Leviathan, in a very good mood. The fire dragon Leviathan also roared cheerfully, as if to be happy for the master's victory. At this moment, the electronic sound of the system suddenly sounded. Ding! It was detected that the host defeated Hawkeye and completed the task of defeating the enemy. Do you want to receive the reward? Receive. Congratulations to host for completing the task of defeating the enemy and obtaining the swordsmanship of the peak swordsman. The reward is being distributed, and the distribution is completed. A force poured into Kane's body, spreading through his limbs. The cells in Kane's body cheered, devouring the power hungry. After the power was absorbed, Kane's felt that his swordsmanship had improved by a level, which was comparable to Hawkeye's. Not only that, but Kane's physical strength and observation hockey also increased as his swordsmanship improved. Although the increase is very small, it is also a small reward attached to the system. Kane's original strength was able to defeat Admiral, and now he has been promoted to the peak of the Great Swordsman, and his strength has increased again to 610. What he lacked now was his physique. Kane's physique can only be regarded as a monster, and there is still a gap between him and Whitebeard when he was young, not to mention that he is comparable to Kaido and Big Mom. Kaido has the body of immortality, coupled with the ability of the blue dragon fruit. The defense is the best in the world, and is known as the strongest creature in the world. The ant is extremely talented, and was born a steel balloon. During the process of growing up, he hardly ever cultivated, and he became a 4 emperors naturally due to his talent. If Kane's wanted to have the strength to defeat or even kill the 4 emperors head-on, he still needed to make up for his last weakness in physique. 10 days later, Kane's took the fire dragon Leviathan and came to the Sea of the World where the Big Mom pirates are located. The Kingdom of Nations, also known as the Tato Land Kingdom, is dominated by Cake Island, surrounded by 34 islands scattered around. This is a powerful country established by the 4 emperors, and it has collected almost all races in the world. Of course, there are 3 other races that Big Mom has not collected, namely the giant race, the dragon race, and the unknown race where the flames are. Kane stood above the dragon Leviathan, looking down at the island below. It's more about the island than the food. Annie likes to eat the most, so her islands are all made of food. Kane saw Jam Island, Nut Island, Cheese Island, Cracker Island, and more. Even the sea is made of juice. When the fire dragon Leviathan came to the sky above the Sea of the Nations, the pirates on the island had already discovered the whereabouts of Kane's. But the distance is too far. They can't launch an attack at all. They can only watch the fire dragon leave and approach the Cake Island in the center. Quick, contact Mom. There are enemies breaking in. On Biscuit Island, a combatant shouted in panic. Don't panic. That's not the enemy. Just then, a low voice sounded. "Okay, Lord Cracker." When the combatants saw the person coming, they immediately saluted respectfully. Cracker, alias Senju Cracker, Paramecia Biscuit Fruit ability, is also the minister stationed on Biscuit Island. He is the 10th son, the 15th child of the Charlotte family, one of the dessert stars, and has a bounty of 760 million berry. In the original book, in the year 1522 of the Kayuan calendar, Cracker's bounty was 860 million Baileys. That's not the enemy, it's the guests who came to the tea party. Cracker looked at the distant fire dragon in the sky and said in a low voice, "What an arrogant guy. He came alone." After Kane's became famous all over the world, so did his dragon mount. There's only one person in the world who can ride a fire dragon soaring in the sky, and Cracker naturally recognizes it. Immediately, Cracker took out a phone from his arms and contacted Cake Island. Well, Cracker. What's the matter? Aunt's voice came from the other side. It's me, Mom. Cracker said respectfully. I found Kane's on Biscuit Island, and he's now heading for Cake Island. Is he alone? Asked the aunt. Yes, only him. Riding a fire dragon is really arrogant. Despite being a guest, Cracker was still upset by Kane's breaking into their waters so easily. Kane so unscrupulously roaming the waters of the world is also a manifestation of contempt for the Big Mom pirates. Well, it's finally here. The aunt did not care about this, but seemed very happy. You also come back quickly. The tea party will start tomorrow. Yes, Mom. After hanging up the phone, Cracker immediately set sail for Cake Island. Above the sky, the fire dragon Leviathan flew rapidly and finally came to the most central part of the waters of the world. At first glance, Cake Island looks like a giant cake, covered with cream and decorated with fruit. It's a pity that Kane's only likes meat and is not very interested in sweets, so he has no idea about this Cake Island. Roar! The fire dragon Leviathan let out a roar, then swooped down. At this moment, there were already many guests on the Cake Island who had received invitations to attend the tea party, and they all heard the roar of the fire dragon. Looking up, I just saw the fire dragon Leviathan swooping down. The fire dragon was burning with flames, its mouth full of fangs, and the breath of a fierce beast rushed towards its face. The guests on the island were shocked, screamed, and quickly ducked to the side. Boom! Leviathan fell from the sky, landed the cake on the island, and the fire dragon claws shattered the ground. Only then did the surrounding guests clearly see Kane's standing on top of the fire dragon. Jew, it's actually him. He's here too. Killing Tyrant John Kanes, the man with a bounty of over 2.5 billion. I didn't expect that he would also come to the tea party. Is he going to join forces with the four emperors Big Mom? Many guests changed their expressions one after another and whispered among themselves. Big news, this is really big news. Morgans, president of the World Economic News Agency, took a wild shot at Kanes with a camera, not letting go of any angle. The appearance of Kanes at the Four Emperors Ants Tea Party will definitely be a big news that shakes the world. Since defeating the Marine Admiral Akainu and destroying the Marine Buster Call, the Kanes are now in a position comparable to that of the Four Emperors. In other words, Kanes is now the fifth emperor of the New World. Now that the fifth emperor came to the 10,000 kingdoms and had a head-to-head contact with the four emperors, this was the first time such a situation had happened. Before Kanes, no other four emperors had come to Big Mom's tea party. You must know that the contact between the four emperors is the world's top priority, and even marine and world conquest will be shaken. In the original book, the four emperors Whitebeard's contact with the red hair, Marine reported directly to the Holy Land Five Elders, which made the Five Elders discolored. There's so many guests coming. Kanes glanced around and saw many famous people in the world. Morgans, president of the World Economic News Agency in the field of intelligence. Feld, the king of usury in the field of money. Umit, the sea king in the field of transportation. Warehouse boss Kibson in the commodity sector. Picro, the great hand and handicapped master of the killer realm. And queen of the pleasure district Stussy in entertainment. Many underground kings are not simple. Among them, the true identity of queen of the pleasure district Stussy is the CP0 agent who conquered the world. Although this woman looks young on the outside, she is actually very old and hidden deeply. The aunt has been with her for many years, but she has never discovered her true identity. Mom likes liveliness the most. She must have many guests at her tea party. At this time, a man slightly taller than Kanes came up to Kanes and grinned. Your Majesty Kanes, you are welcome. I will show you the way, and my mother has long wanted to see you. The person who came is Charlotte Perispero, the eldest son of the four emperors' aunt, Paramecia's fruit ability, with a bounty of 580 million Bailey. In the original book, in the year 1522 of the Wahara calendar, Perispero's bounty was 700 million Baileys. There are too many sweets here. Even the air is sweet. Aren't you tired? Kane swaggered into Cake Island and asked coldly, my mother's favorite thing is sweets. No matter how much she eats, she won't get tired of it. Not only does the aunt love sweets, But her sons and daughters also inherit this characteristic of her, and they all like sweets. Seeing Kane's coming, many big people on the road made way. Although they are all underground kings who control one side's forces, compared with Kane's, the gap is huge. The pressure that Kane's brought them was no less than that of 4 emperors. Perospero took Kane's to a house made of cakes and said respectfully, "Please, His Majesty Kane's, stay here first, and the tea party will not start tomorrow. If your Majesty has any orders, you only need to order your servants." The tables, chairs, doors, and walls in the room are all alive, and they are obviously homets made by the ant using the soul fruit. "Bring me some food. Remember, not sweets, but meat." Kane said, "Enough is enough. 1 sea kings is not enough." As if responding to Kane's words, the fire dragon Leviathan, who had been flying in the sky, also fell at this moment, roaring. Looking at the size of the dragon Leviathan, it can be known that its food intake is very amazing. I understand that food will be delivered soon. Perospero clapped his chest with his right hand and gave a gentleman's salute, then left. Kane stayed overnight at Cake Island, and the next day, the tea party began. In the banquet square, countless foods have been prepared, exuding a seductive aroma. When Kane's arrived, all the guests were looking at him, their eyes focused on one point. The lively atmosphere at the banquet also stopped for a short while. "Your Majesty Kane's, it's been a long wait." Perospero came up to him and took Kane's to the top of the banquet. Although they all participated in the tea party, there was also a status gap. With the strength of Kane's, his position is naturally the first level. Walking through the banquet crowd, Kane saw countless members of the Big Mom pirates. Most notable are dessert stars, Charlotte Katakuri, Charlotte Cracker, and Charlotte Smoothie. Even in the Big Mom pirate group, which is full of masters, these people are still outstanding. "Isn't Big Mom here yet?" Kane's asked coldly. As soon as the voice fell, a burst of harsh laughter suddenly sounded. Well, I saw a white cloud flying from the sky, and the 4 emperors' ants stood on the white cloud. Thundercloud Zeus descended from the sky, carrying his ant, and landed in the center of the banquet square. The huge body brings a strong sense of oppression. Although he is just an old woman, his strength is not just talk. Kane's observation Hawkeye sensed that the old woman's body contained a terrifying power. Well, I've been wanting to meet you, John Kane's." Big Mom came over to Kane's and looked down at him. Ant is 8.8 meters tall, and Kane's is only 3.1 meters tall. Coupled with the fact that the ant eats sweets all the year round and gets fat, this old woman is several times his size. Kane's activated the black hole fruit ability, and his body flew up, suspended on the same level as Andy. He was always the only one who looked down on others, and Kane's wasn't used to being looked down upon. The name of the 4 emperors Big Mom is also reverberating to my ears. Kane said quietly. Facing the 4 emperors, Kane's had no expression on his face, no hatred at all. Morgans took this opportunity to take out his camera and freeze the scene on the photo. Well, I'm still very happy that you can come to my tea party." The ant grinned and then ordered, "Little ones, there's a banquet." As the ant gave the order, the surrounding flowers, rocks, trees, all began to sing. Big Mom took the seat, and Kane shared a table with her. There was no third person to sit with, only a photo of the nun was placed opposite the ant. After Kane sat down, the teapot on the table automatically poured tea for him, and the food automatically came to him. The banquet went well, and everyone ate happily. Halfway through the banquet, most of the people had already had enough to eat and drink. Kane's picked up a glass of red wine and took a sip. "Big Mom, you suddenly sent me an invitation. Wouldn't it be as simple as asking me to come to a banquet?" Although Kane's voice was not loud, it spread throughout the banquet square. The lively banquet suddenly quieted down and fell into a dead silence. Everyone stopped moving, and cold sweat appeared on the cheeks of some people. They knew that what was about to happen next was a dialogue between the 2 emperors, and the content of the dialogue was likely to affect or even shake the entire world. Well, Big Mom grinned and swallowed a huge piece of cake, then looked at Kane's with a horrified smile. "Kane's, join me." Without any disguise, without any prelude, Auntie directly stated her thoughts. The entire banquet square is still dead, but all the guests have changed their faces, and everyone's brains are blank. Kane's put down his glass and said blankly, "I don't want to be submissive, Big Mom. You've got the wrong person." The process of the conversation was only 2 sentences, but it had already broken down. Big Mom's sons and daughters were ready to fight, and Kane's rejection was well within their expectations. Well, then give me the giant under your command, and your fire dragon is also good. The ant looked at the fire dragon Leviathan flying in the sky, with unconcealed greed in her eyes. In addition to eating, Ant's biggest hobby is collecting all kinds of strange creatures. The giant clan is what she has always wanted, and the fire dragon that eats the magical beast devil fruit is the only one in the world. Of course, she wants it too. You got the wrong idea, Big Mom. A chill emanated from Kane's, and the giant is my subordinate, and the Leviathan is my mount, and cannot be given to you. Kane stared at Big Mom, his eyes flashing red. If you want, grab it in the way of a pirate. Well, the way of a pirate? That's not bad. Kane's and Big Mom looked at each other, and suddenly, both of them broke out Conqueror's Hawkeye at the same time. Boom! The earth shook for a while, and a strong momentum impact erupted from the two of them, spreading in all directions like a tsunami. Many guests in the banquet square did not have time to escape. After the sweep of Conqueror's Hawkeye, large swathes of guests lost consciousness, rolled their eyes, and fell to the ground. Even some members of the Big Mom Pirates, unable to resist the 2 Hawkeye, lost consciousness and fell into a coma. This is Conqueror's Hawkeye. Many pirates who were still conscious were shocked. Of course, he's the killing tyrant John Kanes. What's so weird about owning conquerors? Charlotte Cracker yelled angrily. The weak retreat. Katakuri issued the order in a deep voice, and his eyes kept staring at the center of the battlefield. Ding! Host triggers the mission of destroying the enemy. Suddenly, the electronic sound of the system sounded. It was detected that the 4 Emperors Big Mom had killing intent on the host. Please kill the 4 Emperors Big Mom. Mission reward. The physique has evolved 1,000 times, and the host's strength has been promoted to world class. Facing the generous rewards of the system, Kane's was expressionless and unmoved. This task appears to be impossible. With Kane's current strength, it is impossible to kill the old woman in front of him. But now that Auntie had murderous intentions, Kane's couldn't remain indifferent. He also wanted to take this opportunity to try 610 to see how strong the 4 Emperors Aunt was. After making up his mind, Kane suddenly pulled out the black knife from his waist. Well, arrogant brat, let me see your strength. Napper it. The original 3 words will be harmonized. The aunt gave an order, and the hat on her head suddenly turned into a big knife and fell in her hands. The next moment, Kane's and Annie swung the knife at the same time. Armament Hawkeye had covered the blade, and their eyes were blood red. Pin, 2 sharp blades, one large and one small, were facing each other. However, the cutting blades did not touch. There seems to be an invisible space between the blades, blocking the 2 blades. It's Conqueror's Hawkeye twist, and Kane's and Big Mom didn't hold back in the first place. After the pole collided, an extremely powerful shock wave erupted and swept the radius. The ground cracked inch by inch, the gravel shot out, the whole island was shaking, and the outer sea area rioted directly. The Conqueror's Hawkeye pair of the 2 collided, black and red lightning intertwined with each other, and finally rose into the sky. I saw that the thick clouds in the sky slowly separated, cracking a huge crack that ran through the entire sky. The sky is cracked. Countless pirates have been sluggish, and their faces are unbelievable. So far, the battles that can split the sky have only occurred in the confrontation between the 4 emperors. Kane's has done that now, which means that his strength has also stepped into that realm. Devour, knife, killing. Kane's hovered in the sky and slashed down with a rage. The half-moon-shaped black slash roared out, causing the space to distort and vibrate. Not to be outdone, the ant swept across the sky with a knife in both hands, slashing a huge flying slash. This is the move of the giants. The power of the giants has been far surpassed by the monster ant. The two slashes collided in the sky, and finally both exploded and landed. A series of violent explosions followed. There was the power of a black hole in Kane's slash. Regardless of whether the slash is blocked or not, the black hole will eventually disintegrate and explode. It can be said that the additional damage caused by Kane's ability is not weaker than that of Logia lava fruit or sparkling fruit. Above the sky, Kane's and Big Mom are facing each other, and they are not at a disadvantage. The two men faced each other, and every move and every style of confrontation would explode with an extremely powerful shockwave. The whole Cake Island was shaking and trembling, as if it would shatter and sink at any moment. "Brother Katakuri, what should I do?" Charlotte Owen came behind Katakuri and asked in a panic. "Quick retreat. Order everyone to withdraw from Cake Island. This is not a battle we can intervene in." Katakuri stared at Keyenes, who was fighting against Big Mom in the sky, with a fearful expression. That man is a monster no weaker than his mother. Let everyone evacuate immediately and stay here, only to be drawn into their battle. The battle before the Emperor-level powerhouse was too terrifying. Once involved, you will surely die. Katakuri is the second character of the Big Mom pirate group. His aunt is not there, and all his brothers and sisters take him as their backbone. At this moment, he gave an order, and all the Big Mom pirates began to evacuate. However, it was too late to retreat at this moment. After Kane's black hole slash was smashed by Big Mom, it fell on the Cake Island like a falling black hole rainstorm. The continuous explosions did not stop for a moment, and the entire Cake Island instantly turned into a sea of fire. I don't know how many Big Mom pirates died tragically under the explosion of a black hole. The ant obviously doesn't care about the life and death of his children or subordinates, and shows no mercy when making moves. The battlefield in the sky intensified, and the battle instantly became white-hot. Black hole gravity, meteor extinction. Above the sky, Kane slashed into the sky with a slash. The pitch-black half-moon smashed through the clouds in the sky and shot out into the sky. Afterwards, the clouds in the sky rioted, and 10 huge meteorites, burning with flames, fell from the sky and crashed toward the ant. Well, 2 times arrogant brat. The ant grinned and stepped on Thundercloud Zeus suddenly. I saw Zeus's body grow rapidly, covering the entire sky in an instant, and then countless electric snakes rioted, hitting the meteorite that fell from the sky. Boom! 10 meteorites exploded in the sky, turning into countless meteorite fragments and crashing down. The meteorite was crushed, and it was no longer lethal to Big Mom. It's just that the Big Mom pirates on Cake Island are pitiful. The wreckage of the earthen meteorite after the fragmentation is not something that anyone can pick up. Katakuri, Cracker, Perispero, Owen, and several others shot at the same time, smashing and destroying the remains of the meteorites. But there's still many places hit by meteorites. The entire Cake Island was bombed and devastated. I don't know how many pirates died tragically under this trick. After catching this move, Katakuri finally withdrew from Cake Island with many brothers and sisters. The fighting in the sky became more and more terrifying, and the Big Mom pirates did not dare to stay for a moment, and immediately fled towards the sea after leaving the island. Devouring the knife vacuum world. Above the sky, Kane's roared furiously, slashed out a black hole sphere with a diameter of several hundred meters, and shot towards Big Mom. The space along the way was twisted and swallowed, and the tailed black hole was born, disintegrated and annihilated, causing a series of explosions. Emperor's Sword. Big Mom inserted the big knife into Prometheus, igniting the blade and slashing at Kane's black hole. A knife fell, and the black hole instantly disintegrated and exploded. A huge black hole instantly appeared above the Cake Island, covering the entire island. Boom! The fireball generated by the disintegration and explosion of the black hole engulfed the entire Cake Island in an instant. Everything on the island, buildings, houses, ground, and rocks, were all annihilated and destroyed in an instant. The shock wave soared into the sky and instantly penetrated the sky and clouds. The dark clouds dissipated immediately, and there was no more cloud in a radius of 10 kilometers. Thundercloud 0.9 Zeus was severely injured. His body shrank and became weak, and he let out a shrill scream. The sea around the fireball boiled violently, and the tsunami caused by the shock wave was dozens of meters high. The people of the Big Mom pirate group ride on the boat and are powerless to float in the tsunami, like an ant in the sea. After blocking the impacting tsunami, everyone was thankful for Katakuri's decisiveness. If he hadn't ordered the retreat in time, everyone would have been buried on Cake Island at this moment. Boom! When the fireball dissipated, what appeared in front of everyone was a huge pothole, and the entire Cake Island had disappeared. The fireball dissipated, and what appeared in front of everyone was a huge pothole, and the entire Cake Island had disappeared. Endless sea water is pouring back, but it can't fill the hole in a short time. Above the sky, Keyenes emerged from the flames, chilling all over. Opposite him, Big Mom turned into a shooting star and crashed down. Thundercloud Zeus was severely injured in the previous move and could no longer carry her huge body at this moment. Damn it, kid! Big Mom fell feebly from the sky, staring at Keyenes, screaming piercingly. Without Thundercloud Zeus, Annie lost the ability to fly. Just when the ant was about to fall into the sea, a large lump of glutinous rice dumplings was shot from a distance, stuck Big Mom, and pulled it onto the pirate ship. The person who shot is the second character of the Big Mom pirates, Katakuri. His observation Hawkeye has practiced to the point where he can see the future. Obviously, he saw that Big Mom would fall from the sky, so he was ready to support him. Big Mom, you can only blame your thunderclouds for being too weak to stop my moves. Keyenes hovered in the sky and said coldly, Damn it, kid, you are so arrogant. Big Mom gritted his teeth and wanted to kill Keyenes immediately. But at this moment, Thundercloud Zeus is extremely weak, almost annihilated, and she can't fly into the sky to fight Keyenes at all. Let's be here today. Keyenes put the knife back, shook his head, and said, I have seen the strength of the 4 emperors, and they are really strong. It's just that if you can't conquer the sky, you'll never be able to beat me. As a pirate, you can only use your strength to grab what you want. But now it seems that your strength is not enough to take away my things. Kane sneered, twitching his fingers. The dragon Leviathan flew in from a distance and carried Keyenes on his back. Little devil, don't try to run. The battle isn't over yet. Seeing that Keyenes was about to leave, Annie hurriedly slashed her knife into the sky with a huge flying slash. However, Leviathan just vibrated his wings and avoided the slash. I'm very happy today, and I hope you can send me an invitation next time. Kane sneered, raised his hand to the sky, shooting a black hole light. The next moment, a small sun appeared in the sky, and a meteorite with a diameter of several hundred meters fell from the sky and smashed towards Annie's pirate group. This is a parting gift, no need to give it. After Keyenes summoned the meteorite, he didn't look at the result and directly let the Leviathan fly away from this sea area. Such a meteorite naturally cannot kill Annie and the Big Mom pirates. However, using this trick to delay time and allow Keyenes to leave calmly was enough. Above the clouds in the sky, Kane stood on the head of the fire dragon Leviathan, and the wind was blowing. After flying several kilometers, there was a deafening explosion behind him. Keyenes looked back and saw that the meteorite with a diameter of several hundred meters had been shattered. The meteorites, wrapped in flames, scattered and flew into the sea like a meteorite rainstorm. Although the ant and the main cadres of the Big Mom pirates were all right, several of his boats were destroyed by the wreckage of the meteorite. Ding! It is detected that the host has not killed Big Mom. The task of destroying the enemy has failed, and the reward cannot be obtained. Above the clouds in the sky, the electronic sound of the system echoed in Keyenes' head. This is the first time Keyenes has failed to complete a system task. However, this is also expected by Keyenes. The 4 emperors are not ordinary people, and they cannot be killed casually. If the 4 emperors were so easy to kill, They would not have ruled the New World for so many years, leaving Marine at a loss. However, in the Battle of Cake Island, although Keyenes did not win, Annie could be said to be a complete defeat. After the battle, the entire Cake Island was completely destroyed by Keyenes, and members of the Big Mom pirates suffered heavy casualties. In this battle, the ant can be said to have lost all face. The battle was too intense, and Keyenes didn't have the energy to pay attention to the existence of Morgans, wondering if he was affected by the battle and died. If he hadn't died, imagine that today's battle would soon spread throughout the world. At that time, the four emperors will lose face, and Keyenes will be able to gain fame. He broke into the territory of the four emperors' pirates Big Mom alone, and faced off against Big Mom without losing the slightest. Instead, he destroyed Cake Island and killed countless members of the Big Mom pirates. With this alone, Keyenes can completely sit on the throne of the fifth emperor, on an equal footing with the original four emperors. From now on, the overlord of New World is no longer 4, but 5. 3 days later, the sky above the clouds. Kane sat leaning on the head of the dragon Leviathan, a newspaper in his hand. As he expected, Morgans was not dead. After he returned, he immediately wrote the details of the Battle of Cake Island into a newspaper, which spread throughout the world. The four emperors Big Mom invited John Keyenes, the Slaughter Tyrant, to join, but was rejected by the Slaughter Tyrant. The killing tyrant John Keyenes fought the four emperors Big Mom, and the Cake Island sank. Killing the tyrants defeated the four emperors Big Mom, destroyed the cake, and walked away. The slaughtering tyrant's strength is monstrous, and he forcibly broke into the Big Mom pirate group alone and faced many strong men without any damage. Morgan's newspaper headlines, as usual, were very sensational. Although a lot of what he wrote is fact, but after his language modification, it often seems a little exaggerated. Naval headquarters naturally received the news, and Keyenes' latest bounty began to spread around the world. Killing tyrant John Keyenes with a bounty of 3,025.8 million Baileys. It is very good to use this shocking news as the end of the year 1519 of the Hyuan calendar. Time flies, and after Keyenes ends his trip to Cake Island, the year 1519 of the Hyuan calendar comes to an end. The year 1520 of the Hyuan calendar has arrived. This is another starting point in history, and it is also the beginning of the world's imminent transformation. Keyenes knows that in this year, the world will change dramatically and the balance of the whole world will be disturbed. Soon, the naval headquarters and Whitebeard pirates will have a summit war. The strongest man in the world, Whitebeard, will die in battle. The Whitebeard pirates will collapse, and a corner of the four emperors will fall. At the same time, the supernova that went out to sea in 1520 was not simple. This year's supernovae are of high mass, and all of them have a potential of 610. And the second step of the Keyenes plan will officially start. It was 2 weeks later when Keyenes returned to the waters of the Caro Empire. After Keyenes ruled the 27 islands, the seas where these 27 islands were connected were collectively referred to as the seas of the Caro Empire. On the endless sea, the fire dragon Leviathan was flying happily as if he knew that he was about to go home. Keyenes' observation Hawkeye shrouded out, locking in all the atmosphere on the island. At the foot of Keyenes at the moment is the former site of the Bal Kingdom, and stationed on the island is the low-temperature pirates. Keyenes saw that a war fort was being built on the island. When Keyenes left the kingdom of Caro Empire, the new giant pirates just went out to sea to deliver the weapons that Keyenes bought. Now it seems that the weapons have been transported back to the Caro Empire. 4 war fortresses are located on the 4 waterways entering and leaving the kingdom of Caro. There is a pirate group on each island, responsible for guarding the main road and defending against foreign enemies. There are 4 pirate groups in town, plus 4 war fortresses. Some pirates who want to challenge Keyenes, without seeing Keyenes' face, will be defeated at the outer edge of the sea. An hour later, Keyenes returned to the kingdom of Caro. Over the royal palace, Hentang Sky Garden, the fire dragon Leviathan descended from the sky and landed in the garden. Keyenes jumped from the fire dragon head, and everyone who had been waiting in the palace came up to meet him. Enel, Badgers, Cavendish, Edward Weevil. Under the perception of Kane's observation Hawkeye, everyone's breath has grown, and it is obvious that they have not slackened their training. We welcome the return of His Majesty the King. Randall half knelt in front of Kane's, saluting respectfully. Get up. Kane's waved his hand, walked to the throne, and sat down. Ah, Captain Kane's, it's been a real uproar this time out. Badgers grinned, appearing to know the news of the fierce battle between Kane's and the Four Emperors Big Mom. I had known that I should have gone along with me. There are not many opportunities to fight against the Four Emperors. Enel has some regrets. Wait, there will be a chance. Kane smiled lightly and said, The Four Emperors are our goals sooner or later, and there will be a day when war will break out. By the way, how is the situation in the kingdom's waters recently? Has the army expansion been completed? Kane's looked around the crowd and asked. It has been completed, and a total of 100,000 troops have been expanded. Randall replied respectfully. With the latest weapons purchased by His Majesty and the newly built war fortress, the kingdom of Caro Empire has become solid. That's good. What about pirates? There must be a lot of challengers recently, right? The period ended in 1519 and began in 1520, and the pirates that went out to sea in 1519 also rushed into the New World. In the eyes of the supernova pirates over the years, the New World has nothing to fear. The Four Emperors that made many pirates in the New World fear were only stepping stones to the top in their eyes. They are hard-edged and their ambitions are clearly revealed. They just want to overthrow the Four Emperors of the New World and seize their thrones. Now Kane's has also been the target of many supernova challenges. Although he is not a pirate, he is also the top emperor of the New World. Defeating him is no different from defeating a Four Emperors. Recent challengers have become more numerous, but they're just a bunch of trash. Badger shook his head disdainfully and said, A group of idiots who are overly self-sufficient. They're not even qualified to join us, and those who fail have already been caught to work as coolies. After ruling over 27 islands, the Caro Empire has added a lot of minerals. Although Kane's is now a golden city, the country is not short of money. However, these minerals are a good source of income, and it is a waste to keep them unmined. Anyway, the captured pirates are all free coolies, and they don't do anything for nothing. Wait, the supernova pirates are coming soon. They should have some strength. Kane's calmly said. If you see potential, you can conquer it. If you really want to die, just follow the old rules. Yes, we understand. The crowd responded in unison. Just then, the voice of the phone bug rang suddenly. Everyone's eyes focused on Badgers at the same time, and the voice of the phone bug came from him. Badgers took the phone out of his arms and connected, and there was a panicked shout from the opposite side. Captain Badgers, something bad happened. Our merchant ship was hijacked by pirates. Don't panic, idiot, and speak clearly. Badgers scolded in a low voice, and then asked, Who is the other party? It's the Chris pirates. What? As soon as the voice fell, the person on the opposite side let out a scream, and then the phone bug was cut off. Hentang Sky Garden, the atmosphere is quiet. Badgers put away the phone bug, his face a little ugly. He is now the commander of the guards of the Caro Empire, and he's in charge of the army and merchant ships within the kingdom. Merchant ships were hijacked, caravans were killed, and this was hitting him in the face. The new Giants pirates are also in charge of business operations, but they are now cadres, not in charge of normal business operations. They only follow the orders of Kane's and are responsible for major events, such as transporting weapons. Chris pirates? Famous. Cavendish tilted his head, feeling that he had never heard the name of this pirate group. It's probably just another idiot who is overly self-sufficient. Enel sneered dismissively. The Chris pirates, Captain Albert Chris, were last year's supernova with a bounty of 190 million Baileys. At this time, Randall began to introduce the origin of the Chris pirates. He has no force and is usually in charge of the government affairs of the Caro Empire and the collection of intelligence. He pays great attention to the supernova pirates every year. Chris is also demon fruit power, has the ability to manipulate others, and is suspected of being a puppet fruit. No matter what kind of ability he is, don't think about it better if you move me. Badgers exuded a murderous intent. In that case, let's go out for a walk. Kane said calmly, knowing that it is a merchant ship from the kingdom of Carlos, and daring to plunder it. It is obviously a challenge signal. We cannot remain indifferent in the face of challengers. Got it, Captain Keynes, and I'll let him know the price of challenging us. Badgers grinned, turned, and left Hentang Sky Garden. In fact, Keynes, Enel, and others did not take the Chris pirate seriously. It's just a rookie with a reward of 190 million Bailey. It's too tender for them. This incident was just a blip for them. However, from this incident, it also proves that the supernova is indeed very courageous. Since Keynes defeated Marine Admiral Akainu, no one dared to plunder the merchant ships of the Caro Empire. In the sea, when pirates saw the flag of the Kingdom of Caro, they all took a detour. However, as soon as 1519 ended, after the supernova rushed into the New World, the pattern of the New World changed. The pirates who dared to provoke the Kingdom of Calo appeared immediately. Keynes knew it wasn't just him alone. The rest of the Four Emperors' territory will also encounter challenges in the near future. This kind of situation has been happening over the years, and it has become a habit. After a period of time, the supernova pirates realized the cruelty of reality, where they were destroyed, and this situation would never happen again. By the way, His Majesty Keynes, the Golden Emperor Guild Tetsolo, sent an invitation letter to His Majesty, asking His Majesty to visit the Golden City and participate in the auction held by the Golden City. At this moment, Randall stepped forward and took out a golden invitation. An invitation letter again? Kane smiled playfully. Enel and Cavendish laughed too. The Four Emperors' aunt sends an invitation to Keynes, which eventually causes Cake Island to sink. Is the Golden Emperor sending an invitation to Keynes now, thinking that his Golden City will sink like Cake Island? With a click of Keynes' finger, the golden invitation letter in Randall's hand automatically flew into his hand. Gold invitations, as the name suggests, are invitations made of gold. Guild Tetsolo is a man with golden fruit ability, who can freely control gold, and even built a magnificent golden city with gold, which is the largest entertainment city in the world. He controls 20% of Bailey's, King's, world, and is richer than Keynes, who owns a golden city. Devil Fruit Auction? Boring. Keynes has a system. As long as you complete the task, you can get Devil Fruit, and almost all of them are top-level abilities, and you don't need to buy them from outside at all. Compared to the so-called Devil Fruit Auction, Keynes is more interested in the Golden Emperor himself. Speaking of Tezolo, he is actually a legend. He is a slave by birth, formerly a slave of celestial dragons. On the night the Murloc Hero Fisher Tiger boarded the Red Line, he took the opportunity to escape from the holy land of Mariewa. Afterwards, Tetsolo led his subordinates to make a riot at the auction held by the Don Quixote family and stole the golden fruit, thus establishing a party force. Doflamingo originally planned to hunt down Tetsolo, but when he found Tetsolo, he already had extraordinary combat power. Doflamingo couldn't kill him, so he had to cooperate with him, and the two became business partners. Today, Tetsolo owns 20% of the world's Baileys, taking both black and white. He can use the power of money to freely manipulate celestial dragons, and even the power of world conquest. In the underground world, he is the Golden Emperor who dominates the dark world with money, and his power spreads all over the world. From being a slave of celestial dragons to becoming the richest Golden Emperor in the world, Tetsolo's life is truly legendary. In the novels Keynes read in his previous life, such a person is simply the child of destiny, the protagonist of the protagonist. Hey, who among you want to go with me? Keynes looked at Enel and the others and asked. Me, add me. Cavendish was the first to speak. I heard that Gurin Tetsolo, the Golden City, is the largest entertainment city in the world. It is extremely luxurious, even more luxurious than the Palace of Celestial Dragons. I have long wanted to go there and play. Cavendish held a rose and said narcissistically, the gorgeous Golden City, paired with the gorgeous Master Ben, will definitely attract beauties from all over the world. Add me too. Enel grinned and said, This kind of thing, of course, can't be without my god. Golden Emperor, this guy's name is really arrogant. I heard that he has more gold than the Golden City. I have long wanted to meet him for a while. Enel has always had a great possessiveness towards gold, and still believes that 610 is a metal that only gods are qualified to use. The Golden City was robbed by Keyenes, who is not as skilled as anyone else and has no other way. Now that he heard that Tetsolo had more gold in his hands than the Golden City, Enel was instantly moved. If you can grab the Golden City, a mere Golden City is nothing. Okay, then get ready. The two of you will go with me. Keyenes glanced at the two of them, finally looked at Weevil, and instructed, Weevil, you stay in the palace to protect the kingdom and follow Randall's orders. Whoever dares to break into this sea area will be killed. Yes, Captain Keyenes. Weevil was obedient and obeyed Keyenes. Keyenes took Enel and Cavendish to the Golden City, and Badgers also went out to sea to hunt down the Chris pirates. There must always be someone left behind in the kingdom of Caro. There are 4 pirate groups on the periphery of the sea, and the new giant pirate group and Weevil inside are more than enough to protect the kingdom. 3 days later, Keyenes flew away from the Kalo Palace in the Dragon Leviathan. Kane stood on top of Leviathan, while Enel and Cavendish sat on Leviathan's back. The Leviathan was so proud that its head only allowed Keyenes to stand on it, and everyone else could at most sit on its back. As the Leviathan flew fast, the sea breeze was blowing. Keyenes had a Fodge life card in his hand. It was Tetsolo's life card, tucked into the invitation. Follow its guidance, and you'll be able to reach the location of the Golden City. 3 days later, Keyenes arrived at the Golden City of Giran Tetsolo. From the sky, the Golden City looks like a city floating on the sea, not like a ship at all. The whole city is 10,000 meters long, and the whole body is made of gold, which is extremely huge. Although the Golden City is also a city, it is far less than 10,000 meters long, so it is not as good as the Golden City. Call. The fire dragon Leviathan descended from the sky with a strong wind and landed directly from the sky to the port of the Golden City. As the largest entertainment city in the world, there are naturally many tourists here. Pirates of the New World, royal families, nobles, killers, bounty hunters, and even celestial dragons from various countries are frequent visitors here. The port of the Golden City is extremely luxurious, and the arrival of the fire dragon Leviathan instantly caused a riot. Hey, why did the fire dragon appear here? Run, you're going to be eaten. It's on fire, save me. What? Countless guests screamed and fled in panic. Some unfortunate people were ignited by the flames of Leviathan because they escaped too slowly, and they were instantly burned to ashes. Well, that's not an ordinary fire dragon. A pirate looked at Keyenes above the fire dragon's head with a dull expression, apparently recognizing his identity. That man is the 5 emperors of the New World, a slaughter tyrant. After the bounty update, his bounty has exceeded 3 billion. Some people shouted in horror, and countless people trembled in fear. And Thor, Enel, and Scythe Cavendish. I didn't expect them to come to the Golden City, too. The arrival of the murderous tyrant John, Keyenes terrified countless people. The people on the harbor moved away from Keyenes and hid in corners. In front of this man, the status of the royal family is nothing at all. Keyenes jumped off the head of the dragon Leviathan, and Enel and Cavendish also stepped off the dragon's back, all 3 holding a handful of golden sand. This is the golden sand scattered from the sky when entering the Golden City. Keyenes knew that this was one of Tetsolo's abilities. Anyone who enters the Golden City will be controlled by Tetsolo as long as they are contaminated with golden sand. He can launch the ability of golden fruit to directly control these golden sands to attack. In the original book, this is how Zoro was killed by Tetsolo. Boring trick. A black hole appeared in Kane's palm, engulfing the golden sand. He had known this move for a long time, so he naturally took precautions. La, His Majesty Keyenes is here, and it is rude to welcome him from afar. A red-haired woman walked towards Keyenes with a smile on her face. Keyenes knew this man, Baccarat, one of Tetsolo's cadres, the paramecia lucky fruit. Although her combat power is not strong, her fruit ability is very tricky. Where's Tetsolo? Inviting me, but not showing up, is a big deal. Keyenes flicked his finger, and the golden invitation flew out, brushing the woman's cheek, cutting off a strand of her long hair. Bakura's body froze, her smiling face disappeared immediately, and a trace of cold sweat dripped from her cheeks. One look from Keyenes made her unable to move. As the saying goes, reach out and don't hit the smiling face, but the moody Keyenes is clearly not in this category. Hold. Sorry, Your Majesty Keyenes. Lord Tetsolo is entertaining guests. Baccarat said in a trembling voice. Take me to meet him. Keyenes said coldly. Yes, please come this way. Facing Keyenes' order, Baccarat did not dare to resist at all, and took Keyenes and a few people through the VIP channel to leave. As for the Dragon Leviathan, there are special people who take care of it, and the delicious sea kings are enough for it to eat. Seeing a few people from Keyenes leave, many tourists at the port were relieved, and many people felt that they had survived the disaster. Many of the pirate groups that had just arrived did not enter the Golden City, but immediately set sail and left here. The killing tyrant comes in person, which means that something big is likely to happen in the Golden City. Staying here at this time is very dangerous. Of course, more pirates did not leave, but stayed to watch the show. In New World, there are many pirates who are not afraid of death. Under the leadership of Baccarat, Keyenes entered the interior of the Golden City. Everything in the city, roads, houses, lighthouses, floor tiles, are made of gold. Cavendish was already confused, and even Enel was a little shocked. Seeing is better than hearing 100 times. Meeting is better than being famous, which is the current situation. Yahaha. This is the place where gods should live. Enel grinned, suddenly revealing a trace of murderous intent. Captain Keyenes, let's slaughter that golden emperor. Yahaha. This is the place where the gods should live. Enel's eyes were cold, and he suddenly showed a murderous intent. Captain Keyenes, let's kill that golden emperor. Kill that guy. This golden city is ours. Enel did not restrain his voice, but said it in an open and honest manner, without the slightest scruples that the cadres under Tetsolo were present. Cold sweat oozes from Baccarat's forehead, and he laughed dryly. Lord Enel is really joking. Huh, just kidding. Enel's figure flashed and turned into an electric light and appeared behind Baccarat. I'm not joking, mortal. Are you doubting what God said? Electric lights flickered on Enel's body, and although he didn't touch Baccarat, the beating thunder and lightning had already rioted. With the speed of thunder and lightning, it only takes an instant to kill Baccarat. Don't scare my men, Enel. Suddenly, a low voice sounded. Keyenes looked up and saw Tetsolo, the Golden Emperor, coming this way. Oh, you know me. Enel looked up at Tetsolo, frowning. The famous Thor Enel. I know it naturally. Tetsolo grinned, then looked at Keyenes, and the new emperor, the slaughter tyrant, His Majesty Keyenes, who just made a fuss about the Big Mom pirates. Your name? I can hear it like thunder. Golden Emperor Gilder Tetsolo finally appeared. Keyenes looked at Tetsolo, and suddenly let out a cold drink. Enel, come back. Enel obeyed, smiled at Tetsolo, and teleported back to Keyenes as an electric light. The last person who sent me an invitation was Big Mom, and her cake island sank to the bottom of the sea. Keyenes looked at Tetsolo with an expressionless face and said coldly, You are the second one to send me an invitation letter. I hope your golden city will not sink to the bottom of the sea because of this. Aha! His Majesty Keyenes is really joking. Tetsolo laughed a few times. I don't mean to oppose your Majesty. I just invite His Majesty to be a guest. Come with me. The banquet is ready. Tetsolo is worthy of being one of the kings of the underground, and his emotions are indistinguishable, as if he hadn't heard what Enel just said. Follow Tetsolo, Keyenes, to the Golden Ballroom. As Tetsolo said, the banquet had already begun, and some guests had arrived before Keyenes. Don Quixote Doflamingo, Tetsolo's business partner, an old acquaintance of Keyenes. One of the 4 Emperor's Beast pirates, Jack the Drow, and the dessert general of the 4 Emperor's Big Mom pirates, Cracker, which Keyenes just met. Seeing Keyenes walk into the banquet hall, the three who were eating stopped at the same time. Doflamingo grinned as a greeting. Jack the Drow was expressionless, but his breath was a little stagnant, obviously feeling the pressure. The most excited is, of course, Cracker. Seeing Keyenes appear, Cracker jumped right in. "Keyenes, you bastard! How dare you show up in front of me?" Cracker charged straight at Keyenes in his biscuit warrior form. Cracker held a long sword in each of his 6 arms, and the long sword spun very fast, stabbing at Keyenes' chest. Boom! Keyenes smashed Cracker's 6 long sword with one kick, then kicked him in the head and kicked him out. Cracker's body exploded in midair, and a black shadow jumped out and slammed heavily on the golden wall. In fact, the Cracker that outsiders see is just the biscuit warrior he made with his abilities. His body has been hiding in the body of the biscuit warrior. Few people know this, not even naval headquarters. So his bounty has always been a picture of the cookie warrior. Don't look at Cracker as a biscuit fruit person, but the biscuit he makes is very hard. Even a pirate with a bounty of hundreds of millions, with armament hockey, can't break Cracker's cookie warrior. Except for water. In the original book, Luffy turned on Gear 4 and attacked with all his strength to break Cracker's cookie defense. For Keyenes, however, it was easy. You can do it with just one click. It was a surprise to see Keyenes tackle Desert Star's Cracker, Doflamingo, and Jack the Drow so easily. Such strength has far surpassed the two of them. For them, it would be impossible to break Cracker's defense so easily. "Keyenes, you bloody bastard!" Cracker got up from the ground, holding a long sword, staring at Keyenes, growling in a low voice. "Don't come for death, poor fool." Keyenes glanced at Cracker, his eyes indifferent. "Otherwise, I wouldn't mind losing a son to that old woman at Big Mom." After speaking, Keyenes walked straight to the banquet hall and sat down, never looking at Cracker again. Enel and Cavendish followed closely behind Keyenes, both smiling mockingly. Ignored by Keyenes, Cracker swelled with anger. But what followed was deep powerlessness. He had just been dizzy with anger, and when he saw Keyenes, he did it subconsciously. At this moment, I remembered that the man in front of him was a monster that could rival Big Mom, not something he could provoke at all. "Do it, Keyenes." Doflamingo shows off his signature, scary smiley face. Jack the Drill sat on the side, silent, not saying a word from beginning to end. At this moment, Tetsolo also walked into the banquet hall and smiled to ease the atmosphere. "You are all honored guests I invited, and please don't be so arrogant. If something happens, I can't afford it." After speaking, Tetsolo also sat on the banquet seat. Keyenes looked at Tetsolo and asked coldly, "When will the auction start?" "Soon, in 3 days." Tetsolo responded, "In the past 3 days, you can play freely in the Golden City, and all the consumption will be borne by me." Saying that, Tetsolo waved his hand, and Baccarat sent several auction listings to Keyenes. What was recorded on the golden invitation letter before were just a few outstanding items. The list you get now is the full version. There are treasure knives, devil fruit, slaves, treasure maps, and all kinds of 8-gate things. Cracker didn't want to be in the same ballroom as Keyenes, got the directory, and left. Without Cracker, the atmosphere in the banquet hall calmed down. After having eaten and drank enough, Jack also made a move to leave. However, Keyenes' voice suddenly sounded. "Hey, Jack." Hearing the sound, Jack's movements suddenly stopped, and his body instantly stiffened. "What's up?" Jack's voice was low. "Don't be so nervous, relax." Keyenes put down his knife and fork and looked at Jack. "I want to order a batch of seastones. Our beast pirates in stock. Want plenty of seastone. Only Wanakuni in the New World has it, and that's where the beast pirates are. Even the seastone used for world conquest comes from Wanakuni. Kaido is the 4 emperors, incompatible with world conquest. But privately, World Conquer has always had a deal with the beast pirates. I have to say, this is a great irony. Of course, you can do as much as you want, as long as you can afford it." Jack said in a low voice. "That's fine. I'll tell you the list of orders and requirements later." "Okay, then I'll wait and see." The conversation ended, and Jack left the banquet hall. In fact, Keyenes has long wanted to order a batch of seastones. In New World, There are too many capable ones, and ordinary handcuffs are useless at all. Only seastones can restrain capable ones. However, Keyenes had very few seastones, and they were all scattered from marine bases and warships, and they were not enough at all. He wanted to make a deal with Kaido, but never got the chance. The encounter with Jack the Drill this time was an accident, saving him some effort. Only Wanakuni, with the technology to polish seastone control and seastone purity, could create the seastone weapons that Keyenes needed. After the banquet, Keyenes took Enel and Cavendish to the Golden City Casino. This is the largest casino in the world, and it is said that countless people have become rich overnight here. But Keyenes knew that was impossible. Tetsolo is not a good man. How could he let others take the money from here? Kane's observation Hawkeye enveloped the entire Golden City, locking all the breaths. In addition to the arrogant and excited atmosphere, there are countless sad and desperate atmospheres. Those people are pitiful idiots who have lost all their money here and become slaves. Like the Holy Land Mariewa, the Golden City is a prosperous place on the surface, but it is actually a dirty place. This is the bargaining chip that Lord Tetsolo gave His Majesty, a total of 500 million Baileys. Just then, Baccarat walked over to Keyenes and delivered a tray of chips. A full 500 million Bailey. Some pirates can earn and spend money in a lifetime. You keep it. I'm not interested. Keyenes wasn't interested in so-called gambling. Only people who are short of money will want to gamble. And Keyenes wasn't short of money, and gambling was just a boring chore to him. Cavendish and Enel entered the casino with chips, and they were very interested. Keyenes looked at Baccarat and suddenly smiled playfully. Baccarat, do you want to change the captain? Baccarat is Paramecia's lucky fruit ability. Although her combat power is not strong, her ability is indeed very heaven-defying. In the original, she was defeated by Usopp because of her carelessness. But if she is not careful, it will be extremely difficult to defeat her. Theoretically, the power of lucky fruit is unlimited. As long as it absorbs the luck of enough people, Baccarat can be said to be an invincible existence. Standing still and letting others attack, she couldn't hurt a single hair of her. Just throwing a stone, it is possible to kill a 4 emperors. Of course, this statement is a bit exaggerated, but it also proves from the side that the ability of lucky fruit is indeed very heaven-defying. The power increase brought by Paramecia Devil Fruit may not be as strong as that of Logia or Zoan, but it has the most types of abilities. Among them, superpowers are the most mysterious. As far as Keyenes knows, there are 3 very special fruits: childlike fruit, ghost fruit, and lucky fruit. These 3 devil fruits did not increase the combat power of the capable users, but they were all very troublesome. Childlike fruit, as long as it is searched by the capable person, it will become a toy, and other people's memory of him will disappear instantly. It can be said that this ability may not be able to defend, even with armament hockey. If Admiral and 4 Emperors were accidentally touched by those with childlike fruit ability, they would also be instantly killed. The same is true for the Ghost Fruit. It will not be armament hockey or special means, and it will also be instantly killed when it encounters it. Except for people like Usopp. In Kane's view, Baccarat, who ate the lucky fruit, also had great potential, and it was a waste to be with Tezolo. Your Majesty Keyenes, you are joking. Baccarat laughed dryly. Lord Tetsolo treats me very well. I will not betray him. It's too early to say this. You should think about it. You can come to me any time you change your mind. Kane smiled nonchalantly and turned away. After that, Keyenes went to the arena, watched a few life-and-death battles, and strolled around the Golden City. The 3 days passed quickly, and in these 3 days, some well-known pirates came one after another from all over the world. Some of them are things that Keyenes has paid attention to, such as the Bloodsword Pirates, the Angry Beast Pirates, and the Hacksaw Pirates. When Keyenes initially chose his targets, these 3 pirate groups were also on his short list. It's just that their location was too far away from the kingdom of Caro, and Keyenes was too lazy to run, so he chose the nearest target. In addition to these pirates, the Whitebeard Pirates also came. It's just that Keyenes, the leader, was not impressed. With 16 captains on Whitebeard's boat, Only the stronger ones, such as Marco, Ace, Vista, and Jaws, will pay attention to Keyenes. The rest are not strong enough, and most of Keyenes are not impressed. Among the 4 Emperor's pirates, only the Red Hair Pirates did not appear. The members of the Red Hair Pirates all rely on their own abilities, and there are almost no capable persons within the pirate group. The auction takes place in a huge circular room. In the center of the room is a huge round table, surrounded by thousands of chairs, all of which are made of gold. Keyenes was the guest of honor in the front row, with Enel and Cavendish sitting next to him. In addition to them, Doflamingo, Jack the Drow, Cracker, and Captain Atmos of the Whitebeard Pirates also sat in the front row. As time passed, thousands of seats were quickly filled. Those who can come to this auction are all people with extraordinary identities. Most of them are famous pirate captains of the New World, or royals and nobles of various countries. And, of course, the celestial dragons, the world nobles. Directly across from the Kane's location sat a row of celestial dragons, about a dozen or so, one by one wearing a bubble helmet defiant. Looking at people left and right is like looking at ants on the ground. Hey, Keyenes, are those world nobles celestial dragons? Enel looked at the celestial dragons in the distance and asked in a low voice. That's right. I don't feel that the breath is strong. Are they really world nobles? Enel is seeing celestial dragons for the first time. Under his observation hockey perception, this group of celestial dragons is a group of scumbags that can't be weaker. In the pirate groups he had destroyed before, any soldier in it was stronger than these celestial dragons. Such a weak person is not even qualified to work as a coolie in the Caro Empire. He really couldn't understand why such a weak chicken could become the ruler of the world and be respected as a god by the world. In Enel's impression, God represents power. How else can domination be accomplished? Just a bunch of arrogant idiots, don't care. Kane said blankly. Oh, I see. Enel also showed a sneer. Soon the auction started. Ted Solo appeared on the central stage of the room with a gold microphone in his hand. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome 0.9 everyone to the gold auction held by Giran Ted Solo. Ted Solo held a microphone, and his voice echoed in everyone's ears. Today's first auction item is Paramecia Devil Fruit. With a big wave of Ted Solo's hand, Baccarat took the golden tray onto the round stage. On the golden tray is a black devil fruit, which is the shadow fruit recorded in the picture book. First of all, let me introduce the origin of shadow fruit. Ted Solo held a golden microphone and began to set off the atmosphere. Yes, it is the ability that the predecessor, 7 warlords of the sea, the great pirate Moonlight Mariah, made his name famous. Tesolo held a golden microphone and began to set off the atmosphere. Yes, it is the ability of the predecessor, 7 warlords of the sea, the great pirate Moonlight Mariah, who made his name famous. As soon as the voice fell, many pirates in the auction venue suddenly exclaimed, 7 warlords of the sea, all of them have been famous for many years. Their abilities are naturally the dreams of many pirates. Keyenes raised his brows. He didn't expect that the first devil fruit that Ted Solo took out would be the shadow fruit. Speaking of which, this fruit will be reborn, all caused by him. If he hadn't killed Moria, how could the shadow fruit be reborn? Da-ha-ha. At this moment, Doflamingo's wild laughter came from his side. Hey, Keyenes, does this devil fruit look familiar? Keyenes was expressionless. It's not a powerful ability, nothing to be rare. The person who eats the shadow fruit can freely control the shadow, and swallowing the fusion shadow can get the shadow's combat power bonus, which sounds very powerful. But in fact, the shadow fruit has a fatal weakness. The human body and the shadow coexist with each other, which means that once the person dies, the shadow also dissipates. Therefore, after the ability person uses the shadow fruit to take away a person's shadow, he cannot kill him. Otherwise, the zombies created by its shadow will immediately become corpses and lose their combat power. This feature of the shadow fruit is destined that this fruit cannot be ranked among the top abilities, which is really a bit tasteless. 15 it's nothing to you, but the people around you are crazy. Doflamingo looked around the auction floor, grinning wildly. I saw the surrounding pirates bidding one after another, and the price was quickly raised to 400 million Bailey, which is already equivalent to the head price of a New World pirate. Generally speaking, the price of the most common devil fruit is around 100 million Bailey. Slightly stronger, about 2 or 3 billion. 400 million is already a very high price. Of course, if it is Logia or Zoan or the top Paramecia, the price may be very high. Kane's currently knows that the most expensive devil fruit is the op fruit, which costs as much as 5 billion Baileys. You know, a country's annual gold is 10 billion Baileys. One op fruit is equivalent to half of the heavenly gold. At such a price, only countries or 4 emperors can afford it. Even the big pirates of a new world, I'm afraid they can't get 5 billion Baileys. Selling one op fruit can buy 50 ordinary devil fruits, which is enough to form a large-scale pirate group. Speaking of which, Kane's really lamented Doflamingo's methods. His ability to find devil fruit is really strong. The op fruit of the year was traced to the news by him. The golden fruit was also obtained by him. And after Ace died, the reborn Maramara fruit was also the first to be obtained by him. The top devil fruit that flows from Doflamingo's hands is really too much. This time the Golden Emperor can get the shadow fruit, and the power of Doflamingo is indispensable. In the end, the shadow fruit was bought by a pirate captain from New World for 430 million. Next is the second item. Please wait and see. Tetsolo waved his hand and saw that the ground of the central circular platform suddenly cracked, and an aquarium slowly rose. What appeared in front of everyone were 2 mermaids, and they were twin sisters. 2 identical mermaids swim in an aquarium with slave collars around their necks. The mermaid sisters looked at the ferocious eyes around them, with a look of panic and tears in their eyes. After seeing the mermaid appear, many royal families and nobles around showed extreme greed in their eyes. Mermaids are actually mermaids, and they are twins. So beautiful, so beautiful. I'm going to buy them and keep in my treasure trove. Many nobles of the royal family grinned and roared, and even some saliva flowed out. Their ugly postures are even more hideous than pirates. On the contrary, many pirates saw the mermaid without showing too much greed. Pirates catch mermaids in order to sell them for money. Now at the auction, the mermaid is just a commodity, and it is naturally impossible for them to spend money to buy it back. Mermaid twin sisters, reserve price, 100 million Bailey. The Golden Emperor Tetsolo's voice fell, and the surrounding royal nobles suddenly cheered and roared. 200 million. I give 200 million Baileys. 300 million. 400 million Baileys. One after another, the royal family and nobles made a series of quotations, and they almost fell into madness. The price climbed steadily and soon surpassed 500 million Baileys. Billion Baileys. Suddenly, a shocking price appeared, which immediately suppressed all the voices of bidding. Everyone looked at it, and the bidder was celestial dragons. Billion. I'm out of a billion Baileys. A snotty celestial dragons said wildly, Hey, Charles Rose, isn't there a mermaid slave in your palace? Next to a middle-aged celestial dragon said, I'm tired of those 2 mermaids. I'm going to take these 2 mermaids back and let them swim against the sharks. Charles Rose said with a snot, it sounds interesting, then buy it. The conversation between the 2 people was like no one else, and the mermaid has been regarded as their property. And it is true, as soon as Celestial Dragons opened his mouth, no one from the surrounding royal family and nobles dared to fight with them. Moreover, the price of 1 billion Bailey is not something that anyone can afford. The aristocracy of a country, all the property combined, is only about 10 or 2 billion Baileys. Even the nobles of some poor countries do not have 1 billion Baileys in their entire wealth. Only the celestial dragons aloof can throw 1 billion Bailey at will, as simple as throwing a stone. By collecting heavenly gold, world conquest can get more than 1.7 trillion Baileys of funds every year. Most of these funds, in addition to paying for the Marines' military and conquest operations, went into the hands of the celestial dragons for their enjoyment. In this way, The mermaid twin sisters were acquired by celestial dragons at a price of 1 billion Baileys, and what awaited them would be an extremely tragic fate. However, this matter will not end so easily. Kane's glanced to the left and saw that Atmos, the captain of the Whitebeard ship, was already gloomy. As we all know, the Fishmen Island is the territory of the four emperors Whitebeard. All merfolk and murlocs on the island are sheltered by the Whitebeard pirates. Celestial dragons can buy the beauty's 610 fish twin sisters, but whether they can take them away is another matter. No one else dared to take a shot at celestial dragons. But who was Whitebeard? Celestial dragons are just a bunch of weak idiots to him. He doesn't care about Marine Admiral's presence. The auction continued, and item after item was taken away. Famous swordsmen, devil fruit, murloc slaves, and pirate slaves. Kane saw that several pirates with bounties over 100 million were sold as slaves, and they were all bought by celestial dragons. Why aren't you interested? Doflamingo looked at Kane's. You didn't bid once. Nothing I want, Kane said with a deadpan expression, holding a red wine glass. At his realm, the help of foreign objects has been very little. There were indeed quite a few devil fruits and famous knives at the auction, but none of that worked for Kane's. Everyone, the items that are about to appear next are very big. Let's invite a mighty warrior from the kingdom of giants, Kesmer. After the Golden Emperor finished speaking, the golden round platform under his feet cracked again. A cage slowly rose and finally appeared in front of everyone. I saw a giant warrior with a height of over 20 meters in the cage. Let's invite a mighty warrior from the kingdom of giants, Kesmer. After the Golden Emperor finished speaking, the golden round platform under his feet cracked again. A cage slowly rose and finally appeared in front of everyone. I saw a giant warrior with a height of over 20 meters in the cage. It's a pity that this giant warrior has also been put on a slave collar and has become commodity. Oh, that's kind of interesting. Kane's knew there were people in the human trafficker gang who could capture slaves, but this was the first time he had seen a giant slave at an auction. What? Do you want to buy it? Doflamingo grinned. Looks like someone's going to fight you. On the other side, Cracker had apparently been waiting too long. Big Mom dreams of getting the giants, but she fails to grab it from Kane's. This time it was because of the giant auction that he sent Cracker to the Golden City. 80 million Bailey. 100 million Bailey. 150 million Bailey. There are still many people who want slaves of the giant race, and the nobles of various royal families have made bids. 300 million Bailey. Cracker's voice exploded in everyone's ears, and many royal nobles shrank their heads when they saw that the bidder was Cracker and dared not speak again. This is the general star of the four emperors' pirates. Who would dare to provoke him? 500 million Bailey. Kane spoke calmly. His voice was small, but it spread throughout the auction hall. It's him, John Kane's the Slaughter Tyrant. He finally made a bid. It's a style to go head-to-head with the Big Mom pirates. In the auction venue, everyone whispered, Desert Star Cracker is nothing compared to Kane's. Kane's you. Cracker's face was ugly. Stop talking nonsense, Cracker. Kane's words are flat. With me, you can't take away the giant. Even if you buy it, it will sink into the sea halfway. Damn its asshole. Cracker was unable to sit back in his seat. Kane said it lightly, but he knew it was the truth. Kane's strength is too terrifying. If you really want to deal with him, one move is enough. Is there a higher price? If not, this giant warrior belongs to His Majesty Kane's. Tetsolo looked around with a gold microphone in hand, but no one bid. In the face of the new emperor slaughtering tyrant, who would dare to compete with him? Billion Baileys. Suddenly, a voice sounded. Everyone looked up and saw that it was celestial dragons again. Only celestial dragons can throw 1 billion Baileys at will. Hey, Charles Rose, you bought enough slaves this time. Why are you buying giant slaves? The middle-aged celestial dragon's Rose Ward asked with a sneer. With a runny nose, Charles Ross was eager to try. I want to see a giant and a mermaid fight underwater. It must be fun. Kiss it sound good, then buy it. The two of them are still like no one else, and they have already regarded the giants as things in their pockets. In Celestial Dragon's impression, as long as they bid, no one dares to compete with them. The entire auction hall was dead silent, and everyone was waiting for Keyenes to respond. Boom! Suddenly, an invisible momentum came and hit them hard on their heads. Immediately afterwards, the dozen or so celestial dragons and their guards sitting in the front row of the auction venue all fell unconscious and fell to the ground. That's it. Arrange a ship to send the giant to the Caro Empire. Kane stood up, finished the sentence, and turned to leave. The whole time, Keyenes didn't even look at the celestial dragons, as if they were a pile of trash on the side of the road. When Keyenes left, there was a commotion at the auction. Everyone was terrified, but they didn't expect that Keyenes really shot celestial dragons. Conqueror's Hawkeye. This monster is getting scarier. Doflamingo's face was ashen, and a few drops of cold sweat fell on his forehead. He was sitting next to Keyenes, unaware of when Keyenes had acted, nor of the coercion of conquerors. This shows that Keyenes' control of Conqueror's Hawkeye is already very fine, and he can already do it without revealing it when he releases it. Conqueror's Hawkeye, difficult to master when awakening. Relying on the instinct to explode, it will inevitably spread to everyone around, causing accidental injury. When it can be controlled freely, it is also a large-scale attack when it is released, and at most it can guarantee no accidental injury. Doflamingo has never seen anything like Keyenes, who can hit a person with precision in a small area. He also owns Conqueror's Hawkeye, but definitely can't do it like Keyenes. Keyenes has a new giant pirate group under his command. When he sees a giant warrior who has been captured as a slave, he naturally wants to help him. Not to mention the relationship with Hayarding, just being a giant warrior is a powerful fighting force. Keyenes doesn't expect to train him to be the top cadre under his command, but he can still do it as an ordinary cadre, rivaling 1 or 200 million pirates. Celestial Dragons was stunned, and there was a riot at the auction site, and this auction naturally ended. After hearing the news, many Marine guards rushed to try to catch the perpetrator. But when he heard that the murderer was John Keyenes, he immediately gave up the idea. Even Marine Admiral and Buster Call can't help people. Even if they go together, it's just death in vain. In order to ensure that the Celestial Dragons would not suffer more damage, Marine quickly left the Golden City after taking the Celestial Dragons, and did not dare to stay here for a moment. Of course, Naval Headquarters also learned about the news in time, but Marshal Sengoku did not intend to send troops. For now, Marine doesn't want an all-out war with Keyenes. The loss of one Buster Call was big enough, and they didn't want to lose anymore. Golden City in a luxurious room. Kane sat at the dining table, and the wine, meals, and dishes were top quality. Sitting across from him is the Golden Emperor Tetsolo. Your Majesty Keyenes, you really got me in a big trouble today. Tetsolo was drinking red wine and said suddenly, "It's just being presented by conquerors, and Celestial Dragons has not suffered substantial physical damage. With your ability, you can solve it with a little money." Tetsolo controls Celestial Dragons with money and makes world conquests. Although this incident was big, it was easy for him to solve. "Hey, Tetsolo, do you want to take refuge with me?" Without warning, Keyenes made a solicitation to Tetsolo. Tetsolo took a deep look at Keyenes, then shook his head and laughed. "Don't be kidding, Keyenes. I don't want to take refuge with anyone else. If you joke with me like this again, I'll be angry too." Tetsolo's smile disappeared, followed by a frosty face. The gold in the room is rioting, ready to be turned into a weapon against Keyenes at any moment. Boom! Suddenly, a black circle of light erupted from Keyenes. The moment the aperture appeared, all the gold in the room became quiet and lost control. The Golden Emperor in front of him felt a huge gravitational force acting on him. It was as if he had carried a mountain on his back, trying to crush him alive. The Golden Emperor tried his best to resist the gravity, but the golden ground under his feet couldn't bear it. With a loud bang, the golden ground shattered and collapsed. The Golden Emperor's feet were deeply immersed in gold, and half of his body was buried alive. Keyenes controls black hole gravity, and gravity is just a branch of gravity. With Keyenes' development of the black hole fruit, controlling gravity has become a breeze. "Keyenes, you!" The Golden Emperor was shocked and just wanted to counterattack, but the gravity dissipated at this moment. What do you mean? The Golden Emperor activated the fruit ability to repair the golden ground, and his face was uncertain. Just to make you understand a reality, Keynes put down his glass and said calmly, "Money is really powerful. It can help you control countless people in black and white. There are countless people who are willing to work for you, and even world conquest cooperates with you because of money. However, the power of money is also very small." Kane's face changed, becoming extremely cold. In the face of absolute strength, no matter how much money you have, it can't save your life. Like now, if I want to kill you, it will be effortless. When the time comes, your money will be a joke. After killing you, the golden city you have accumulated for many years is nothing but my battle strength. Do you want to fight me? The Golden Emperor's complexion changed greatly, and all the surrounding gold gathered on him, forming a golden armor. Just to make you understand the cruelty of reality, Kane said indifferently, "If I can kill you, other 4 emperors can naturally kill you, and of course they can do it with the power of world conquest. You think you can control celestial dragons with money and use the power of world conquest, but you don't want World Conqueror to be using you all the time. You still have utility value. They will keep you and use you to help them save money. Wait until one day you lose your use value. They can destroy everything you have in an instant. When the time comes, you will know that the power of money is very small and pitiful. Think carefully. If you figure it out, you can come to me anytime." With that, Kane stood up and left the room. In fact, what Kane said was not wrong. With the power of world conquest, it is easy to solve the Golden Emperor, just using his power all the time. Tetsuo has an extreme thirst for money because of his childhood experiences. He madly restrained money, trying to control the world with the power of money one day. But what he doesn't understand is that in this world, money is not eternal. Only strength is eternal. When a person has absolute strength, he can do as much money as he wants. And when a person has no strength, no matter how much money he has, he is just a golden pig in the eyes of the strong. When I am short of money, I cut a knife. As long as the golden pig is settled, the owner will not kill it, but will cut it one by one, and the water will flow. Usually, it will even give the pig a little benefit, so that the pig can live more comfortably. But if the golden pig is restless and tries to get out of the master's control, then the master will slaughter the golden pig with one knife. This is the current situation of the Golden Emperor. For world conquest, the Golden Emperor is actually just a golden pig. The reason why Keynes came to the Golden City to participate in this auction was also because of the power possessed by the Golden Emperor. If it can be subdued, the forces under his command will be even greater. Otherwise, a mere auction would not be worth a trip to Keynes himself. Keynes didn't stay in the Golden City for long and left directly with Enel and Cavendish. Over the endless sea, the fire dragon Leviathan flew against the wind. A moist sea breeze blew on Keynes. Keynes lay on the Leviathan reveal, closing his eyes. "Hey, Keynes, will the Golden Emperor agree to take refuge?" Enel asked suddenly. "It should be impossible. How can I say that he is also one of the kings of the underground?" Cavendish shook his head directly. "People like the Golden Emperor will not be subservient to others." "Who knows?" Keynes opened his eyes and smiled playfully. The words have been said, and the olive branch has been thrown out. Whether to accept or not, it all depends on Tetsuo's own choice. This time Keynes used a soft approach. If the Golden Emperor is ignorant, next time he will use tough methods. The pattern of the world will soon undergo dramatic changes, and there is not much time for the Golden Emperor to consider. A few days later, Keynes returned to the Caro Empire. Badgers has also returned, and, as expected, the so-called supernova pirates have been dealt with by him. The supernova mass in Hyuan calendar 1519 was not very good. According to the information received by Keynes, for supernovae have already fallen in the New World. In the year 1520 of the Hyuan calendar, for supernovas had already fallen in just 2 months. It is enough to prove that the supernova mass of 5019 is not very good. Originally, according to the original book, Cavendish would also burst into the New World in 1519 and become the most dazzling supernova in 1519. But he had been taken away by Keyenes long ago. Without Cavendish, the supernova of Hyu in 1519 would all look bleak. Carlo Empire, Hentang Sky Garden. Keyenes dined at the table, and the gramophone played a soothing tune, creating a harmonious atmosphere. However, a sudden burst of harsh laughter broke the harmony. Badgers swaggered into the garden and came to Kane's table. "Captain Keyenes, I heard that something really happened to the Whitebeard pirates." Keyenes put down his knife and fork, looked at Badgers, and waited for his next words. The captain of the 4th Division of the Whitebeard pirates, Thatch, was killed. It is said that the murderer was an internal member of the Whitebeard pirates. Although the Whitebeard pirates tried their best to hide the news, there were still rumors. Badgers looked very excited, never expected that there are such daring people in the Whitebeard pirates. You know, Whitebeard treats the crew like family and never gets angry or punishes them. But there is an iron law that must not be violated, and that is killing one's companions. As long as he joins the Whitebeard pirates, no matter if he is an idiot or an idiot, he will be treated equally in Whitebeard's eyes, and he is his son. Killing his crew was killing his son, and Whitebeard would never tolerate it. Decades have passed since the founding of the Whitebeard pirates, and this is the first time anyone has dared to touch Whitebeard's iron law. Keyenes glanced at Badgers and laughed a little. Badgers looked excited now, obviously admiring the person who dared to touch Whitebeard's iron law. Come to think of it, this should be the reason why Badgers dared to join Blackbeard in the original book. Everyone knows that if you offend Whitebeard, you will be hunted down by the Whitebeard pirates, and the whole world will have nowhere to go. In this case, few people dared to get involved with Blackbeard. But Badgers dared, and became one of the earliest members of Blackbeard's men. This shows the courage of Badgers. And that's why Keyenes took Badgers under his command in the first place. Wait, the good show is yet to come. Keyenes knew best about Blackbeard's ambitions. Killing his companions and taking the dark fruit was just the first step in his plan. Next, he has bigger moves. At this time, no one would have thought that this man who violated Whitebeard's iron law for the first time would shake the whole world. And he was also the last man who violated Whitebeard's iron law, because he was the one who ended the Whitebeard pirates. Blackbeard has already started, and it's time for my plans to pick up the pace. Keyenes walked to the balcony and looked at the endless sea in the distance, then to the sky. His eyes darkened. No one knew what was going on in Keyenes' mind. A few days later, Keyenes left the Caro Empire without notice. By the time Badgers and Randall found out that Keyenes had disappeared, it was too late. Really, His Majesty went out alone without his subordinates. In the Hentang Sky Garden, Randall was a little helpless. "Weha! This is Captain Keyenes' usual behavior." Badgers laughed, apparently relieved. With the strength of Keyenes, even without any subordinates, no one can hurt him. There is nothing to worry about. Above the clouds in the sky, Keyenes lies on the scales of the dragon Leviathan, inviting him to swim in the sky. His observation Hawkeye covers thousands of meters, and any breath that enters this range cannot escape his capture. This state has been going on for a month. This is a way for Keyenes to exercise observation Hawkeye. The best way to make Hawkeye evolve and become stronger is to fight to the death. But with Keyenes' current strength, it's hard to put him in a desperate situation, so that method won't work. No way. Keyenes can only exercise in the oldest way. Every time observation Hawkeye is turned on in a large area, while consuming physical strength, Keyenes' observation Hawkeye will also get exercise and become stronger. Although the degree of strengthening is minimal, at least it has become stronger, and it can be regarded as a gain. One of the islands of the Grand Line, Keyenes descended from the sky riding the fire dragon Leviathan and landed on the ruined remains of the island. The island was deserted, and all that was left on it were the wreckage of buildings. A long time ago, the state existed here, but now it has perished. The observation Hawkeye of Keyenes loomed over the island, unaware of any human presence. Apparently, no one has been here for a long time. This is Sleeping Ancient Town, a very ordinary town in the Grand Line, nothing special. Keyenes came here purely because of a buried treasure. Walking to the very center of the island, Kane saw an abandoned castle with mostly collapsed walls. Because of the forest, there is no sunlight here all year round, and it looks very eerie. Kane's walked towards the castle, and the remains of the castle, boulders, and dead trees along the way automatically flew up and shot into the distance. It seemed to give way automatically. Whirring. Suddenly, a group of bats came out of the castle. But the next moment, they all lost consciousness and fell to the ground. The entire castle was dead silent except for Kane's footsteps. In the end, Kane's disappeared into the dark castle. After about 10 minutes, Kane's walked out of the castle. At this moment, he was holding a devil fruit in his hand. The fruit is purple throughout, with spiral patterns all over it, resembling a peculiar apple. This is the Zoan phantom, bat fruit, and vampire form. Although it is a Zoan, the shape is not a banana. This is the difference between the Zoan and the ordinary Zoan. Kane's had read the original book, so he knew the burial place of this phantom beast, and this time he came for it. A powerful magical beast, devil fruit, is worth a trip. The vampire fruit can transform the person with ability into a vampire bat. By sucking blood, it can also accelerate the aging of opponents, and at the same time make oneself young again. It is a very powerful devil fruit. Kane's knew that Baroque Redfield, a legendary sea city, wanted this devil fruit the most. The lonely Red Baloric, Riderfield, is one of the great pirates of the old days, who alone is enough to keep pace with Roger and Whitebeard. Even among the legendary pirates, he is at the top. It is a pity that he is old and has lost the strength of his youth. Only this devil fruit can bring him back to his peak state. Now, the vampire fruit is taken by Kane's first, and the Red Earl wants it, so he can only come to him. Foresight, Kane's really has the upper hand. With a nonchalant smile, Kane's leaped and jumped over the head of the dragon Leviathan. Then Leviathan rose into the sky and shot into the clouds in the sky. Kane's wandered on the Grand Line for nearly a month and a half, and finally found the place where the ancient sleeping town was, and got this devil fruit. With the vampire fruit in hand, Kane's has the leverage to talk to Redfield. Just as Blackbeard has his eye on the powerful prisoners in Impel Down, Kane's has his pick. Lonely Red Ballery Clydefield is one of them. If he can successfully subdue this big pirate of the old era, let him return his peak. With his Emperor-level combat power, the power of Kane's subordinates will suddenly double in an instant. Even if it can't be conquered with this devil fruit, Kane's can cultivate a powerful cadre. In any case, this Zhao came out and finally got a considerable harvest. Among the clouds in the sky, the fire dragon Leviathan flew at a high speed. Kane's is on his way back to the New World Caro Empire. As before, Kane's released observation Hawkeye, covering a radius of several kilometers. At an altitude of thousands of meters, the human breath is only Kane's. Other than that, there are only occasional flocks of birds that fly by. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye, and nothing was disturbed. On this day, however, Kane's found other human breaths in the sky. Okay, under the perception of Kane's observation Hawkeye, there's a lot of life breath in the clouds several kilometers away. Not only human beings, but also the breath of beasts. And judging from breath, the strength of these beasts is not weak. Leviathan, go over there. Kane's issued the order. The fire dragon Leviathan let out a low roar, and his wings shook, turning into a flash of fire and tearing through the clouds, rushing towards the target direction. A few minutes later, Kane's arrived at his destination. What appeared in front of him was an archipelago. Unlike Sky Island, which exists on the island cloud, these islands are from Shanghai at first sight. There is no island cloud to hold it, but it can defy gravity and float above the sky like a white cloud. The only person who can do this kind of thing in the sea is Kane's himself, the only flying pirate golden lion. I didn't expect to meet this old guy here. Marine has been searching for the golden lion for 20 years without success, but now he is accidentally met by Kane's, which is really fate. Ding! Host triggers the one and only overlord mission. Suddenly, the electronic sound of the system sounded. It was detected that the host encountered the golden lion, the pirate in the sky. Please kill the golden lion and become the only overlord of the sky. Mission reward: Black Hole Fruit Awakening. Devil Fruit Awakening is a higher level ability of Devil Fruit. The awakening of the Paramecia fruit will affect things other than the person with the ability. The awakening of Zoan fruit can greatly improve the recovery ability and combat power, but if the awakening fails, there will be side effects. The awakening of the Logia fruit will have an impact on the natural environment and climate. The Battle of Logia ability. Over time, it will permanently change the climate of a region. As if the master had left, the fruit ability was still fighting. In the original book, Punk Hazard's Ice and Fire Island was caused by the battle between Akainu and Qingji. The islands are volcanoes on one side and icebergs on the other, and can never coexist with each other. After the awakening of Devil Fruit, it can greatly improve the combat power of the ability, and the use of the ability will be more strange and changeable. Only after countless exercises can those who are capable successfully awaken their abilities, and very few people have achieved this step. Keyenes wanted to awaken the Black Hole fruit a long time ago, but it was only 2 years before he got the Black Hole fruit. Although he developed it well, he was still a long way from awakening. This time, the mission was to shorten the time for Keyenes. Leviathan, go to the center of the archipelago. Keyenes gave an order, and the fire dragon Leviathan vibrated its wings, set off a gust of wind, and flew towards the most central island of the archipelago. There is a magnificent palace on that island, with a majestic appearance, and at a glance it is known that it is the residence of the Golden Lion. And when Keyenes was approaching at high speed, Golden Lion, who was in the palace, also sensed the attack of outsiders. 2 little bugs came in. Golden Lion smiled grimly and looked at the many pirates sitting cross-legged left and right. These pirates were all people under his command. Hey, 2 little reptiles broke in. Who's going to deal with them? As soon as the voice fell, many pirate captains looked sideways. I'll go, Governor Golden Lion. Let me go, it's just 2 little reptiles, 610. Yaha. Then you go, I'll have a banquet. Some people volunteered to fight, wanting to show their face in front of Golden Lion, and some drunk Haiching was too lazy to move. Among them, 3 pirate captains were the fastest, and with a sway, they turned into a phantom and rushed out of the banquet hall. Outside the palace, Keyenes drove the fire dragon Leviathan down from the sky, just to see 3 pirate captains rushing out with hundreds of pirates. Are you here to send dead cannon fodder? Keyenes smiled indifferently, and the fire dragon Leviathan under his feet directly opened his mouth and spat out a fireball with a diameter of dozens of meters. Boom! The fireball landed and exploded, instantly swallowing hundreds of pirates. The sea of fire spread out, overwhelmed the gate of the palace, and poured directly into the banquet hall inside the palace. Hundreds of pirates were directly burned to ashes by the fire, and only 3 pirate captains barely survived, but they were also burned all over their bodies, blood gushing like a spring, and they were on the verge of death. You bastard are. A pirate captain was lying on the ground, barely able to see Keyenes' face clearly out of the corner of his eye, and his whole body became cold with fright. How could he not recognize Keyenes' face? This face is now the fear and nightmare of countless pirates in the sea, and it is the Emperor who surpasses countless pirates. Kill Tyrant John Keyenes. Why is this man here? The other 2 pirate captains were also so frightened at the moment. Before they could react, the second attack of the fire dragon Leviathan had arrived. A huge pillar of fire hit them, engulfing them instantly. This time, they did not survive, but were directly burned to ashes. Intertwined with the molten magma, there are no bones left. The battle outside is so fierce. The flames have poured into the interior of the palace. The Golden Lion and the pirate captains inside the palace could no longer sit idly by, and all came out. The crew of the various pirate groups on the island also rushed towards the battlefield. Everyone's eyes were instantly frozen when they saw the fire dragon in the sky, and the faces of all the pirates showed fear. Keyenes, that's John Keyenes, the Emperor of the New World. Why is the killing tyrant here? Although there was only one person and a fire dragon, It made more than a dozen pirate captains and thousands of pirates tremble in fear. What? Is this kid famous? Of thousands of people, only the Golden Lion didn't know Kane's. In other words, in the more than 20 years that Golden Lion has been hiding in the sky, he has never paid attention to the situation of pirates in the Qinghai Sea. In his eyes, only Roger and Whitebeard could be considered real pirates. The rest of the pirates are just children playing the house. Even the 4 emperors of the New World, the Golden Lion did not take it seriously. Those are just his descendants. Governor Shiki, this guy's the killing tyrant of the New World. A pirate captain shouted in horror. He is the king of the New World who can rival Whitebeard Kaido. Huh? Can you compete with Whitebeard? Golden Lion raised his eyebrows and then sneered. Don't be joking, he's just a stinky boy. Kane's was expressionless, not wanting to talk nonsense with this out-of-the-time old guy. Hidden in the sky for more than 20 years, the Golden Lion has grown old and is no longer the great pirate that traversed the world more than 20 years ago. He was still immersed in the glory of the great pirate era more than 20 years ago, and thought he was the strong man who made countless people tremble. But as everyone knows, there are talented people in the country, and now is not his era. Kaido and Big Mom, who used to be on the same boat as him, are no longer juniors he despised, and their strength has already surpassed him. Even Kane's, a rising star, has already surpassed him in strength. Leviathan. As soon as Kane's gave an order, the fire dragon Leviathan under his feet immediately launched an attack. Roar! Accompanied by the roar of the fire dragon, a huge fireball spewed out and shot towards the Golden Lion. Many pirate captains have been frightened, their feet are trembling, and they are unable to escape. Ran haha. Such a little trick, don't use it to bluff people. Golden Lion laughed wildly, raised his foot and waved, and the long sword under his feet slashed a flying slash, instantly splitting the fireball into 2 halves. More than 20 years ago, Golden Lion escaped from impelled down by breaking his legs. Since then, he has tied his 2 famous swordsmen and dead wood to his broken leg as a prosthesis. Let's be SOSO. Kane's could see from this sword that the Golden Lion's strength was just like that. If it was the Golden Lion at its peak, a sword would be much stronger than this. Black hole gravity. Kane's raised his hand and grabbed it, and the Golden Lion on the ground flew towards Kane's uncontrollably. Only Golden Lion has always used lion fruit to control others, and today is the first time he has tried the taste of uncontrolled body. Little devil, what kind of ability do you have? The Golden Lion was furious and kicked his feet suddenly, immediately kicking out a cross-shaped flying slash. Kane suddenly drew his sword, and the dark sword light flashed away, instantly shattering the cross-shaped slash. The sword is not exhausted, and it goes forward. The jet-black light of a knife shattered the Golden Lion's slash and continued to roar and blast towards the Golden Lion. Insolent brat. Golden Lion grabbed with a big hand, and the ground beneath his feet trembled. A large amount of dirt rose into the sky to block in front of him, blocking this flying slash. The Golden Lion also took this opportunity to escape the gravity of Kane's black hole. Although Golden Lion is old, he still has rich combat experience. Encountered with an unknown, strange ability, he quickly thought of a way to escape. But that's about it. Kane's flashed, appearing directly in front of him like a teleportation. The light of the knife was cold, and the ice was colder than that, and it disappeared in a flash. Sigh. A knife fell, and blood splattered. The Golden Lion had a huge cut in the chest by Kane's. The powerful 0.9 impact will knock him down into the sky and hit the island heavily. Captain Golden Lion! When the pirates under the Golden Lion saw that the Golden Lion was shot down, they screamed and roared. In particular, several cadres under Golden Lion rushed up to try to rescue them immediately. But at this moment, the fire dragon Leviathan appeared, suspended above their heads. A huge column of fire spit out from Leviathan's mouth, burning the dozen or so pirates who rushed forward to ashes on the spot. The pillar of fire drew a clear, dividing line, separating them from the Golden Lion in 2 worlds. Captain Shiki, be careful. That guy's a black hole fruit ability. He can manipulate gravity, and his ability is very strange. The pirates under his command could not rescue the Golden Lion, so they could only roar loudly and provide a little help to the Golden Lion. Shut up, idiots! Lousy doesn't need you to remind me. The Golden Lion got up from the ground and stared at Keyenes in the sky. As the overlord of the old era, it is an insult to him to need someone to remind him to rescue him in battle. Golden Lion, you are old. Kane said nonchalantly, his voice cold. Umph, arrogant brat. Who do you think Lousy is? The Golden Lion leaped and flew to the same level as Keyenes. Lousy, it's not the same as a kid like you who has played around. Lion Majesty, Earth coiling. Golden Lion raised his hand and grabbed it, and the island immediately began to tremble. A large amount of dirt rose into the sky and turned into giant lion heads biting at Keyenes. Each lion head is made up of dozens of tons of mud, which can be smashed into flesh in an instant on a person. Facing the attack of the killer move, Keyenes raised his hand and grabbed it without changing his face. The dozen or so lion heads that suddenly rushed towards them seemed to have been attacked by an invisible attack and instantly stopped in midair. With a big wave of Keyenes' hand, a dozen lion heads turned around and bit toward the Golden Lion. Boom, 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 boom. A lion's head swallowed the Golden Lion on the spot and then crashed heavily on the ground of the island. Then more than a dozen lion heads fell one after another. The entire island trembled, the ground cracked, and the ravines were like cobwebs, instantly covering the entire island. The Golden Lion at the center of the attack has been buried alive by more than a dozen lion heads. Lion fruit allows the Golden Lion to escape gravity and fly in the air, and it can also manipulate living or non-living objects that it touches and use its abilities to make it float. But Kane's black hole fruit is simpler and cruder than lion fruit. He does not need to touch, and directly uses the powerful black hole gravity to realize all the abilities of lion fruit. It can be said that both are paramecia, and the black hole fruit is completely above lion fruit, which is the upper-level ability of lion fruit. Above the sky, Keyenes hovered in the air, his eyes cold. Observation Hawkeye enveloped the ruins beneath his feet, looking for the breath of the Golden Lion. The male lion is old, but his prestige is still there. The Golden Lion won't be killed by Kane so easily. Suddenly, two flying slashes burst out of the ground and shot straight into the sky. The Golden Lion burst out from under the dirt and came at Keyenes. He was covered in bruises and bruises all over his body, and the blood seemed to flow out desperately. Damn it, kid! Golden Lion's face was gloomy, and his murderous aura exploded, turning into an invisible shockwave that swept towards Keyenes. The murderous aura was also mixed with Conqueror's Haki, triggering golden lightning. Is that all there is to it? Keyenes was expressionless, his pupils shrinking. Conqueror's Haki also erupted, but its level, momentum, and power far surpassed that of Golden Lion. Boom! The two conquerors faced each other, and the outcome was immediately clear. Kane's blood-red Haki instantly destroyed the Golden Lion's golden field, and the invisible conqueror's impact was like a tsunami, hitting the Golden Lion head-on. The Golden Lion was swept away by the strong wind, as if in the center of the hurricane, floating helpless. As Kane said, the Golden Lion is old. Not only has his swordsmanship and body skills regressed, but even his Conqueror's Haki is far from his peak. Kane's swordsmanship is stronger than Golden Lion. Armament Haki, Observation Haki, Conqueror's Haki are all stronger than Golden Lion. Plus the Black Hole Fruit, which is above Lion Fruit. Kane's can be said to have caused an all-round crush on the Golden Lion. All his means were useless to Kane's. Therefore, within a few minutes of the battle, the Golden Lion was seriously injured. It's time to send you on your way. Kane's crossed the knife in front, and emission Haki surged out, covering the blade. Then another black hole aperture covered it, and a black hole loomed inside, distorting the space. Arrogant brat, stop talking big. Lion, Thousand Slice Valley. The Golden Lion kicked his legs suddenly, as if he had split hundreds of swords in an instant. The endless sword energy condensed into one and flew towards Keyenes. This is an upgraded version of Slash Wave, with stronger lethality than Slash Wave. The power of the sword energy is enough to cut through the thick waters that are as huge as mountains. Facing the Golden Lion's ultimate move, Keyenes just waved the black knife lightly. Swallowing knife, dust slash, pin. A half-moon-shaped black slash roared out. The space distorted and died along the way, and the endless black hole exploded, forming a flame tail. When the Golden Lion's slash met the dust slash, it was as if ice and snow met magma, and it instantly melted into nothingness. Dust slash shuttled through space, swept across the sky at a speed that observation hockey could not capture, swept across the body of Golden Lion, then hit the island under his feet, and finally extended into the sky thousands of meters away. No, it's impossible. Golden Lion sluggishly hovered in midair, his eyes rounded, his face full of disbelief. Then, a huge wound emerged from his waist. Golden Lion's upper body broke free from the shackles and soared into the sky. The Golden Lion was cut in half. However, there was no blood in the wound of the Golden Lion, because the blood and flesh had been swallowed by the black hole hit by the slash. Boom! A fireball was born out of thin air. That is, the black hole left by the slash was disintegrating. The two halves of the Golden Lion were engulfed by the fireball, turned into ashes, and completely vanished. No, it's impossible. How could Captain Golden Lion be dead? Governor Shiki. He is a big pirate who is on par with Roger and Whitebeard. How could he fail? The dozen or so pirate captains and thousands of pirates watching the battle all looked at the scene in the sky in disbelief. Their expressions were sluggish. Their brains were blank, like puppets without will. So shocking. Although they saw with their own eyes, the Golden Lion, the great pirate of the old era, was beheaded by Keyenes. But because it is too shocking, it cannot accept reality. The name of Golden Lion is too loud, and it has been famous in the sea for decades, enough to compete with Roger and Bayou 610. In the hearts of many pirates, they simply do not believe that such a character will fail. And just when everyone lost their minds, the island under their feet suddenly began to tremble, and a huge crack ran through the entire island, causing the island to split in half. That was the result of Kane's slash. Not only that, the island and the surrounding islands all began to fall from the sky. The Golden Lion is dead, so the Lion Fruit's abilities are also gone. Without the floating ability brought by Lion Fruit, this archipelago, suspended in the sky, will fall, and all the people on the island will die. At the critical moment, Keyenes raised his hand and grabbed it, and the powerful gravitational force of the black hole exploded instantly. The dark halo was like a tsunami ripple, and the impact covered all the islands in the sky. Under the gravitational force of this black hole, all the islands stopped falling and then slowly lifted off and returned to their original positions. Although the Golden Lion is dead, there are still things that Keyenes can use in this archipelago, and Keyenes will naturally not let it fall and be destroyed. Ding! It was detected that the host successfully killed the Golden Lion and completed the only Overlord mission. Do you want to receive the reward? The electronic sound of the system also sounded at this time. Receive. Ding! It is detected that the host has completed the only Overlord mission and obtained the Black Hole Fruit Awakening. The reward is being distributed, and the distribution is completed. A strange ability poured into Keyenes, and he swam around his limbs. Countless cells in Kane's body are thirsty to devour this energy and strengthen themselves. Keyenes could feel that the power of the black hole fruit that he masters was rapidly increasing. In an instant, the limit has been breached. After breaking through the limit, Keyenes has stepped into the realm of black hole fruit awakening. After the black hole fruit awakened, the effect appeared quickly. Keyenes is currently controlling more than a dozen islands of the Golden Lion. With his original ability, he still feels a little bit laborious and consumes a lot of physical strength. However, after the black hole's ability was awakened, the feeling of exhaustion disappeared immediately, and the physical strength consumed was greatly reduced. Keyenes now controls a dozen islands, as if he were controlling a dozen stones very easily. Not only that, after the black hole fruit awakened, Keyenes also naturally knew the new abilities after awakening. With the blessing of new abilities, Keyenes' combat power has once again been promoted to a level. It didn't disappoint me. Keyenes felt the new power carefully and was secretly satisfied. At this moment, the roar of the fire dragon Leviathan sounded. I saw a huge pillar of fire falling from the sky, instantly burning a group of pirates who were trying to escape to ashes. In this sky without roads, there is no escape at all. No matter where you flee, you will end up dead. The Golden Lion was killed, and his men, now facing a desperate situation, became the lambs to be slaughtered by Keyenes. Keyenes fell from the sky, and the fire dragon Leviathan flew automatically, letting Keyenes fall on his head. Eventually, the dragon Leviathan landed on the ground. More than a dozen pirate captains, thousands of pirates. Seeing Keyenes coming, everyone shuddered with fear. Some were still holding weapons, but when they met Keyenes' gaze, they threw them away. The Golden Lion is dead. What should I do with you? Keyenes' voice echoed in everyone's ears, and the icy, murderous aura erupted, making everyone feel cold. I surrender. I am willing to surrender. One of the pirate captains was the first to take the lead, unable to hold on, and ran to Keyenes' feet, kneeling and begging for mercy. Pin. Suddenly, a knife light lit up and disappeared in a flash. Everyone only felt that their eyes were blurred, but Keyenes had already withdrawn the knife and sold it back. And the pirate captain who surrendered and begged for mercy has already had his head beheaded and died without a whole body. Not everyone is qualified to be my subordinate. Keyenes' indifferent eyes glanced at the thousands of pirates under his feet. You fight one battle, and the 500 people who survive can become my subordinates. The time is set in an hour. If more than 500 people survive on this island after an hour, I will kill them all. Everyone, not one. After speaking, Keyenes raised his hand and grabbed one person from the many pirates and took him into the Golden Lion's palace. After Keyenes left, the scene fell into a dead silence, and the atmosphere was stagnant. Suddenly, a pirate went crazy and slashed a companion in front of him to death on the spot with a knife. This knife ignited the signal for war. More than 1,000 pirates immediately began to kill each other. Originally, they were partners on the same boat, but at this moment, they turned against each other, swords facing each other. No one doubted the truth of Keyenes' words. Maybe Keyenes lied to them, just to make them kill each other and save some energy. When they finish killing each other, they will still be cut to the roots in the end. But in order to survive so little, more than 1,000 pirates have gone crazy. They only know one thing. As long as there are only 500 people left on the island, they can live. The powerful pirate captain gathered the cadres on his ship and united to kill the remaining members of the pirate group. The weak pirates fled in all directions, trying to find a corner to hide. Maybe they were lucky enough to have a chance. But as soon as it leaves a certain range, the fire dragon Leviathan in the sky will spit out dragon breath and burn it to ashes. What Keyenes needs is the elite, the weak who are greedy for life and fear of death and survive by hiding. He doesn't need it. On the other hand, Keyenes enters the Golden Lion's palace with the captured pirates. This pirate is none other than the ship doctor under Golden Lion, Dr. Indigo. The reason why Keyenes kept the archipelago after the death of Golden Lion is precisely because of the unique plant IQ on this archipelago. 1Q was originally a plant that grew on the island of Yermeo. More than 20 years ago, after escaping from Impel Down, the Golden Lion accidentally discovered the 1Q plant on the island of Yermeo and learned of its power. Dr. Indigo spent 20 years improving the DNA and IQ to S.1.Q. This kind of thing can make the animal upgrade huge and become extremely brutal, and the combat power increases sharply. If used well, it will provide huge combat power. The Golden Lion also saw the terrifying power of 1Q and would hide in the sky for 20 years, secretly accumulating power. It's just that his plan was completely terminated by Keyenes before it even started. He has accumulated 20 years of strength and researched the results of 20 years, and now all of them have become Kane's fighting force. Kane's grabbed Dr. Indigo into the palace, walked to the back of the palace, and finally came to a research room. There are many cultivating chambers in the research room, and strange beasts are locked in them. These are all beasts cultivated with SQ, and their combat power is not weak. Some have been out of the reasonable process of life evolution because of upgrading, resulting in abnormal forms. For example, the tiger with 3 heads, the giant with 6 claws, or the lion majesty with 2 heads. The reason why the beasts on the island are so ferocious is all because of these. Kane's asked coldly, how did you know? Dr. Indigo slumped on the ground, sweating profusely. This is the top secret of the Golden Lion Pirates, and very few people know about it. I don't need to explain it to you. Kane said solemnly, now you can live because you know this knowledge. As long as you continue to study these IQ plants for me, you can live forever. Otherwise, the Golden Lion can only be buried with him. There are not a few capable scientists or doctors in the ocean. Without Dr. Indigo, Kane can find a replacement. It's just that now Dr. Indigo is the person who knows 1Q best, so Kane's will let him die. If he doesn't know each other, Kane's doesn't mind changing someone. Anyway, the research materials are already available, and starting the research again is just a waste of time. I see. Dr. Indigo is very honest. Few people can be unshakable in the face of death. Golden Lion's previous studies on 1Q were all on animals, right? Kane's asked suddenly. That's right. Dr. Indigo nodded. Starting today, while studying the modified animals, Wang Liao Zhao, we will do our best to study the enhancement of IQ to humans. Although the beast is ferocious, its intelligence is too low after all. The mighty army Kane's wanted to build was, after all, a human army. As long as he can find a way to increase human combat power by 10 and make human evolution stronger, Kane's can form a powerful army. The potential of the human body is endless, but the key to developing potential is lacking. All Kane's has to do now is find the key. At that time, the combat power of his army will be invincible. Kane's wanted to achieve his ambitions, and it became easier. Yes, I understand. Dr. Indigo dared not disobey Kane's orders. What Kane said, he could only abide by, and had no right to disobey. Time passed quickly, and when Kane's was inspecting the laboratory, an hour passed unknowingly. Kane's took Dr. Indigo out of the palace. At this moment, the square outside the palace was already full of corpses. Many people who are alive are all covered with bruises, but they are still killing each other. They were already red-eyed and didn't dare to stop the killing until they knew if they had done what Kane's had asked for. As long as the more people are killed, the fewer people will survive and the better their chances of surviving. That's it. Kane's gave a cold drink, and a voice exploded in the ears of all the survivors. The observation hockey of Kane's has swept the entire island, locking all living breaths by him, for 183 in all. Originally, there were more than 1,200 people. In other words, within an hour just now, more than 700 people died of cannibalism and nearly 800 people. Starting today, this open space will be my site. As long as you give your life to me with peace of mind, you can live a very happy life. Kane's looked around at everyone and said coldly, you can betray me or even assassinate me. As long as you can do it, you can do whatever you want. The premise is that you have that kind of strength and courage. With that, Kane stretched out his palm to the sky and squeezed hard. The island under my feet suddenly began to tremble, as did the surrounding islands. The archipelago began to drift away from its original position, drifting in the direction of the New World. Kane's is now at position 627 in the first half of the Grand Line. And what Kane's has to do next is to pull the archipelago to the Imperial Kingdom of the New World. Before the black hole fruit awakened, it would take Kane's more than a month to move a golden city, the Caro Empire Kingdom. But after the black hole fruit awakened, Kane's moved the island several times faster. It only took about a week to return to the Caro Empire from the first half of the Grand Line. Over the Caro Emperor Kingdom, an archipelago fell from the sky, and finally suspended over the west blue shore of Caro Island. There are 1Q plants and many beasts on the island, and Keyenes doesn't plan to land them on the sea. Suspended in the sky, outsiders can't get close, and the island's secrets will not be exposed. Kalo Palace, Hentang Sky Garden. Keyenes descended from the sky on the fire dragon Leviathan and landed in the garden. Your Majesty the King. Captain Keyenes, Enel, Cavendish, Badgers, and Randall stepped forward to salute. Okay, let's all get up. Keyenes waved his hand, walked to the throne, and sat down. Cavendish, are the people you have assembled ready? Keyenes looked at Cavendish and asked. Don't worry, my uncle has always been foolproof. Cavendish said lightly, holding a rose in his hand. That's good. Take them straight, Fodge, to the west blue shore of the kingdom. Okay, I see. Cavendish nodded. Captain Keyenes, what's the use of the island you brought back this time? You have to send troops to garrison it. Badgers asked suspiciously. Even Enel and Cavendish had some doubts. You'll know soon enough. Don't underestimate what's on the island. It can make a huge difference, Keyenes said. By the way, Badgers. Keyenes looked at Badgers and said solemnly, starting today, you will send someone to follow the trend of devil fruit in the world. If you find information about lion fruit or something similar to lion fruit, let me know immediately. Killing Moria's reborn shadow fruit. Keyenes doesn't like it. But ripe fruit is different. This is a top-level ability. Although it is not as good as the black hole fruit, as long as it is developed well, it will definitely be able to cultivate a top powerhouse. And it is a big killer that can rule the sky and cause huge destructive power. The reason why lion fruit was reborn was all caused by Keyenes, so this devil fruit should belong to him. This is Keyenes' fighting force. If outsiders dare to reach out, Keyenes will have his claws. Lion fruit? Isn't that the ability of the golden lion? Badgers was a little puzzled at first, but suddenly he was shocked. Captain, it's impossible. Ah, yes, the golden lion is dead, Keyenes said calmly. That archipelago is the spoils of killing the golden lion. Really, the golden lion is really dead? Cavendish muttered, a little sluggish. This news is no less than Keyenes defeating Marine Admiral Akainu. Or rather, the news is more shocking than Keyenes defeating Admiral Akainu. In the eyes of the world, the Golden Lion is one of the great pirates of the old era, equivalent to today's 4 emperors. Killing the Golden Lion is equivalent to killing 4 emperors. It's really interesting. Badgers grinned. Such a good thing. You should call me to go with you. Enel is no longer a novice who just came to Qinghai and obviously knows the name of the Golden Lion. A belligerent Enel. What he most desires is to fight against the strong. Golden Lion is undoubtedly the best candidate. Don't get too excited. It's just killing a golden lion. It's nothing. Holding the red wine, Keyenes said coldly, the golden lion is not as strong as you think. He has disappeared for more than 20 years, and his strength has already declined a lot. More than 20 years ago, the Golden Lion and the Roger Pirates had a fierce battle at Artwall. During that battle, the Golden Lion was badly wounded, and a rudder went into his skull. This is a fatal injury, and if it were an ordinary person, he would have already died. Although Golden Lion survived with his tenacious vitality, it was a hidden danger after all. In addition, he was seriously injured by Garp and Sengoku, and escaped impelled down by breaking his legs. These successive, huge traumas had already drained the Golden Lion's vitality. It was a miracle that Golden Lion could live more than 20 years, and the decline of strength was the smallest sequelae. The weakest Golden Lion meets the peak Keyenes, and the result of the battle is obvious at a glance. By the way, Randall, has the seastone from Kaido arrived? Keyenes looked at Randall and asked. Almost 2 months have passed since the Golden City incident. Although the Caro Kingdom is a long way from Wanakuni, 2 months is enough. It's here, Your Majesty Keyenes, Randall said respectfully. Beast Pirates Jack the Drow was personally escorted, and it was delivered to the kingdom of Caro Emperor a week ago. Seastone has been distributed to various islands within the kingdom's territory. That's good. After the meeting, Cavendish rushed to the west blue shore of the kingdom with 3,000 soldiers, and there were already people on the island. What Kane's asked them to do was to create connecting points between the islands for easy access and future rule. From then on, Cavendish was the cadre responsible for guarding the floating sky island. Today, in the territory under the command of Keyenes, for pirates guard the 4 main roads in and out of the kingdom of Caro. The new giant soldiers pirates are stationed inside the Caro Empire and are responsible for the transportation of important weapons. Badgers is the captain of the escort and leads the kingdom's escort. Enel observation Hawkeye is powerful, and when Keyenes is out, he is responsible for guarding the interior of the kingdom and looking for spies. Plus the floating sky island guarded by Cavendish. All cadres already have their responsibilities. Of course, there's Edward Weevil, Whitebeard too, but forget him. Weevil's brain is not good, and he can honestly stay in the kingdom and wait for orders to be dispatched at any time. In short, with the management of Keyenes, the strength of the kingdom of Caro Empire has become stronger and stronger, and the internal iron barrel is full. No outsider knew about Kane's beheading of the Golden Lion, otherwise it would surely cause an uproar in the world. But there was another thing that caused an uproar during this time period. Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, was discovered and defeated by Colonel Marine Smoker for plotting the throne of Alabasta. Afterwards, he was deprived of his title and impelled in the Impel Down prison. News of a Colonel Marine defeating the 7 warlords of the sea? Of course, no one believed it. Many organizations and forces around the world are verifying the truth of this matter. Keyenes also received the newspaper after the fact, from which he got the latest bounty. Carlo D. finished Hentang Sky Garden. Kane sat on a balcony, the sun was shining in the sky, and he was bathing. In his hand, he holds 2 reward orders. Monkey D. Luffy, with a bounty of 100 million Baileys. Roranoa Zoro, with a bounty of 60 million Baileys. The pirates in the year 1520 of the Kayuan calendar finally began to stir up the tide. Luffy became the first supernova of the year, and one of Logia's 7 warlords of the sea became his stepping stone. Keyenes thought it was a bit funny that Crocodile was a powerful pirate who had challenged Whitebeard, but he was defeated by a young pirate who had just debuted. Logia's Sansan fruit is also Logia, and it is an invincible existence in the first half of the Grand Line. And the home is Alabasta, the country of the desert. Whether it's time, place, or people, Crocodile has the upper hand. In this case, he would still be defeated, which can only be said to be fate. In other words, Crocodile, like Moria, lived in one place for too long, and its strength declined severely. Coupled with his careless underestimation of the enemy, it led to the final defeat. Carlo Empire Floating Sky Island, the 9th island. Roar! A giant tiger with 3 heads and 6 tails let out a roar and swooped at a huge praying mantis more than 10 meters high in front of it. The mantis doubles in one place, and it directly disappears into an afterimage. The giant tiger's claws fell, and a huge stone was turned into powder by it. The mantis appeared behind the giant tiger, raised its sickle, and slashed down. Puff! The skin and flesh of the giant tiger were torn apart, and a large amount of blood was spattered. The giant tiger wailed, and the 6 tails flew at the same time, hitting the mantis' head and knocking it out. The mantis shot backwards, smashing more than a dozen trees in the sky in a row. I saw that the wound on the giant tiger quickly healed, and the blood was stagnant. In the blink of an eye, the wound disappeared without even a single scar. On the other side, so did the giant praying mantis. He was hit by a giant tiger and was still unscathed. 2 powerful beasts with red eyes, madly slaughtered together. It seems that there is nothing but the most instinctive fight. The giant tiger and the mantis were fighting in a coliseum, and Keyenes, along with Enel, Cavendish, and Badgers, were watching the battle. Oh, it's quite capable. After seeing Su Juhu's self-healing ability, Cavendish let out a sigh. It's a good beast. It should be comparable to tens of millions of pirates. It would be nice if it could be mass-produced. Enel is also a little interested. Wahahaha, this is much stronger than my soldiers. Badgers looked at Keyenes and asked, Captain, can these beasts be controlled? I can't control it. Keyenes shook his head. IQ plants can stimulate the bestiality of beasts, making them more brutal and powerful, but eventually lead to loss of control. Like now, only no crazy killing. Although there is an antidote to restraint, it cannot be completely controlled. In that case, it can only be used as a one-time killing weapon, and it cannot form a powerful army of beasts. Everyone was a little disappointed. "Hey, Dr. Indigo, can you only do this?" Keyenes asked, looking at the man behind him. "I'm so sorry, Captain Keyenes. It's only so far." Dr. Indigo said with some panic. "The ferocity and strength of the beast can still be increased, which is comparable to or even higher than that of pirates with a bounty of over 100 million, but they cannot be completely controlled. And it will take at least several years to develop drugs that evolve the human body using 1Q plants. It's too slow, I can't wait that long." Keyenes looked indifferent. "Sorry, Captain Keyenes, it's my incompetence." Dr. Indigo's body trembled a little for fear that Keyenes would kill him here in anger. He did not forget that the reason why he was able was because he understood the characteristics of IQ plants. But now, his inability to complete Keyenes' request means that he has lost the value of use. When a person loses the value of use, there's only a dead end. It seems that we can only find scientists with better technology. Keyenes glanced at Dr. Indigo and shook his head. Although this guy's medical skills are good, he's only a doctor after all, not a scientist. When it comes to studying IQ plants, real scientists are the best at it. Speaking of powerful scientists, naturally, Keyenes first thought of the chief scientist of world conquest, Vegapunk. Legend has it that his technological capabilities have reached a level that humans can only achieve in 500 years. The existence of this guy is extremely important to the conquest of the world. His whereabouts are kept in a state of absolute secrecy, and there is no trace of any whereabouts at all. It was impossible for Keyenes to find him. In addition to Vegapunk, of course, is Caesar, who defected to the conquest of the world. He's now being kept in Dressrosa by Doflamingo, and it's easy for Keyenes to catch him. However, Keyenes has a better candidate than Caesar. Badgers. Keyenes gave a cold drink. "I'm here, Captain Keyenes. Go and check where the evil army Germa is now. After finding out, contact them and say that I will invite Germa to visit the kingdom of Caro to discuss cooperation matters." "Yes, Captain Keyenes." Badgers immediately stepped down to do his business after he was ordered to do so. Compared with Caesar, Germa is undoubtedly a better choice. Germa 66 is a well-known and powerful military organization, a scientific combat unit, and their scientific and technological capabilities are very developed. The leader of Germa 66, Vinsmoke Judge, is a highly skilled scientist in his own right. In the earliest days, Judge also worked with Vegapunk as a scientist. They were doing research together with the illegal research team overseas in Germa, and it was at that time that Vegapunk discovered the existence of the design of life lineage factor. World Conqueror discovered this and banned the group, forcibly taking Vegapunk and his team away, while Judge managed to escape. Judge returned to the kingdom of Germa and led the scientific research team to carry out life replication and transformation projects by using the theory of bloodline factors. He used the bloodline factors of several outstanding soldiers in Germa to copy soldiers who can train a batch of soldiers in 5 years, such as soldiers of type MB, MH, and MST. All the soldiers have been transformed and cloned, and they have the ability to fear death and absolute obedience to form a new type of Germa 66 army that makes all countries in the world fear. His sons were also born through the transformation of bloodline factors. Niji and others have had exoskeletons since childhood, and their strength is comparable to that of adults and other superhuman physiques, and they are very powerful. I want to use IQ plants to develop medicines that make the human body evolve, which also involves DNA research, which is very similar to the lineage factor. With Germa's help, Kane's plan will go even more smoothly. And Germa's own strength makes Kane's very eye-catching. Germa's own strength makes Kane's very jealous. From the original book, Judge doesn't mind taking the entire Germa army under the command of an emperor. He can work with Big Mom, and naturally he can work with Kane's. And Kane's asked Judge to cooperate, and also wanted to completely subdue the entire Germa army. At that time, Not only will he be able to master the high-end scientific and technological power, but the strength of his army will also increase suddenly. In a world of one piece, the strength of an individual can indeed reach the point of extreme terror. But the power of technology is also very powerful. Just like the pacifist research by the Marine Science and Technology Department, the strength of the trial products alone can match the pirates who have offered a bounty of over 100 million. Keyenes wants to make the Carlo Empire the strongest in the world, and like Marine, he wants to go both ways at the same time. Not only must have strong personal strength, but also have strong scientific and technological strength, and have an invincible and powerful army. So many paths go hand in hand to ensure absolute invincibility and infallibility. Badgers moved quickly, and with the current strength of the Carlo Empire, it was very easy to find Germa's whereabouts. In just one day, Badgers found what Keyenes wanted. Captain Keyenes, this is the phone number for Germa's army. In the palace of the Emperor Carlo, Badgers handed a number to Keyenes. Get through. Keyenes sat back on a balcony sofa and said lightly, yes. Badgers took out his phone and dialed the number. After about 4 or 5 rings, the phone was connected. Hey, I'm Judge, who are you? A low voice came from the opposite side. John Keyenes, king of the Carol Empire. Keyenes said quietly. The other side was quiet for a while, and the low voice sounded again. Does the killing tyrant of the New World have anything to do with me? Judge asked in a low voice. I have a business, and I would like to invite Germa to cooperate. Keyenes directly stated his intention. For the specific details, Germa will come to New World Caro Empire for an interview in person. New World, go to your kingdom's lair for an interview? Judge seemed to be pissed off. Keyenes, are you kidding me? It's not funny at all. Keyenes is now the king of the New World, and entering his kingdom is tantamount to sending sheep into the tiger's mouth. Few people in the world dare to do that. The famous commander-in-chief of Germa 66 doesn't even have the guts, does he? Keyenes played the taste. I am a king, not a pirate. I still have the word benevolence and righteousness, and I will not do anything to attack guests. But if you only have this kind of bearing, then I have found the wrong person this time. It seems that the so-called army of evil, Germa, is nothing more than this. The kingdom of Germa wants to dominate the North Blue again, but it's just a fool's dream. Well, don't underestimate people. Keyenes, Germa's army won't be afraid of anyone. Judge said on the opposite side. But before cooperating, I need to know if it is necessary to cooperate. Although you are a killing tyrant, not everything can arouse my interest. Are you sure you want to see it? There's no right to say no after reading it. Keyenes asked nonchalantly. If you say that, I'm more interested. Judge said on the opposite side. If it's really something special, Germa will be coming to New World soon. Wait, you'll see. Do you have a video phone bug over there? Keyenes twitched his fingers, and Badgers, who was accompanying him, immediately connected to the video phone bug on the floating sky island and transmitted the picture of the Colosseum. At the same time, Judge is also connected to the video phone bug. After the central transmission, the picture on the floating sky island of the Carlo Empire was clearly transmitted to Judge's side. Powerful beasts fight against each other. You fight to the death, and the upgraded beasts violate the evolution of the laws of nature. Judge is a powerful scientist who can see the problem from these pictures at a glance. Although the New World has an abnormal climate and a changeable environment, the beasts grow extremely violent and powerful. But it is impossible to give birth to the giant tiger with 3 six-tails, the lion with 8 claws, and the giant 2-headed snake. At first glance, these beasts knew that they were caused by human factors, and something that can cause the beast to be so upgraded and powerful must not be simple. It is likely that ancestry modification or genetic modification is involved. Judge instantly understood why Keyenes wanted to work with him. Regarding the research on the bloodline factor, Vegapunk, who conquered the world, is the first person, and Judge is the second person in the world. How is it? How do you feel after reading it? Keyenes asked with a chuckle. Very good. I'm very interested. Judge said on the opposite side. Keyenes, I feel your sincerity now. It must be an extremely powerful force that can make the beasts upgrade and evolve. If it can be perfectly controlled and used on humans, humans can evolve in the desired direction. This kind of power is no less than the bloodline factor. Judge has been moved. Of course, Keyenes said calmly. The only one who can know this top secret is himself. Judge, you have no choice now. Unless cooperate with me, or die. Ha ha. As expected of a new world slaughter tyrant who is famous for killing, Germa will soon come to the Caro Kingdom. Then I'll be waiting for you. With that, Keyenes hung up the phone bug. The research on 1Q is now a top secret of the Caro Empire. From the time Keyenes delivered the image to Judge, he had no choice but to work with Keyenes. Otherwise, what awaits Germa's army must be the merciless slaughter of Keyenes. Judge apparently knew this by the end, but after watching the footage, he didn't care. Being able to hand over top-secret images to him has shown Kane's sincerity. He felt the sincerity, coupled with his interest in the upgraded power of the beasts. The cooperation was naturally achieved. In fact, the bigger reason for this cooperation is the strength of Keyenes in the first sentence. Keyenes knew that Judge's biggest dream was to make the kingdom of Germa dominate North Blue again. To this end, he needs incomparably powerful strength, even at the expense of transforming his own son. But it is not so easy to dominate North Blue. Although Germa 66 is strong now, it is not enough to dominate the entire North Blue. And now, Keyenes gave him that power. Keyenes is the king of the New World, with terrifying strength and enormous power. Now, there is a powerful genetic modification technology that needs to cooperate with Germa. Germa can just take this opportunity to join forces with Keyenes and use the power of Keyenes to make the kingdom of Germa become the overlord of North Blue again. Captain Keyenes, will the Germa Legion come as promised? Badgers was still a little worried. Yes, Judge is a smart guy. Keyenes smiled confidently and walked to the edge of the balcony, looking out at the endless sea in the distance. In the original book, the reason why Judge asked Germa to join the Big Mom pirates was to use the power of Big Mom to dominate 0.9 North Blue. Now that Keyenes has taken the initiative to throw an olive branch, Judge has no reason not to accept it. In the year 1520 of the Hyuan calendar, the whole world was surrounded by thin clouds. The newcomers who just went to sea showed their potential and strength, and the number of supernovas with a reward of over 100 million was increasing day by day. Heroes from all over the sea are also secretly accumulating strength and vying for the high throne. As if it was the guidance of fate, countless people sensed the arrival of the tide of the times. If you want to enter the new era, you must have strong strength. Otherwise, you'll be drowned by the tide of the times and shattered. Kalo Palace, Hentang Sky Garden. Kane stood above the aquarium and threw huge chunks of flesh into the water. In the aquarium in the Kane's garden, it is not ordinary fish, but sea kings with body lengths of tens or even hundreds of meters. The ground of the entire Hentang Sky Garden can be lifted, and the aquarium is under the floor. The sea kings smelled the food, and they bared their heads to fight, but none of the sea kings dared to approach Keyenes. In the perception of the sea kings, the breath of Keyenes is stronger than that of the sea king's overlord. Now, these terrifying sea kings have become Keyenes' pet ornamental fish. Blue, 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 blue. Suddenly, Keyenes' personal phone worm rang. This is his personal phone bug, and few people know the number. Keyenes walked over to the sofa and sat down, answering the phone bug. I saw that the phone bug's eyes grew glasses, and the shells turned into feathers. The other party didn't need to speak, and Keyenes knew who the other party was. "Duh, long time no see, Keyenes." Doflamingo's voice came from the opposite side. "What's the matter?" 15, more flamenco. "Duh, it's really cold. Is this okay? How can we say that we have cooperated several times?" "I don't want to listen to nonsense," Keyenes said nonchalantly. "Do, then I will say it straight." Doflamingo laughed wildly and said, "I just got a message. You must be very interested. You've been looking for lion fruit lately, haven't you? It belongs to the ability of the original flying pirate golden lion. Did you find it?" Keyenes' tone was flat, with no hint of anger. "Duh, just got the news." Doflamingo was somewhat proud of his intelligence abilities. At first, I just knew by accident that there was a group of people in the sea who were secretly investigating information about lion fruit. Because it is the ability of the golden lion, I curiously traced it. As a result, I didn't expect that the ultimate source actually came from your Carlo Empire Kingdom. Speaking of which, Doflamingo laughed wildly again. Do. There will not be two identical fruits in the sea, and the lion fruit belongs to the golden lion, the great flying pirate. If he doesn't die, lion fruit can never be reborn. However, Keyenes now has to track down the whereabouts of the fruit. So the only explanation is that Keyenes knew that the golden lion was dead, and that Keyenes killed him himself. Knowing too much doesn't do you any good, Doflamingo. Keyenes' voice was indifferent. Sometimes the more you know, the quicker you die. Bobo, I don't mean to snatch from you. Doflamingo laughed indifferently. Where is it? Keyenes asked coldly. Feifei boiling. I have just received news of the kingdom of New World G. Taisai got it, to sell it to conquer the world. The transaction will take place in 6 hours, and Conqueror has sent for the transaction. If you are faster, you should be able to catch up. Snapped. Keyenes didn't answer, just hung up the phone bug. Leviathan, Keyenes shouted, and the pterosaur Leviathan immediately turned into a fire dragon and rose into the sky. Keyenes jumped over the Leviathan, then shot straight into the sky, shooting into the sky clouds. The kingdom of Keyenes is still some distance away from the kingdom of Caro, and the fire dragon Leviathan is flying at full speed, and it takes 4 or 5 hours to arrive. Keyenes didn't suspect Doflamingo was lying. He wouldn't be so boring, and he wouldn't dare to. On the other side, Doflamingo put down the phone bug, opened his mouth, and let out a terrifying wild laugh. Do, another good show to watch. Hey, Dover, since you know where lion fruit is, why don't you just grab it? Lion fruit is the top paramecia fruit, which can cultivate a powerful fighting force and is of great value. Tory Pole didn't understand why Doflamingo would tell Keyenes the news instead of going for it himself. With their strength and knowing the news in advance, the chance of success is still very large. It's useless. The man has already set his sights on that fruit. It's not worth offending that man for a devil fruit. Since Keyenes has sent someone to investigate, it means that he is bound to win the lion fruit and will not allow anyone to get his hands on that fruit. Whoever dares to move, he will kill. Although powerful, Doflamingo is also at the top of the 7 warlords of the sea, but he had to admit that he was not as good as Keyenes. In this case, it is better to use this news to be a good relationship and gain Keyenes' favor. Doflamingo can become one of the underground kings, both black and white, relying on the establishment of a good relationship with many major forces. Among the clouds in the sky, the fire dragon Leviathan tore through the clouds and flew at extreme speed. A gust of wind swept across Keyenes' face, rattling his coat. Finally, after flying at a high speed for more than 5 hours, Keyenes came to the sky above the kingdom of Keyenes. Keyenes stood looking down at the sky. His eyes were sharp, and, at a glance, he saw a warship parked on the coast. The warships haven't left yet, and the people representing marine or world conquest haven't finished the deal. Keyenes unleashes observation Hawkeye to cover the kingdom, looking for a suspicious aura. Ripe fruit is the ability of the golden lion, the ability to conquer the sky. With it, Marine's forces may expand into the sky, making up for Marine's last weakness. Therefore, in this transaction, the strength of the person who sent the transaction will not be weak, at least at the level of Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. With such a breath, there will not be too much inside the kingdom of Keyenes. It didn't take long for Keyenes to find his target in the palace of Keyenes. Leviathan. Chris gave an order, and Leviathan immediately shook his wings and flew towards the Keyenes palace. The Leviathan and Keyenes had a heart-to-heart connection, and without Keyenes saying it, it knew where it was going. The distance of thousands of meters was fleeting, but in the blink of an eye, Keyenes came to the sky above the palace of Keyenes. When the soldiers inside the palace saw the fire dragon coming from the sky, they immediately sounded the alarm. The urgent siren resounded in the palace, spreading to every minus 627 corners of the palace. Kane stood with his arms crossed over Leviathan's head. The pupils shrank, and Conqueror's Hawkeye had erupted. The invisible momentum impact swept out like a tsunami, covering all the palace soldiers. Bang, 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 bang. Large tracts of soldiers lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Kane's jumping off the Leviathan. Rumbling, the door to the palace was broken, and Kane's turned into an afterimage and rushed into the palace of Gidas. At the moment inside the palace, a team of Marines is trading with King Gidas, but not the Marine Vice Admiral at the head. The sound of the alarm sounded endlessly, immediately arousing their vigilance. Someone is coming. A tall figure with a mask said in a low voice. He is the agent of the world-conquering CPO, although not Marine, but also has the right to transfer Marine. Get the lion fruit. Retreat now. The mysterious agent issued an order, and the Marine soldiers behind him immediately covered the treasure chest. The transaction has been completed, and the treasure chest contains lion fruit. This conquest cost a full 1.5 billion Bailey for this transaction. However, at this moment, something unexpected happened. Boom! The door to the room shattered, and Kane's broke in and appeared in front of everyone. A special agent of the CP0, Kane's caught sight of the masked agent in white. There is a CP organization under the command of World Conqueror, which is responsible for investigating intelligence, assassination, sabotage, lurking, undercover, and almost everything Grandmaster. And standing at the apex of the CP organization is the CPU. Among them, there are countless agents, and there are also many strong ones. And those who wear masks, even in CP0, are outstanding, and their combat power is not bad, which is comparable to Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. Killing Tyrant? He actually came in person. The mysterious agent was originally well-informed, and with his strength, even if he faced a big pirate with a reward of hundreds of millions, he was completely able to deal with it. But the killing tyrant, John Keyenes, was no match for him. This is the king of the New World, the existence of defeating Marine Admiral. Shoot, kill him. The mysterious agent immediately issued an order, and then snatched the treasure chest from the Marine soldier's hand, turning it into an afterimage and shooting at the window. Facing Keyenes, he had no chance of winning and had to run away. And many Marine soldiers behind him have been abandoned by him and become cannon fodder. CP's agents are even more ruthless than Admiral Akainu, and they will stop at nothing for the mission. There are only a few dozen Marine soldiers, and they can abandon it without hesitation. Want to go? Keyenes raised his hand and grabbed it, and the afterimage of the mysterious agent who teleported to the window was immediately bound by the gravity of the black hole and appeared. And the strong gravitational force acted on him, causing him to shoot back involuntarily. Marine soldiers fired, but the bullet stayed in the air after they escaped the barrel and could no longer enter an inch. Keyenes raised his hand and waved, and the bullet shot back, instantly killing all the Marines in the room. Damn it, asshole! Agent CP0 hissed and roared, but no matter what he did, he couldn't escape the control of the black hole's gravity. Gravity becomes even more terrifying when Kane's black hole fruit awakens. Phoenix feet. The CPO agent kicked a vacuum slash at Keyenes, roaring in. Keyenes looked indifferent, his fists were pitch black, and he threw a punch. The vacuum slash shattered, and Kane's fist landed on the CP agent's chest. The agent's body was bowed, and the invisible shock wave ran through his back, piercing the wall behind him. Although there was a mask to cover it, the blood continued to gush out. That's not what you're supposed to take. Keyenes clicked his finger, and the treasure chest in the agent's hand automatically flew into his hand. Then, Keyenes kicked the agent in the head. The agent turned into a cannonball and flew out, pierced through more than a dozen high-rise buildings, and flew to kilometers away. Then a violent explosion occurred at the landing site, and a fireball with a diameter of tens of meters was born out of thin air, swallowing everything around it. The CP0 agent was swallowed by the fireball, his body was shattered, and there was no bones left. The mask-wearing agent in CP0 is comparable in strength to Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral and is considered a strong man in the sea. But now such a guy is too weak in front of Keyenes. If you really want to kill him, one move is enough. Keyenes opened the treasure chest, and what was inside was the ripe fruit, the same as what was recorded in the Devil Fruit illustrated book. After beheading the Golden Lion, Keyenes got his archipelago and his subordinates, which is considered to be his legacy. But in Keyenes' view, ripe fruit is the Golden Lion's greatest legacy. Now, Keyenes has received the entire legacy of the Golden Lion. The Marines in the room had been killed, leaving only the King of Gita and his 2 guards shivering in the corner. Keyenes ignored them and broke out of the window as an afterimage. The fire dragon Leviathan flew from a distance and just caught Keyenes flying in the air. Afterwards, the fire dragon Leviathan soared into the sky and flew towards the coastal port. And just when King Gitus breathed a sigh of relief and felt that he would not die, a black hole suddenly disintegrated in the room with a violent explosion. The entire Gita's palace was engulfed by the fireball and razed to the ground in an instant. At this moment, the Marine warship in the port has also seen the battle in the palace, and the Marine soldiers on the ship are disembarking and landing, rushing to support. Kane stood in the sky and raised his hand. The black hole streamer blazed out, hitting the Marine warship with precision. Subsequently, the Marine warship was blown into nothingness, and along the way, even the coastal port was blown to pieces. So far, the 2 parties involved in the lion fruit trade have all been beheaded by Keyenes. His methods are as usual, vicious and ruthless, killing people like numbness. Next, Leviathan let out a roar, carrying a hurricane into the sky, and finally rushed into the clouds in the sky and disappeared. By the time Naval Headquarters knew the deal had failed, it was a day later. Through the traces of the battle, they soon learned that the killer was Keyenes. What Marine didn't understand was that this transaction was so secretive that few people knew about it. How did Keyenes know about it? Even the Marine soldiers who went to the Gita's kingdom to participate in the transaction did not know the specific content of the mission. Only the leading CP0 agent knew. Naval Headquarters, Marine Ford, Marshal's office. Sengoku sat first, his face gloomy. The lion fruit was snatched by Keyenes, and Marine wanted to eliminate the guy completely, and one less effective means. Keyenes controls the gravity of the black hole and can conquer the sky. The only way for Marine to defeat him is to use the same ability. Otherwise, unless Keyenes actively die like the Golden Lion, Marine will never be able to do anything about Keyenes. This reborn lion fruit is Marine's chance, but Keyenes destroys Marine's hopes with his own hands. The first news of the lion fruit investigation came out from the kingdom of Caro. It looks like the Golden Lion really died at the hands of Keyenes. Crane Vice Admiral sighed lightly, as if he had some feelings. So did Vice Admiral Garp, who sat next to him. Disappeared for 20 years, but died silently in the hands of a fledgling boy. That idiot, Golden Lion, is so old and disgraceful. After Garp finished speaking, he suddenly burst out laughing, but then felt a little lonely. People can't accept the old. Decades have passed. These Marines and pirates who roamed the old times, they're all old now. One after another, powerful juniors were born, challenging Marine's majesty again and again. And in this, John Keyenes is the existence standing at the apex. This operation is top secret. There is absolutely no possibility of leakage. The only possibility is inside Marine. Sengoku's eyes became sharp. Tsuru, you should check it out. If there is scum inside the Marine, it must be removed as soon as possible. Yes, I know. Crane Vice Admiral nodded. As long as Marine is an organization, undercover spies are inevitable. In this world, there is no organization that is always airtight. Just like the Whitebeard pirates have Blackbeards who kill their partners, the Beast pirates have undercover agents, and the Big Mom pirates have anti-bone boys. The same goes for Marine. As the world's largest organization, various forces will place undercover inside Marine. Keyenes now knows only Virgo under Doflamingo. He spent more than 10 years taking the position of Marine Vice Admiral. But who knows how many of those that haven't been exposed yet. Carlo Emperor Palace, Sky Hentane Garden. Kane sat on the balcony sofa with a phone bug on the crystal table in front of him. The phone bug is on at the moment, and the person on the opposite side is Doflamingo. You move really fast, you bastard. However, it seems that you have a good harvest this time. Doflamingo's voice came from the opposite side. Do you have anything to do with me? You're not here to talk nonsense with me, are you? Kane said nonchalantly. Hush, 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 of course not. Doflamingo lets out his signature wild laugh. I have something in my hand now. I wonder if you are interested? What? Kane's frowned, already feeling what Doflamingo was talking about. Artificial devil fruit. Really? Kane's thought to himself. Remember that in the original book, the artificial devil fruit also appeared around this time period. Can you build something like that? Don't underestimate me, Kanes. I also have good men in my hands. All right, so for trading, what's the price? 10 million Baileys. Doflamingo said, the artificial devil fruit is too risky. Only 1 in 10 people can gain the power. But it's such a price and risk, you should be able to accept it. 1 in 10 probability? It seems that you have already tried it out and already have a partner to cooperate with. Kane said quietly. Of course, though there's only one, but I can't tell you the partner's name. Kane said coldly, send a batch first. I'll try it out first. If it is useful, I will consider cooperation. I knew you'd agree. Doflamingo knew Kane's, knew his style. And that's why he came to Kane's to work with him. Artificial devil fruits have great side effects, and only 1 out of 10 people who eat them can gain abilities. The remaining 9 will fall victim to only smiling faces. But Kane's didn't care about the side effects. As long as the cannon fodder can gain power, the price is nothing at all. After cutting off the call with Doflamingo, Kane's got up and walked to the balcony. Looking at the sea in the distance, his eyes were deep and indescribable. Just then, Badgers hurried over and walked behind Kane's. Captain Kane's, Alpha is coming. The evil army Germa has arrived on the Isle of Trotas. Oh, is it finally here? The corners of Kane's mouth rose. Let them in. Yes, I understand. Badgers took out the phone bug from his arms and notified Alpha of Trotas Island. Alpha received orders to allow Germa's army to pass through the defenses of Trotas Island. At this moment, the electronic sound of the system suddenly sounded in Kane's mind. Ding! Host triggers the capture mission. Detected the evil army Germa came to the kingdom of Caro Empire. Please host the Germa army under his command. Task reward, 10-fold increase in physique. The system finally appeared a bonus for physical enhancement. Kane's body is now invulnerable, able to defend against bullets, comparable to Judge's sons. If it evolves 10 times more, the strength, speed, defense, and reflex nerves will inevitably be enhanced again, becoming a real New World monster level. A day later, Germa's army came to the port of the Caro Empire. Different from ordinary warships, Germa's warships are all in the form of telephone bugs, which look very strange. But don't underestimate this phone bug. It can climb directly to the Red Line, and its sailing ability is even stronger than a marine warship. Carlo Palace, Hentang Sky Garden. Randall takes Germa Judge and his children to the Garden Palace. Your Majesty Kanes. Randall came to Kanes and saluted respectfully. Get up. Kanes waved his hand and looked at Judge and the others. How is it? Is my kingdom good? Kanes reached out and let Judge and the others sit on the luxurious sofa, and the maids around them immediately served wine. The country of the 5 emperors Kanes is indeed more prosperous than the legend. Judge had to admit that the prosperity of the Carlo Empire was far beyond his imagination. This is not like a country led by a murderer, more like a peaceful kingdom in fairy tales. The country is prosperous, the people are prosperous, and life is carefree. From the moment he walked into this country, the faces of all the citizens were filled with laughter and laughter. Poverty and hunger are simply invisible in the country. Although Kanes has only ruled the kingdom of Caro for 2 years, the appearance of the entire kingdom is completely different from 2 years ago. Okay, no nonsense. Let's get down to business. Kane's face turned solemn. I'll take you to the scene to see, Fodge. First, You can't make up your mind just by watching the video phone bug. That's the best thing to do. Judge put down his red wine glass and said solemnly, I know your purpose, Keyenes, and you also know my dream. If you can really realize my dream, I am willing to take the entire Germa to your command. Don't worry, you won't be disappointed. Keyenes was confident. Badgers walked to the west of the garden and pressed a button on the wall. I saw the wall slowly cracked and a door appeared. Behind the gate are two gondolas that stretch all the way to the floating sky island on the west blue shore of the kingdom. This is the latest reconstruction of the cable car, which can reach the floating sky island directly from the Hentang sky garden of the royal palace, which is very convenient. Let's go. Keyenes took the lead, stepping into the gondola. Judge followed with his son and daughter. The inside of the cable car is very spacious and luxurious, enough to accommodate 20 people. Even if everyone goes in together, it will not be crowded at all. In this way, Keyenes brought Judge and his party to the floating sky island. The research laboratory for IQ plants is here, and the latest beasts that have been cultivated are also here. There are also beasts on other floating sky islands, but they are all stocked immediately, and their strength is not as good as the first island. Floating Sky Island, Island number 1, Secret Research Lab. Keyenes was standing in front of a huge glass window, with Judge and the others beside him. Inside the glass window are two huge beasts fighting. One of them is an elephant, more than 20 meters tall, enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with giants. Strangely, elephants have 3 trunks and 4 tusks. Each ivory is so hard and sharp that it can easily pierce through steel. The other beast was an orangutan with 6 arms, muscles all over the body, and also more than 20 meters tall. Every time the orangutan roars, a hurricane is set off. The two beasts were brutally killed. Their eyes were blood red, and they were merciless. Every time they touch each other, they will hurt each other, but the wounds will heal quickly. Their combat power, destructive power, self-healing power, and degree of ferocity far exceed those of ordinary beasts in nature. This is the latest batch that has been cultivated. Keyenes looked at the beast he killed and said, in terms of combat power, it is already comparable to the bounty pirates with over 100 million. If it is a protracted war, even if there are pirates with a reward of over 100 million, they are not their opponents. It's just that they're still uncontrollable. As long as they see their prey, they will continue to fight until they die. Don't worry. Leave it to me. Germa science can easily solve this problem. Judge said confidently. After seeing the research room and the live battle of the beasts, he already had a research direction in mind. That's all up to you. There are all the research materials on IQ plants in a laboratory, and you can read them at will. Kane said calmly, of course, the prospect of 1 Q plants goes far beyond cultivating beasts. You should see that. All that is left to you, they're all research materials on plants in the laboratory. You can read at will. Keyenes calmly said, of course, the prospect of IQ plants goes far beyond cultivating beasts. You should see that. Ah, that's right. Judge's face showed a stern look. If the ability of 10 plants can be used on humans, humans can achieve the same evolution as beasts. At that time, we will be able to produce super soldiers. Ha ha ha. I really didn't do anything wrong. Judge laughed heartily. Keyenes, according to the agreement, from today onwards, the army of Germa will be officially put under the command of the kingdom of Caro. Of course, I also have conditions. Judge's face changed, and he said solemnly, I know what you're trying to say. Judge does not say. Keyenes also knows what Judge's conditions are. On that day, the kingdom of Germa will once again reign over North Blue and become the sole overlord of North Blue. It's a word. It's a word. Keyenes and Judge looked at each other. No treaties were signed, only verbal commitments. But in this sea, sometimes verbal promises are more effective than any treaty. Signing a treaty can be torn up at any time. It is better to just make a verbal commitment. Keyenes is very tolerant of his core subordinates. As long as they don't betray, they can do whatever they want. Just like Judge, Keyenes will do his best to help him reunite North Blue as long as he doesn't betray him. Ding! It was detected that the host subdued Germa, the army of evil, and completed the subjugation task. Do you want to receive the task reward? Kane's returned to the palace sky garden alone, and the electronic sound of the system suddenly sounded. Receive. Congratulations to the host for completing the subjugation task and getting the reward. The physique has been increased tenfold. The reward is being distributed, and the distribution has been completed. The electronic sound disappeared, and a force poured into Kane's out of thin air. The cells in Kane's body were cheering, absorbing power and getting stronger at the same time. At this moment, all the cells in Kane's body were dividing at a breakneck speed. There are damaged cells in the body. Aging cells are eliminated, and new powerful cells replace the aging cells. Kane could feel his physique evolving rapidly. His strength, speed, defense, nerve reflexability, and self-healing ability are all increasing. This is the evolution of life, and it is a life transition that occurs at the cellular level. When the evolution ended, Kane's physique evolved tenfold from its original level. Kane feels that the power he can explode now is comparable to or even surpasses Weevil. In addition to that, his speed, defense, self-healing, and abilities are far superior to Weevil. Weevil only had the power of Whitebeard's youth, but Kane's was far beyond that. That said, Kane's acquired a physique that surpassed that of Whitebeard's youth. Such a physique gave Kane's unlimited physical strength. Kane's felt that not only could he easily and sleeplessly fight for 10 days, even 20 days, or even 30 days was not a problem. In the year 1520 of the Hyuan calendar, the army of evil, Germa, took refuge under the command of Kane's, the slaughter tyrant of the 5 emperors of the New World, and let him follow his lead. Although there was no news on the bright side, the scene of the Germa army entering the kingdom of the Caro Empire could not be concealed, and it never came out after entering. After various investigations and unannounced visits by various forces, it was finally determined that Germa, the army of evil, had taken refuge in Kane's. The news spread in the underground world, and all the major forces in the world immediately became a sensation. The strength of the evil army Germa is obvious to all, and the strength of the 5 emperors slaughtering the tyrant Keyenes is also known to the world. Now that Keyenes has annexed the Germa legion, his power has expanded to unimaginable levels. Caro Palace, Hentang Sky Garden. Keyenes leaned back on the sofa, with soothing music reverberating around him. 2 beautiful maids were behind him, massaging and rubbing his shoulders. There was another beautiful maid sitting next to him, toasting him. Keyenes always remembered that he was a king, not a pirate. So the usual king-level luxury, Keyenes did not fall behind at all. Suddenly, hurried footsteps sounded, and Badgers hurried over with a newspaper. Captain Keyenes, something big has happened. Keyenes opened his eyes slowly, but said nothing. But the 3 beautiful maids around already understood what he meant, and after saluting respectfully, they exited the Hentang Sky Garden. "What's up?" Keyenes asked quietly. "The naval headquarters is going to fight the Whitebeard pirates." With that said, Badgers handed the newspaper to Keyenes. It was recorded in the newspaper that Fire Fist Ace was arrested and was about to be publicly executed. Whitebeard wouldn't just watch his crew get killed. So as soon as this report was made public, the world knew that the Whitebeard pirates were about to go to war with naval headquarters. This newspaper is equivalent to Marine's declaration of war. Is it finally here? Keyenes took over the newspaper and read it, seemingly unmoved. The war had been anticipated long ago, so it was no surprise. Or rather, Keyenes had been expecting the war to come sooner. The upcoming war will completely change the pattern of the world and the balance between the 5 emperors of the New World. The naval headquarters and the 7 warlords of the sea will be disrupted. Even the strongest Whitebeard pirates will be torn apart by this war. At that time, the Caro Empire Kingdom, which is adjacent to the Whitebeard pirates' territory, just took this opportunity to expand again. Naval headquarters has always wanted to see the Keyenes and the Whitebeard pirates clash and reap the benefits. But Keyenes had already seen through Marine's plans, so after ruling over 27 islands, he stopped the pace of expansion without giving Marine the slightest chance. The order goes on. The Caro Empire will be under martial law in an all-round way, and and prepare for war. During the Summit War, which broke out at naval headquarters, Keyenes did not plan to participate. It's just that at the end of the war that belongs to Keyenes will also be fully opened. Yes, Captain Keyenes. Why ha ha ha. Badger's turn to leave Hentang Sky Garden. His signature laughter kept coming. Keyenes took another look at the newspaper's public execution date, which was 10 days later. It's time for me to act. Keyenes smiled indifferently. The newspaper in his hand twisted and shattered automatically, swallowed by the black hole. Leviathan. Keyenes gave an order, and the pterosaur Leviathan, who was sitting next to him, immediately raised his head and activated the ability of the dragon fruit to become a big fire dragon. Keyenes rode into the sky, and the Leviathan shot straight into the sky and finally disappeared into the sky. Keyenes' core cadres, Enel, Cavendish, 5 pirate captains, Germa Judge, and his children. When they learned that naval headquarters and the Whitebeard pirates were about to go to war, they were all moved and immediately understood the inner meaning of Keyenes' order to prepare for the battle. The Caro Empire occupied by Keyenes is adjacent to the Whitebeard pirates. If the Whitebeard pirates participate in the war, the nest will naturally be empty. If the Whitebeard pirates were defeated, it would be a godsend for the kingdom of Caro. The chances of Keyenes occupying those turf are far greater than the other 3 kings. On the endless sea, Keyenes flew at extreme speed in the dragon Leviathan. Leviathan crossed many seas, flew above the red line, and arrived at the first half of the Grand Line from New World. Then came the calm belt from the first half of the Grand Line. 3 days later, Keyenes arrived at the destination of the operation. The dragon Leviathan was suspended in the sky, and Keyenes looked down. I saw no wind and waves on the endless sea. And in the center of the sea, there is a huge building. That's the world's first prison, Impel Down. Impel Down is built on the calm belt, surrounded by the lair of the Sea Kings. From time to time, huge Sea Kings surfaced, screeching loudly. This Impel Down has only a record of 1 person breaking out of the prison since its construction, and there has never been a record of invasion. Today, Keyenes is the first person to invade Impel Down. Leviathan, you stay in the sky, don't come near. Keyenes issued the order. Hualonli 627. Vitten is too big, and his breath is too hot and strong. As long as you get close to Impel Down, you will definitely be found by the guards of Impel Down. And the fire dragon Leviathan, as Keyenes' mount, has become famous all over the world. Seeing it, Marine would have guessed that Keyenes had invaded Impel Down. Keyenes jumped off the Leviathan's head, turned into an afterimage, and quickly approached Impel Down. At this moment, Keyenes' whole body was enveloped by a black hole, swallowing his breath into nothingness, almost non-existent. Keyenes was no longer visible to the naked eye, only a small black dot. The moment the black spot touched Impel Down, the outer wall of Impel Down twisted and flowed like flowing water, allowing the black spot to sink into it. In this way, Keyenes easily entered the interior of Impel Down. After entering Impel Down, Keyenes went all the way down to the 6th floor. There are many prisoners in Impel Down, but only a few are favored by Keyenes. Impel Down, 6 floors underground. The prisoners here are all powerful pirates with a bounty of over 100 million, either death row or life imprisonment. Some of these monsters were so large and ferocious that they were conquered by the world and erased their existence from history. In the outside world, people have been unable to find any information about them. In a single cell, a small black hole appeared out of thin air, and none of the surrounding powerful pirates noticed the abnormality here. Boo! When the people detained in the cell saw the black hole appear, their expressions suddenly changed, and a bloodthirsty, murderous aura erupted. Don't be so nervous, Shiryu of the Rain. Keyenes emerges from the black hole and appears in front of the prisoner. That's right, the former Impel Down guard Shiryu of the Long Reign is being held in this cell. Because he was too bloodthirsty and often murdered prisoners, he was eventually sentenced to be imprisoned here. Shiryu was one of the picks that Keyenes chose. You are the 5 emperors, the killing tyrant. Shiryu's eyes widened, looking at Keyenes in disbelief. The voices of the two of them were obviously loud, but at the moment, no sound came out of this cell. All sound has been swallowed up by the black hole. After Keyenes awakened the ability of the black hole fruit, he could devour not only physical matter, but also invisible and paperless sounds and human breath. What? You seem surprised. Keyenes laughed. Isn't that of course? Shiryu calmed down and said solemnly, the famous New World Emperor, who quietly appeared and impelled down, will be surprised by anyone who sees it. You know, this is the 6th basement of Impel Down. But Keyenes can appear here silently, which is simply a fantasy. What do you want to do? Are you here to rob a prison? Should there be no people from the Caro Empire imprisoned here? Although Shiryu has been locked up and impelled down for many years, someone has always delivered him newspapers, so he has a clear view of the outside world. Shiryu knew everything about Keyenes on the bright side. I'm here to take a few people away. Keyenes said coldly, the Whitebeard pirates are about to go to war with naval headquarters. The balance of the world will soon be broken, and the pattern will be overturned. I need a group of strong subordinates to help me fight for the throne. Are you going to join? Shiryu. Kane stared at Shiryu the Rain, his eyes sharp. Join you, what can I get? Shiryu bit his cigar and exhaled a smoke ring. Not everything can impress me. Freedom, power, fame, power, wealth, and slaughter. Everything you want can be obtained, as long as you pay absolute loyalty. Keyenes has always been generous with rewards for his loyal men. Then if I refuse? If you refuse, you can only die. Before Shiryu could finish his sentence, Keyenes cut him off. Keyenes' pupils have turned red, and the killing intent is looming. Conqueror's Hawkeye is ready to launch a deadly attack at any time. Although Shiryu's strength is good, but under the full blast of Keyenes, he will be seriously injured or even killed with a single blow. Facing Keyenes' killing intent, Shiryu seemed to be in the endless mountain of knives. Endless murderous aura swept through, as if to kill him with a knife. When Shiryu regained his senses, he realized that his whole body was soaked in cold sweat. It is a killing tyrant, John Keyenes, to kill a famous man, killing, roaring. Shiryu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said with a dry smile, I agree, Lord Keyenes. Being able to board the warship of a man like you will surely have a wonderful life in the future. Your choice was wise, Shiryu. A small black hole appeared in Keyenes' palm, and a golden devil fruit slowly emerged, drifting towards Shiryu with him. Shiryu has also read the devil fruit picture book, and at first glance, this devil fruit looks familiar. Lion fruit, the ability of the flying pirate golden lion. Kane said calmly, it's just a welcome gift for you to board the ship. A top paramecia devil fruit. Keyenes just threw it out like an ordinary stone. Aren't you afraid that I will regret it? Shiryu took the ripe fruit and suddenly sneered. You could try, my things are not so easy to take. Since Keyenes dared to give, he was naturally not afraid of Shiryu's repentance or betrayal. He has absolute confidence, and this absolute confidence comes from his absolute strength. Then I'll take it with gratitude, Captain Keyenes. Shiryu directly opened his mouth and swallowed lion fruit. The unpleasant taste of devil fruit could not affect him at all. In the original book, Shiryu of Rain ate the transparent fruit of Absalom. Obviously, the transparent fruit is far inferior to the lion fruit. Shiryu is a smart person and naturally makes smart choices. How? Shall I go with you now? After Shiryu ate the lion fruit, he looked at Keyenes 0.9 and asked, It's not the time yet. Keyenes shook his head. You're going to suddenly disappear now, causing unnecessary trouble, and I have something for you to do. In a few days, there will be a big chaos in Impel Down. A man will break into this place. His purpose is the same as mine. He is also looking for a powerful subordinate. You go out with him. By the time, Keyenes elaborated on his plans. Understand? Understood. I will follow the plan. Shiryu of the Rain showed a cold and bloodthirsty smile, obviously interested in Keyenes' plan.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500 plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.